None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it, or you're too cowardly to speak it because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children. And we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here, but your disunity won't allow you to pool it. It's your fault, and you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility here.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. I'll be with you shortly. What we're doing actually just connecting some devices again from the infamous Clubhouse, and also connecting it from my other device to join you guys shortly. All right. Hold on a second.
Hello, guys. We will be with you shortly.
Again, I apologize. That was an echo from the device that I just connected, just to remind you. So yeah, how you doing, guys? Hopefully you're doing great. I know we have a lot of challenges in our life as Equatorians in particular. We know how it is hard, but the struggle continues. We will continue to fight for our people, speak for our people, and let the world know that our issues, our cases is well notified to others that who do not know about our issues, and then let us act upon it too. Act upon it by mean, let's come together and make sure we contribute in everything possible. Contribute with ideas, finance, body, whatever it is. Because what our country need, or what our people need, is the true salvation, where people can live in their land proud and happy and prosperous, where there's no more insecurity, war, famine, displacement, and the unwanted and the unholy things that is killing us in our country. Again, before I start, I will definitely try to put some things here, and also I just want to remind you, if you don't mind, share it on your pages if possible, or any page that you see. It will welcome our voices, Equatorian voices, to speak without any prejudice, without any discrimination on our voices, regardless how we stand, because I know we are Equatorian nationalists who call for self-determination. And so many people who don't want to hear that voice calling for self-determination, they feel this is wrong, and yet the abuses in our capital, the abuses in our ancestral land, our fatherland. So it's really heartbreaking to see oppression into into the utmost. I can't even describe it, to be honest, because it's too much challenge, and sometimes it just makes me wonder for how long. And then also, what breaks my heart is that when I see some of our Equatorian brothers and sisters who still will sell themselves short for the sake of maybe 2 cents of a dollar, just to be, to fill their belly up without thinking that tomorrow is going to be different. Tomorrow, maybe after that dollar you received, betraying your brother and sister, you will find yourself next executed or murdered, or or your wife will be raped, or your child, or your woman, or your sister. Imagine those are the things that is happening to our people, and yet I see some of our people are just reluctant and relaxed. Some of them, they just would love to support, organization that does not help, and some will just accept the consequence without acting.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but did you say that you muted Clubhouse on purpose, or?
Yes. I
Okay.
will get. Yeah,
Because
but I'm
the
just
people really waiting. I think you can connect it. They can hear you while.
okay. I will. I'm just doing. Just give me a few minutes. I will do.
All
I'm
right.
doing. What do you call it?
Thank you. Sorry for
Sharing.
interrupting. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will open the mic in a minute. I will open my mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll open my mic actually. Let me open it. All right. Thanks. Let me see. Greetings again.
Greetings again.
Oh, hold on. See, this is why the echo is not good. Just give me a second, please, guys. My apologies. I thought I muted myself. Hello, you hear me, guys? All right, yeah. Again, greetings to you guys. Sorry about that. There was an echo from other device that I have connected it to Facebook. It's a stereo. But anyway, first of all, greetings to you guys. So this is Africa. Before I start, I'll put some music, and then from there, we'll start with you guys shortly. So hold on. And for those in Facebook, please share, like I said, just to let our voices, our Equatorian voices, to be reaching around the world, and let our cause and case be heard by those who are really concerned about humanity, and they look forward to save others for the sake of humanity. I know not everyone is the same, and we believe that our world, to be a better place, we need to be humane to understand the other's suffering. For us, Equatorian, we're not asking much, but our land, our people, and our right. That's all we need. We're not asking for power. We're not asking to share power. We're not asking for anyone to come and oppress us or to take advantage of us by using some political games to entice us to fall for their tricks, like we have been. And there's many tricks that they have done to us in the past, and we knew it very well, and we learned from it. So we don't want to fall to that trap again. They have used us by SPLM, they used us by IO, and we hope they don't use us, the others who are now speaking. They say they want change. So we hope they're really for change and not for conspiracies against Equatorians. For us Equatorians, we are determined for our right. Our right is our land, our people. And yes, we are Equatorian nationalists who seek self-determination. And we're not shy or ashamed to call that self-determination is the best way. And we'll look forward to debate with others on that matter of the federalism that they are talking about, and we'll give them our peace of mind on why we see separation is the best way. We still did not schedule or plan the day and time. We will discuss these things in a debate of minds and intellect. Anyway, we don't want to go far. Let me play the music, and then from there I'll start with you guys. Thank you for joining us, and please share. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. I need a one. I sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita min yambio. Kanita min tori. Weleta min juba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia Samagesi Manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanihna Guluahi. Equatoria Birapa. Yalpirwa Pijama. Asan Belet na Birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibana Bule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande. Kanita Mai. Aukukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelenina Hibona Fusina. Kebilia Kedema Feriganina. Salam Wasahava. Behaja Derino. Hassan Belet Nabiraba. Arif Mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian.
Nihna kulu sawa jama. So my prayer for Nangala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka. Koni ya balanda bari. Kakuwa kini kukuku. Lambo lumoya. Acholi tokosa mundo. Nyangara morobe mali. Mundare.
Nyambara.
Otumu pari makojulo. Lubara bunga ya lobe.
Tokosa mundo.
Nare.
Anina kulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina Wahid.
Alrighty. Thank you again, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. As usual, we give you greeting and warm greetings to you all, and also to our friends and allies of Great Equatoria. We also say greetings to you all from Great Equatoria, Equatorial Salvation Council and Diaspora, as a movement. And I know we have a lot of organizations and groups who are speaking out, and we humbly came as Equatorial Salvation Council for the sake of speaking for our Equatorian people, and we are proud to be Equatorian, and we are proud to fight for our people, regardless, what the rewards will give, because we are not looking for rewards. We are looking for our homeland, our people, to see the next generation to thrive and live and prosper as any free nation, any people who are created by God. So I would say, first of all, greetings to you all, our beloved friends and members, audiences, and especially our gracious Great Equatorian family. Not to forget also our confused and troubled foes who cannot fathom Great Equatoria call for sovereignty, self-determination. All in all, it shall be built not through the hands of mighty warlords or tribal anarchists, greed and power, but it shall be through genuine and righteous idea of well-built utopian nation. A utopian nation, that's what Great Equatoria will be. And I believe our desired nation of Great Equatoria shall be a nation that shall trust not in any form of tribal anarchy, but in the form of law and order, which shall be supported by the unbreakable golden rods of true freedom and equality for all. Again, our beloved Great Equatorians, Equatorial Salvation Council and Diaspora would like to take this moment to salute and reflect with all pride and honor To all our fellow great Equatorians, revolutionary brothers, sisters, home and abroad, those who have departed and those who have also who are still alive, we say salute to you, and we will do whatever it takes to see Equatoria have its potential. We salute you in the name of justice, accountability, and equal right. We salute you in the name of greater Equatorian nationalism. We salute you in the name of greater Equatorian unity, a true unity of our people struggle. And we salute you all in the name of hope and a brighter future for our suffering people. And we also salute you in the spirit of true, genuine love, bond that ties us all together with one another as great Equatorians. We must remember the sacred bond we share with each other as great Equatorian people. The great Equatorian unity is not solely focused on a baseless slogan of unfounded and fragile unity. The great Equatorian unity must be noted, it wasn't born out of political or geographical necessities, but our passion for each other, to lift up and protect each other, that what brought Equatoria to existence. It was that what made us as great Equatorians. But now, under this unfortunate and chaotic time, we and those who are wise among us see the essential need for our unity as great Equatorians. Stand in one voice, one mind, and one idea. Under what have made us great Equatoria, we must always remember great Equatoria is neither a region nor a piece of land, but it's an immortal idea and spirit that was left to us by us, the living, as an immortal reminder of our ancestors who continue to inspire us, to continue to bless us with their spirit that have gone from here, but still within our heart, within our blood we carry. If there's any foreigner think they can just define Great Equatoria as a region of many inhabitant tribes alone, I believe, or we believe, they have done us injustice. Great Equatoria is who we are. We are more than just a tribe. The pure connection that ties us as a Equatorian community is because the spirit bond, as I said earlier, which we share, is deeply rooted through our ancestral blood that is flowing through our veins. And we share it all together in truth that binds us as great Equatorian people. Thus, the great Equatorians are not just native inhabitants of the Equatorial region, but still we prove to all our foes that we are one people and one power against many aggressive adversaries. But if it be foreign or domestic, we seek our disintegration. Whoever seek our disintegration or disunity, we shall crush them with our might, our strength, and our will. Our fellow great Equatorian brothers and sisters and our non-Equatorians, friends, we take this opportunity and say thank you for joining us, for taking your time and personal moment to watch with us and also interact with us. In this topic today, we're going to have a discussion analyzing what Salva Kiir, Amnesty Games has been going on. So please follow, and we will talk to you in a few minutes. So to get to my point of here today, of course, the topic is Amnesty Game of Kiir. As we all know today, and many times we have seen, there is some things happening, developing with the recent month. Just give me a second. The recent months we have been watching and following, there is things going on with Kiir regime by committing to agreements and peace deals and negotiations, especially in particular this new year. They had begun to focus on negotiating and making dialogues and giving amnesty. And we try to ask the question, why are they doing it now? After so many years of bloodshed, corruption, threat to the people, civilians, marginalizing civilians, displacement, killing, all these things, and the mass raping that they're doing. So the country is already in shambles. It's an anarchy country, a country that is built on a tribal mindset, and yet some people will try to hide it by dismissing it as if it's not the core issue of this country. And then when you talk about it, they will automatically try to label you as a tribalist because you are telling the truth on that fact that there is something people are not willing and are not ready to address it as an issue. And this issue is tribalism more than the political arena, because most of these politicians have been part of the regime once. And yes, some of them are still in there. And what they have done, they have not done any good to improve and to develop the country, or even to evolve the country into becoming a nation with potential. Unfortunately, what they did is only focus on themselves, and they also began to practice the same behavior of the Salva Kiir and the Jin Council and the SPLM regime tribalism. Today, there is a hidden tribalism within those SPLM branches, but yet we always say, it's better to be fair and honest with yourself. Do not deceive us. For us, Equatorians, we're looking for self-determination because we have seen all the sides and we have noticed what really is going on. And yet they're trying to make us like we are just upset, we are unhappy, we don't actually understand what's going on. And this country is only corruption, it's only SPLM, but really SPLM, what is it made for? If we ask the story and the question why SPLM was created, for what purpose was it created? These are the questions we need to know and we need to ask and we need to answer. We need some answers from those who actually been part of the SPLM. For me, I never been part of SPLM and I will never be part of SPLM. Since I was a child, I listened about the SPLM and I heard about them. I was first, was kind of like, encouraged they are doing something for the people. But the more I began to understand and listen about the SPLM and begin to get the full reports and understanding of what's going on, then from that moment, I began to take my decision. At the age when I was a teenager, began to see what side of political arena I want to be, political side. I took exactly democracy. I believed in the Democrat since I was a teenager, and Democratic Party has become my real inspiration because Democrats has a point. Yes, I am more, I would say, libertarian in a way, but not in that particular. I can be democratic, liberal for the sake of understanding others without condemning them. But once you begin to see people have not even understanding to the political side, they will actually lose understanding to even how to build a nation. And we see this country have been formed in a wrong way from the start. And yet people are always trying to jump out of the ship and say they are not part of the problem. Instead, they were there, they saw and happened, but they were unfortunately tied in their hand. They could not do it. Yes, I understand. Everybody have excuse. We cannot judge you on that. But again and again, you could have spoken from the start without even joining. Because the first thing when you see a sign of distress, you need to speak out. If you're for example, if you're a Navy, in the Navy, or I'm not a Navy, but I have some friends from the Navy who spoke like if they are going to the ship, they have to inspect the ship. If the ship is not perfect to sail off, they have to actually report to the engineers to work on that ship. Or for example, even a plane. If a plane, for those mechanic engineers who actually understand that the plane cannot lift off until they have inspected everything. Unfortunately, the country South Sudan, when we gained our independence, it was not inspected in the perfect way or the perfect manner. It was actually just been, handed to an organization which are known to be a tyrannical organization. When they were in the bush, they have committed a crime against humanity time and time again, even created the tribal tensions that today we see it within the country after we became a nation. And as we all know, even some of them have noticed there was tension coming in before even the independence, and yet people just turn the other way and say it's all right, we can handle it when we become a nation. But that was ridiculous, that was naive, that was unprofessional, that is unwise like to do that. When you see a distress, you have to report or you have to stand out and speak out. And I give credit and acknowledgement to the late Wani Tombe, who actually did see that, and he actually voiced his voice first on that matter and said that this country is going to head to a disaster if the SPLM take over. And yet people were silencing him, mocking him, and heckling him even in many speech when he starts speaking in the Khartoum parliament. Parliamentarians were there, and even there's videos and records. If you go to YouTube, you'll find that he was speaking facts, and yet they undermine him. And that was an Equatorian brother. Imagine, he was a great Equatorian son. He was a great asset to us, and we lost him. We didn't even give him thank you, my brother, for telling us the truth. May his soul rest in peace, but his name will never, be away, because one day he will have a great honor in our land of Great Equatoria. Because such men like them, we look forward to speak out without fear, because we know the separation was a mistake in itself, because the mistake was that we were not prepared. There was no great inspection. There was no, voices coming out with honest and sincerity to speak. Only few. And those few, some of them are no longer here with us. And those who are there, they were silent because they were like, who are you guys? You don't have any background in the political arena or the SPLM organization. So what you going to speak about? But now, Equatorian nationalists who are now coming out, most of us, we don't have any connection with the SPLM, and we are glad and proud to say that we are not part of this corrupt, messed up, rotten, so-called movement called SPLM, or the regime that is now running the country. We are not part of it. We have never been part of it, because the wisdom that we had when we noticed the wrongs that is committed against our people from the start, we said, no, we are not going to join such organization who commit crime against humanity. So today we see ourselves as a new nation, a nation that is just didn't even last 2 years, and then war started. But this war was actually supposed to happen because the people who even were part of that and then later exited, they noticed that there was something going to happen. And those who were still in there, they were part of the problem from the beginning, because they knew that they are not going to let others to share the wealth or whatever, the power that they acquired illegally as leaders or as administrative government, to play the role of government. So they felt like they need to threat and chase away the others, and those others were chased. So now we see the situation have become in a very sad way, and it becomes like a for example, like what do you call this in Bible? You know, sorry, because I forgot in the word, but like a testament in the Bible, for example, or parable. That Mr. Nimeri once said to the South Sudanese people, said, you guys, if you don't get any job in a parliament or getting to be a minister, you guys mostly going to be rebels. And imagine that was like years ago, even before we were existed here in this world. And maybe some others who lived in the time of Nimeri understood what Nimeri was saying. And today this word continues to be a prophecy for what he's saying, because you could see today rebellion is the only way for this country to continue. But are we, Equatorian, prepared for such mindset? So we need to kind of ask ourselves, because we Equatorians, we have to isolate ourselves from all these conundrum, because this fight was not ours and this issue was not ours. And we need our land, our people to exit from any conundrum that was not our fault. And there is something here. If people are not able to speak with all sincerity and strength to say there is a wrong here, and we need to kind of like take action upon that, then don't expect us, Great Equatorians, to actually join such unholy union, because this unity they're talking about is actually very much dangerous to us right now, more than anything else. Because before we gave it a chance, 17 years, if you cannot win, you cannot make any progress on peace or unity or even economic progress, don't expect you're going to make it better in the 20 years to come. So for us, it's better to start over as Equatorian, and we have all the right, and we have also the historical evidence to support us that we Equatorians were an actual different communities compared to South Sudan. That's not hate and that's not discrimination, but that's the facts. Because even in Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal, people identify themselves as to be Nilotics, as to be cousins, as to be whatever they want to call themselves over there, because they are relatives. But for us in Equatoria, we also are related to each other within the region that we have been living among each other for thousands of years in peace and harmony. I would say that, yeah, because we, up to this moment, we are able to sustain our unity and survive, because we actually understand that the best way for us to go forward is to unite as one people and to go forward to make a difference in the world. We're not here trying to conquer the world. We're not here trying to oppress others. We're here to build our society in the best way. And the best ideal I can give you is the utopian nation. Now let's go back to our point, because I don't want to divert from it. or deviate from it. So the topic is, of course, about the amnesty game of Kiir. And what are they based on? Because this is a question we need to kind of like analyze and ask ourselves. And the reason why I put this question, because you have seen the recent agreements that happened within the couple of months ago, which says Kiir has granted amnesty to Agwelek and the SPLMIO breakaway faction, Kigwan forces. And in that moment, you could understand also they have made peace deal. And what does this interpret to us as Equatorian? Because this is the main question that I'm trying to focus on here with our Equatorian brother. What does it interpret to us? And also, the same goes to the opposition. So right now the country is becoming under this regime and under this uh, continuous game of amnesty and negotiation and power sharing. I feel there is no hope forward for this country. All I see is that this country is going to go to the abyss of no return. And why I say this, because those of the Kir and the Jin Council and all these SPLM have already dominated the power with all their strength. And they're playing chess very well now with the majority of the oppositions who have been in contact and negotiation with this regime, giving a boost to the regime to continue leading them in a way that they cannot go anywhere but to surrender to them. It's almost like I remember we studied in military intelligence when they were talking about Mahdi, because Mahdi is a very interesting character in military war studies, and they were saying Mahdi was using a game of allowing these people to just circle around the army of the Turks, the Ottoman Turk, under the British leadership of General Hicks that time. So General Hicks was actually a very professional, well trained and professional British soldier, but unfortunately he failed to figure out what Mahdi was thinking, because Mahdi always moved from place to place, and you remember the desert in Khartoum. So he was really wasting his soldiers chasing after Mahdi. So at the end, when Mahdi prepared his troops to attack, it was in an unexpected way. And to that reason, General Hicks lost his life, and all the Turks, the Ottoman Turks of Egypt, demised in the desert of Khartoum. And I see this in politics too, the same thing, because what is happening now with Skir Games, he's playing the Mahdi tactic. And I'm not saying he's smart. Don't I'm not giving this guy credit. Mr. Kir is not that intelligent. No, he will ever be. But what happened is even a dog can learn a trick. You remember, dog do not have the capacity to the knowledge to actually go to the extent to talk like human being or to stand up like human being, because the evolution of dogs are completely different from us. And to others they will call it inferior, to others will call it just that's the way how the nature is. But in regardless to that, Salva Kiir is not that capable to go to that extent. But maybe he has some people around him. Even those people around him are not that qualified. But what it's playing, what gives them the power is that they are, connected with people who help them. You got Uganda, who are training them. So they are learning, they're copying. I mean, and the more you get used to things, and you associate yourself with intelligent people, you begin to get actually better and better in your tricks. And they say practice make great, practice make good. So the more they practice their tactics, they play well. So their tactic now is evolving as we see the 17 years in power, and we are going to be 17 years. We're still in 16, but almost 17. Those guys have gained momentum in the political arena. They have gained advance even in the intelligence right now as we see them with Akolkur, but they're not to the extent. Yet they are getting there. But we will stop them. And I promise you this thing is going to end soon. But what is shocking is the people who are running as voices of oppositions. It doesn't matter who you are. I'm just saying it frank and, nothing personal here. But when we assess the way how we move forward to, try to put ourselves in the side of we need to sit down and talk with the person, we actually weaken our position as people who are calling themselves revolutionary, because revolution do not compromise, nor does it give way for the oppressor to continue, oppressing them by negotiation. Because negotiating is actually itself, you surrender. That means you have been in a defeated zone. You have to pressure the enemy. And right now, Salva Kiir is so comfortable in that manner that these guys are not interested. And you could see even the fear of others, which I've seen, who try to challenge the regime because they have no clue in the process. The only thing they see is that let's negotiate. I cannot allow the international community to tell me what's best for my people. I cannot allow the criminal or the oppressor, which is Salva Kiir, to make me like I am almost asking for a position or a job, because this is what they're doing. And you could see today the negotiations that has been going on. So Equatorians, we need to ask ourselves what's next for us and what we need to learn from such thing. So in that part, I want us to very carefully have a critical thinking in everything that we see within this disastrous so-called negotiations and deals and peace deal, because there's no peace coming from a criminal for murder. Have you ever seen a thief will negotiate with his victim after he stole his stuff? No, you cannot. So we need to be wise enough to understand that there is no way in hell that these things will bring any solution, because even Salva Kiir and Riek Machar have been doing it several times. Right now, Salva Kiir is buying time. That's one thing I will tell you. He is buying time. He's trying to, gain his capability to control, because right now the main target to them, and let's be clear, is Equatoria. I mean, the other two regions have already been in a mess because the community of Dinka is everywhere. And why I say this, because he can use them in that manner, that the Dinka are in Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal. But in Equatoria, it's very hard. And when Equatorians are resisting, it brings the challenge to Salva Kiir. So what they're doing now is to chase our people by any means necessary. And that's what they're doing. And now the only obstacle to them, of course, is Salvation Front. But yet, of course, we know it's only centered in some few areas where we want to see Equatorians to stand as one voice for Equatoria. Right now, there is nothing called South Sudan we need to look for. I'll be honest. I know this thing we have said it many times and times. We Equatorian nationalists, we don't see that will help, because if our brother and those other team want our assistance, they need to call it out clearly. Equatorians need to defend their land. That's the only resolution to bring an end to this regime. If you're waiting for the others who have already been dismantled or assimilated in that conflict that happened 2013, you will actually you will lose the whole plot, because what's going on is that Equatorians have been almost dragged to this tribal conflict that was not right in its start. It was Salva Kiir used his people, whatever it is, he used them, and then his people also submitted to the idea that they need to revenge, and then they committed crime against humanity. At that time, that was the first genocide that happened within the capital city of Juba, and somehow they dismiss it as a genocide, but it's still a genocide, and people need to call it out as a genocide. And what weakens these cases of genocidal actions by the regime is the opposition are not able to speak bluntly on this. Is something tribal, as what Mr. If you look at the neighboring country, what's named Rwanda was clear. People said it. They could have just said it's a civil war, but they didn't waste time and say civil war, because there is two tribes there. They could call it civil war, but they refused to call it civil war. There was one tribe targeting another tribe, and that was exactly happening in Juba by the Dinka tribe against the Nuer, and then the Nuer had to revenge back. But regardless of that, it was the victims was the Nuer in Juba, and those victims have been taken out. Then Equatoria was their next target by the Dinka community. That's why you see today they're coming by force, attacking and marginalizing our people. And the genocide they're committing it, now there is no media covering it in most of the part. And also because of, NAS over there, they're making it, to say the accuse that it's actually Nas who committed the crime, when its truth is not Nas, it was the regime who are targeting the villages that are not protected and not seen to be protected by any Equatorian forces to protect that land. So you see those guys coming there, waging war, sending people out. Even threats to the civilians daily continues. Right now in West, East, and Central is not safer as used to be during the time 2005. Up to date, 2022 is more dangerous and worse. So this game of amnesty Kiir is using is just to delay time. And when he sees the force are stronger, he will try to play tactic to let's go and sit negotiate. And other thing about it too is that in what does this give, and what those given amnesty going to do in the case of many, rebellions now is rising up, because remember there's many rebellions beside what's happening. Even recently we know about the Jungole area. There is some issues going on, and that's another I would say anarchy or tribal anarchy was happening in the making of Dinka Bor, and trying to attack Murle by using excuse that there is criminals they're fighting, but I don't know what criminal are they fighting. And then also there is this let me say this, and as we see, we are all witness to this nation is falling apart into an utter despair. um, for those former SPLM, this is a question for them. Now opposition guiding us. Let me read it that quickly. And we witness the nation is falling into utter despair. Okay. What those given amnesty going to do with the many cases of rebellions and tribal anarchy in the rise over all the country? And then we are witnessing the nation is falling into utter despair. Is it right for those former SPLM, now opposition, to be guided, again and again into uncertainty, an uncertain path to join, the regime? Because now the regime is using any way to proceed with this language of let's come together, let's have peace and reconciliation, and let's come together to work together to make this country better. And then they also are promoting now the so-called election by coming next year. So we want a change in this. We want to stop this thing by any means, because this election, is not legitimate, and it will not. And we have to, raise our voice against this election. So I won't go far, but I will let others who are here with me to speak, and then later we will talk about it. And do you think? I think I spoke that. Do you think the Kiir leadership is comfortable with the way how the opposition are conducting themselves and going to a negotiation call instead of revolution call? And did the opposition clearly understood, and did anyone in South Sudan understood the meaning of revolution? Because the revolution that our ancestors have built against the Arab remnants of Khartoum was clear. But today, in South Sudan, after we became independent, now people are calling themselves, every rebel calling themselves revolution. Is there a true revolution? Because if there is a revolution, why are we not in one goal? But to me, as an Equatorian nationalist, as I tell you, this thing is clear a tribal anarchy in the making, yet some people try still hard to say that it's not. And you could see the hidden images behind those tribalism. Some of them are clearly open, that they are standing for the tribe. Some of them, they're hiding in nationality, in calling they're nationalist, but they have a tribal agenda behind it. And that's what makes us, as Equatorian, to be more, worried about this, that there is something here we cannot trust anymore. What we are looking for is that our region is to be saved by any means necessary, and that's it, to call for separation. So I won't go far. Let me give a chance back to Didi, and then later welcome the brothers and sisters who are up with us in the forum. So you can go ahead and speak, and thank you for listening, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Didi. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I won't take it. I won't speak a lot so that we can hear other different opinion of everybody who's with us, and then we can take it up from there. For me, you have really started a very great, interesting points. And you went in and brought these examples of Rwanda and stuff like that. For me, I see it this way. The reason why Kiir is giving this amnesty to these people, especially the current one, the Kid Guang, people. I think because if you guys look at it, the Kidguang is from, I don't know whether that's there's the I don't know, are they the same name? The Kidguang and the Agwelek. These two group, they form themselves together, almost kind of like remind me of the Tigrayan and the Romos, and when they are fighting, against what do you call it, Ethiopia. So the Amara, leader. So for me, I see like I think he felt a little bit of pressure in that side, and also at the same time, uh, he's not scared, but he knew that the only way to defeat these people down is like their aims are not really big, really. They're not in for like fighting for the freedom of their people, or liberating their people, or freeing their kingdom, or when it comes to the other one, it's like, or nothing like that. But I think they're just fighting for small things. Like one is saying, I'm fighting for my land. The other one is saying, uh, uh, I wanted to eat too. Let's go and eat. So they, at the end of the day, they're fighting for position. I think it's just a rebellious movement that got out for attention. So and Kir is good at that. This is the mindset of SPLA, and this is what the SPLA people have done. You've seen them. They were in the in the field together. They came into the country together, and then every time they like jumping off the boat, going out there and screaming louder, and then they will be given this amnesty, and then they'll come back and they'll resume back to work. Riek Machar have done it multiple times. So for me, I think for him to grant these people this deal, to pardon them that quick, is to buy time, like what you said. And also the other way around is to give him a room to maneuver his plan or their plan, what they're planning next for the country. And also at the same time is to hold a stronghold in Equatoria, because now if you guys really could listen even into the rooms of other people talking clearly, people did not want to let go of Equatoria. Some people are saying that during the days that Equatoria got out of excused themselves out of the picture, in the problems that South Sudan there, it was during the days of Jalaba. But now this is the days of Dinka. None of this is going to be given to Equatoria. Equatoria is never going to get chance. They will never let Equatoria to separate. Equatoria will be part of the land. And what is sad really is like to hold somebody hostage by force against their will. It makes no sense for you to want someone to be with you by force, when somebody doesn't want to be with you anymore. For me, I see it this way. The fact that we are different countries and different union of kingdoms who have never known each other. Everybody has been saying this. Okay, let us stop the pretense that everybody's pretending that we're one people, and this problem can be solved and stuff like that. If these people could not even begin to unite these small countries together for 17 years now, 17 years, this job is not an easy job, but also it's not very hard, and it's not very difficult. It's not undoable. It can be done. But these people fail miserably because they don't have the plan. These people, if you look at them in history, we have done this before. The last topic we have done, we looked into the into the JC, and slash, I think slash Denko or something. What is the legacy? What have they done over the years? We have looked into that, but nothing. We find nothing. All we find, the legacy that they have done, is destruction to their country and division into the union of the South Sudanese, the black South Sudanese people who are trying to come together as Africans, to be one nation, to work together, that we might be stronger and build our economy, build our country, advance our country, advance our people, give our people opportunity that they have never done before over the years, after time and time of colonization and domination and killing and marginalization. We have, this is what the meaning of us fighting for ourselves. But these people has always turned it into something else. They turned it into always a tribalism. They turned it into a minor, simple, barbaric comprehension that even doesn't even emerge into the 21st century or to any decade that people were living in it at the time or even today. So this is what is happening today. For me, I see this way. Okay, the people in Equatoria knows what they want and how they want it and how they will do it. But for me, the trouble is to me is the rest of the two region knows what they want. This is the question that is left out there. Do they really know, or did they really acknowledge, or are they really ready? Are they ready really? Are they really acquainted with the understanding that we are so different people? Because today, if you and your neighbor are totally different people, you're living in the same street, you're living in the same state or the same country, but you're totally two different people. Today, if you're sitting down with your neighbor, you ought to examine your behavior. Your behavior, how you deal with the neighbor is important. But in South Sudan, it's clearly it's something that people don't feel ashamed of what they're doing. People could expose themselves. People could just like do anything that they want, you know. So I won't take it longer from here because you know, to allow other people to talk. But I will come back in between points, but I'll leave this to the introduction, part of the introduction here of what I'm saying. But I just wanted to say that, you know, if these people fail miserably for 16 years, 17 years now, I think it's 17 years, probably, or 16 years and a half, they have failed in the past. Why do you South Sudanese still giving authority? Why do you guys still going ahead? You know, they should be resigning and back off. You want power? Back off. Go and what do you call it? Go and build your own region on your own nation. This unity clearly for me is just absolutely a joke, and will continue to be a joke, and it will continue to be a dead one that like a grave field that is always claiming people, that people always lose their life in it. I will leave it here, and I will thank you and allowing, you know, to the next. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Didi. I appreciate you. First of all, I want to welcome Brother James, Brother Fortunato, Uncle Silvio, and Uncle Alphonse, and all the others who are listening to us here in Clubhouse and also in Facebook. Yes, what you said, Didi, is actually true. And add to that, so before I give to Brother James, I think who was here, James first, yeah. What really mind-boggling is that the idea of a nation itself did not yet get to many, because up to this moment, only I will exempt Equatorial. When I say Equatorial, because we're not trying to kind of like make ourselves better, but what Equatorial did and what they were standing for is the true unity that once had the Anyanya spoke about. The Anyanya did really advocate for it, but unfortunately they were betrayed. And then now, SPLM came, SPLM created for a reason of Kokora, and of course they were avenging. They look like why Equatoria want them to go back to their territory instead of them being in Equatoria. And it's like almost Equatoria like feels like we own them something, that they had to live in our territory and then abuse us in it, which is doesn't make any sense. Why didn't they do it in Khartoum? Because in Khartoum they had all the capability to build life there, and some of them, they said Khartoum belonged to them. So the irony itself is that they will come up to silence Equatorian. Do not go for your self-determination because you have no right, and we are one people. One people on what base? If you are killing me, raping me, and murdering and chasing my people, and then even calling us Uganda, like a couple of days ago, those young Dinka youth are creating a room talking about that, you know, we died in South Sudan, so we will stay in South Sudan, in Juba in particular, like it's our home. We will not leave. Imagine. So they are forcing this. And then you hear the other side who are not radical, like those Dinka youth, is still they will say, do not separate because the separation is not good, because we are all one people and we need to unite to remove this regime. But how can I unite when you need to advocate your people to wake up and do the right thing? You know, you can't tell a wolf, and I say it again, you can't tell a wolf, like a wolf, go, you know what, let's unite with the lamb so we can actually get rid of the other wolves, because that doesn't make any point. So what I'm saying is that we need to really be careful of these tricks that they're playing, and they're very good at it. I'll be honest, they have been intoxicating Equatorians, some Equatorians, with the idea that we are one Sudanese, when in general they don't wish us good, because I don't see any good wishes. I mean, this is the one thing, and it's not hateful, my friends. We are able to talk frankly here for a fact that there is something going on, because we can talk about it. But if you don't want to start from your territory, don't come to my territory and say, let's start here. Now, even I see people are all relying on us, even up to this moment, if it's inside the regime or in the opposition, because now the opposition, they're focusing on one man. They're not giving anything. I don't know where is this. Let's talk about it, But we're talking about amnesty, right? And the amnesty that Kid is playing to delay tactics, so he can actually gain power to eliminate the rest of those opposition, and particularly his main target. And I'll be honest with you, is Cirillo. If anybody tries to deny that, they're lying to us, because Cirillo now is the number one target for one reason: he has forces. And his forces are the only one who are retaliating and replying back to what this guy's doing, even if it wasn't in the perfect manner of military tactics. But what is happening is they're standing their ground compared to the others. The others are easy to get in, out. And then even if it's in the political arena, they have the same thing: one foot in, one foot out. And how can I put my confidence in such thing? And yet they want to tell us, the Equatorian nationalists, who are more in the side of self-determination, do not exit, but let's come together to work as a team. If you are using my brother over there, who are calling for nationalism, how can I trust the idea that you're going to tell me we're going to the same way that you have been? And most of you were part of this regime. With all respect, we say this because we want the people to know what is they standing and what's our right. Equatorians, it's our time to rise up. And I'm so disappointed of those Equatorians who are selling us out, because the Equatorians, we need later to punish them by justice. But if they are good people, they need to stop collaborating with the Jing security over there, who are selling and killing, because that's the same thing they used to do during the Jalaba time, when they were actually using some of our brothers by motorcycle to go and point houses, say this is a rebel, this is from the Anyanya, and they were used to kill a lot of young men. And these things happen, and some of these people they were not prosecuted for the crime they committed against us Equatorians, and today we see another ones. So we need to punish such people, like what Cuba did, like what South Africa did, and like other countries who do not tolerate betrayal. And if you're a traitor, you better not be with us. Thank you. I'll leave it here. I'll give a chance to Mr. James, and then later we'll go back again in our point. Yeah, the topic, brother, is about amnesty. And as you know, amnesty, the game that now Salva Kiir is playing. And what is your thoughts in this matter, based on the amnesty that Salva Kiir is playing right now, using the game to negotiate and then get you in? And so they will bribe you with whatever they get until they achieve the objective. And then you see again the same people running out, or they're locked in, like what we see many of the IOs who still locked there, and only they have to escape by a smart way. But give me your opinion, my brother, and thank you for joining us. Thank you. Go ahead.
ايوه تسمعني؟
Yes.
يس
معلش اديك السؤال حقك. سوري.
Okay. You hear me? Oh, hold on.
يا كده سامعك يا.
Okay. Sorry, I have to kind of close the other mic. Yes, my question is, what's your understanding of Kiir amnesty game? The game اللعبات تبع amnesty. I don't know, I forgot in Arabic, but I'll remember it later. The way how he's using new tactic of negotiation, because right now he begin to focus on these things. Before he was kind of like abstaining, especially last time when he was rejecting Soma and say that we're not going to talk to you guys because try to create excuses. Now he's actually more into it, and then he started with Aguelec, and he started with Kid Guang. So, and you could see that this is a game. But from your understanding, what do you think he's actually trying to do? From your perspective, Where is he going to? Like, what is his exact objective, do you think, from these things? Is it the election, or is it something else to eradicate those militia by bringing them closer and then take them out? Or do you think there is another way that maybe we did not see it, and that you can go into it? Thank you. And I think the same question goes to the rest who are here to put their thoughts, but go ahead, brother. Thank you.
أول حاجة أحيي المشاهدين بتاع التلفزيون بتاع إيكواتوريا والناس اللي معانا هنا في الكلوب هاوس. أسلمكم وأقول لكم على حسب الزمن بتاعكم هناك. أنت عارف يا الأخواتك والناس اللي معانا هنا في الغرفة، الحكومة قاعد تعمله خطير جدا جدا، أنه هو يجروك لمحادثة سلام، والهدف منه أنه يدخلوك جوا. يعني حتى لو مضى معاك اتفاق سياسي على أن يكون مقبول، لكن الهدف منه أنه بس أنه يحاولوا يدخلوك جوا، والاتفاق ما يتنفذ بالطريقة أنت الدائرة. ودي طبعا تكتيك خطير جدا جدا. هم بيستخدموه أنه دارين أول حاجة معارضة، أو بقدر الإمكان يقللوا العدد بتاع الأحزاب المعارضة خارج. وده مؤشر يوريك أنه الناس ديل ما عندهم أي مسؤولية. لأنه ما معنى الحكومة معناتها أنك أنت اللي بتقدم الحلول. الناس في الخارج أو المعارضة عامة هم اللي بيجيبوا المطالب بتاعت، والتاريخ دائما بيحاسب الجهة الحاكمة، ما بتحاكم الناس المواطنين. يعني زي عشان أقرب المسافة، زي الليلة لو حصل إشكال أسري، الناس أكتر حاجة بتركز على الأبو، يعني حتى لو أنه هو ما غلطان بيركزوا عليه لأنه هو الهيد أوف ذا فاميلي. الحكومة برضو كذلك، يعني هي من واجبها أنه تحافظ على النظام في الدولة، والحاجات اللي ما ماشية كويس هم هو اللي يصلحوها. لكن حقنا ده العكس، حكومتنا ماشية العكس. فالتكتيك اللي هم ماشيين بيه ده، إذا مثلا الإخوة في المعارضة ما عملوا حسابهم، ده بيهضم حق المواطنين نفسهم. لأنه ما معنى المعارضة؟ أنت بتكون يعني معارضة معناته أنت شايل أهداف الناس، يعني المطالب بتاعت الشعب. وآخر اتفاق أنت تشوفه، يعني هم حاولوا يدخلوا بعض المجموعات جوا، وأشوفوا بعد شهر شهرين ما في أي اتفاق. فالهدف منه زي ما أنت ذكرت أستاذاتك، لأنهم داخلين لانتخابات في 2023، كل ما هم يقللوا العدد بتاع المعارضات في الخارج، كل ما أنهم وشهم حيكون مثلا أبيض قدام المجتمع. هم بيلعبوا لعبة خبيثة، يعني هدفهم ما مثلا أنهم دارين يقدموا حلول، إنه بس يدخلوك جوا، ونظرتهم للمجتمع الدولي بيكون في حال. دي لعبة خطيرة. يعني نحن قاعدين نناشد من زمان إنه نقول الحكومة القاعدة في جيوان دي ما حكومة بتاع الدولة. حكومة فعلا تستحق إنه نحن نديها شهادة فشل أو شهادة وفاة. يعني الناس ديل ما حيقدموا حاجة ولا حيقدموا إضافة للناس. كل ما هم يكونوا قاعدين في السلطة بيكونوا خصموا على مواطني شعب جنوب السودان.
ما سوري قاطعك عشان تكملوا، بس ما رأيك يا ترى يعني العمل في ناحية ده من خلال المعارضات طبعا في ناحيتك، او مثلا يعني تديني نبذه مثلا، هل هم لازم يمشوا بنفس الطريقه ولا يغيروا الطريقه اللي هم ماشيين فوقه ده؟ لانه هسه هم كلهم معتمدين على المفاوضات السياسيه اللي ما بيجيب حقه من خلال اللي احنا شفناه. والمفاوضات ده قد يعني بيقول شنو continue the war، يعني الحرب بيكونتينيو، يعني المعارك والمآسي والظلم ماشي، يعني ما في اي حلول غير بس هم اتفقوا ما اتفقوا بيطلعوا من القاعه زعلانين، وفي نفس الوقت طبعا النظام بيعمل نفسه زعلان، يلا الناس بيرجعوا، يلا الناس هنا just like normal thing، ولا لازم يغيروا التكتيك. وعشان يغيروا التكتيك ما هو بدايه الطريقه اللي هم لازم يمشوا فوقه. لو تقدر تديني من وفتك تزيد الكلام انت قاعد تقول. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا أخواتك. حقيقة هنا آتيكا بيوريك أنه المعارضات نفسها، يعني الحالة دي هل هي المطالب بتاعتها حقيقية؟ هل هي المطالب بتاعتها هم فعلا بيمثلوا الشعب؟ مع نحن كمان نكون واقعين شوية، ما نلوم برامج الحكومة نفسها. انت من تمشي تمضي اتفاق سلام بدون ما تكون مثلا شور انه حاجاتك دي بتنفذ، معناته تطلع برضو ما بتقل في حاجة عنهم هم. يلا المعارضة ما تمضي مع السلام او حزب ما يتفق معاهم، معناته على حد ما هو يعني فرصه وبتتحسب ابناء شعب المستقبل. يلا في الحته دي المفترض هم يعمل شنو؟ ده سؤال محوري. يلا انت يعني قالوا لا يلدغ المؤمن من جحر مرتين. انت لو شفت يعني في جهه قبل كده اتلدغت من نفس جحر ده، انت بيوديك تاني هناك شنو؟ يعني انت ما بتلتمس العذر بعد ده، يبقى انه الخلل فيك انت نفسه، والتاريخ ما حيرحمك يعني. لانه دي قضايا شعوب ما قضايا بتاعت افراد. ولو انه في جهات ممكن تقول ما في زول فوضني، ما في العلوم السياسيه طالما انت كونت نفسك وعملت حزب ومشيت تطالب للناس وبتكون مشكور، ذات نظرة الناس لك بتكون كويسة. لكن اتفاقك إذا بقى اتفاق مبني على حاجات نتائجها ما بتخدم المصلحة العامة للشعب، يبقى أنك أنت وهم ما في فرق أصلا. لأنه دي ما لعبة، دي حاجة أنت شايل هموم بتاعت أمة وقضايا يعني من المفترض أنه تحل حاجات ناس. يلا في حاجة هنا عشان أقرب لك الصورة. اللاعب تحت الناس دي بقت واضحة، بقت باينة جدا جدا بتاع النظام الحاكم في جوبا هناك. هو مجرد من المسؤولية أصلا، مش السياسية، المسؤولية الأخلاقية ذاته هو بيفتقدها. يعني أنت الليلة لما تتفاوض مع الناس أنت بتتفاوض مع بنو جلدتك يعني هو الناس دي هو أهلك اختلفوا معك في الرأي وعندهم مطالب محددة وأنت تتعامل معاهم بأساليب ملتوي. يلا كده ده خلاص أنت خشيت في خانة اللامسؤولية السياسية والأخلاقية في نفس الوقت. فالموضوع هو المشهد يا أخوي أتيكا بقى واضح بعد ده. الناس فتش خاناتها يعني، وشعب جنوب السودان وشعب لميح وهو اللي بيعرف، هو اللي بيحدد. وبالذات بالنسبة للإيكاتوريين مايلين يعني كده بيختلف يمكن من بقى السودان التانيين، لأنه نحن أكثر جهة عملية علميا كده أو عمليا نحن متأثرين بالنظام ده أكثر كثير، ومحتل أراضينا، بيمارس سياسة الديموغرافيك تشينج والأراضي. فنظام زي ده يعني نحن ما نرجو منه حاجة إلا يتم تماما إقامة نظام جديد، أو في حالة تعذر ده أن الناس تنفصل، لأنه الأجواء هسه الحاصلة ما تساعد أنه الناس تقعد في بلد واحدة على الله. يعني الناس ما تخاف من المسؤولية التاريخية، لأنه أنت قدمت حلول، والحلول دي ما قعدت استجابة من الطرف الحاكم. يعني الحل شنو يعني؟ ما الحل أنت يا أنك تنفصل من الجهة دي نهائيا للأعمال اللي هو يعملها تجاه بنو شعبك، أو كمان تستسلم تكون جوبة هناك تمشي تقعد. وده شيء طبعا نحن ما نتمناه أنه يحصل على الإطلاق، لأنه العمير يعني ما في خجل في الحاجات دي يا أخوي أتيكا. نحن الجهة الأكثر ظلما يعني على المستوى هناك. إذا في أي زول تاني عنده أي كلام تاني اللي يقولوا عشان الناس. ونحن لما نجي مثلا زي حسي في المنطقة ده بنجي هنا من أجل التفاكر، ما قاعد نجي هنا نكاية في زول أو ألعاب مثلا خبيثة وكده. بنتكلم عن مطالب أمة والشعب. يعني الناس دي خربوا البلد، تحقق ده شايلينه قدامك وبالقوة كمان، وبيستخدموا آليات الدولة. يعني لو كان الليلة في مواطنين عاديين يا الأخ أتيكا بيقوموا بالأعمال الإجرامية دي، كنا بنقول الإجرام ده موجود في كل قطاعات المجتمع. لكن دي آليات الدولة هي اللي بتنفذ الحاجات دي. يلا في الحالة دي كده خدها في ميزان. المطلب بتاعك بيكون كيف؟ إذا استخدمت كل أساليب العلوم السياسية ما حتلقى لها حل. حتلقى نفسك أنت مرغم ومجبور أنك تحاول تنسلخ من الجهة اللي بتمارس الحاجات دي. أتمنى أكون أنه أجبت لسؤالك وللكلام أنت قلته ده. شكرا أخاتي.
هاي جيمس، شكرا شديد. ثانك يو.
كنت سامعني؟
I think أنا سامعينك.
بيكون هو في الديفايزر الثاني.
ايوه انا باك. سوري سوري. انا بس كنت عاوز اضيف في حاجات قلته برادر جيمس and I appreciate. في الناحيه ده كمان في سؤال انا بسال، وانا بدي السؤال ده I might give it to Brother Fortunato because also we want to make sure we time and things. So I'll give like say 6 minutes to each. What I want to ask Fortunato, from what we heard from our brother James in particular, he spoke good points, and my most thing that intrigued me here is with the game of the amnesty that Salva Kiir is doing. I see the oppositions are also, it seems to be comforted, and also seems to be without any idea, because if you still go into the same thing, and he gave it a good example, if like a snake struck you on your leg or whatever, and then you still go back again and get stuck again, then you got some issues here. And that clearly shows that they don't know what they're doing, if I'm not mistaken, because if they know what they're doing, this thing would have ended quicker by just saying this regime is not fit to lead continually. And yet you see the same people who said that the regime is not going ahead, they will go and sign up. And I could see this right now with the other divided opposition side, who are now willing and ready, especially Paul Malong is very much into this idea. And I see Paul Malong is going there with a tactic. Trust me, Paul Malong is going there has a purpose, or maybe like what they have exposed him. Because the reason why Paul Malong, we all know Paul Malong exited Soma and then joined his own group, because he was exposed that he was in direct contact with the regime, and that was the reason why he exited, and also trying to act like he's opposing the other opposition by he's in disagreement with them, but in reality it was just because he was exposed, because there's no other way he can explain himself, because if he feel embarrassed. But what is happening now is for him to go in. He still tried to reclaim, and I want to warn also Equatorians not to join such men like what's his name, Paul Malong. Paul Malong is a snake. Paul Malong is a tribalist man. Paul Malong is the same man who have done damages to non-Dinka tribe. He's a man who's known notoriously for his tribalistic action against others. So Paul Malong is a dangerous man, And for any Equatorian to be naive enough to join him, I'll be saying this man, either he has no value or he's not Equatorian for real. Because you're an Equatorian, you must not join a snake. How could, like I say, how could you be any meek animal, if I give it an example, join a wild animal who always, victimize your people, killing your people. This is dangerous by itself. So when I hear some people say, yeah, there is some Equatorians join Pomo, I laugh. I was like, what is wrong with these people? Are they mentally, sane? Because Paul Malong is an enemy to Equatoria. He was there, and this is one thing I've concluded. The man was not there because he wanted to go as a revolution. I know he was having a disagreement with Salva Kiir, but when he went outside and acted like he's not going to do anything, he said he's opposing whatever happening. At the end, I think they gave him an assignment. I'm just putting this in a theory, just maybe. I'm not going to say confirm it because I can't confirm nor deny anything here. But what happened is that the man went in to go and spy and try to understand what Cirillo has, because that's exactly what they went into Soma. And he didn't do anything. He didn't even join Cirillo in any combat to fight against the regime. Instead, he didn't even use his army. He said he has army. I don't know what army he has, but they're not there to be seen in the theater of war. And then suddenly when he got exposed, then he exited from Soma and created a new Soma called Soma 2 or Soma 3. I don't know what Soma A or B or C or Z. Anyway, he created one, and he joined with Mr. Baganamum. Regardless of that, the man, Paul Molong in particular, he was there for a purpose to kind of like what they call sabotage anything that comes from Cirillo or Soma in particular. But now, my brother Fortunatus, I don't want to prolong. In your opinion, beside this game that the SPLM is using, what do you think in your mind that the game that this Salva Kiir is doing, he already have people within those oppositions who are now outside? Do you think those oppositions are well aware? And in your opinion, do you think the way how the opposition is conducting themselves right now in front of this great alligator named Salva Kiir and his other small alligators really going to continue succeeding in their game of amnesty and negotiation? And do you think the opposition have any chance? And what about Equatoria in this picture? Where Equatoria will stand and what Equatoria need to do in brief about the Equatoria? Because I want not to expose what Equatorian are planning, but just to tell us what Equatoria will be. What must she do? What Equatoria must do at that moment when it sees this crisis going on? Do we have to still kind of focus on that? There is anyone gonna stand up there and speak? Or we just have to focus on ourselves as Equatorian for self-determination? Because I know you also talk about federalism and confederation. Do you think these things will work within these games that is happening? Thank you. I know that the question is many, but try to answer whatever you can, and I will try, to accept, the answer, and maybe somebody else can add other answers in your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Odysseus, Didi, Brian, Alphonse, and McCarthy, and the rest of the listeners over there. I would like to say thank you for being patient, listeners. Everywhere we go, we listen to ideas, good or bad. The judgment will be upon you. This is the Parliament of 21st century, where we want to find the right solution for the next generation. Our all politicians, they are colliding with the new generation, a new age, a new information age. All this, that's where the confusion is coming from. So come to the topic, case amnesty games. Is case amnesty games, case amnesty games, will it get anywhere? What is behind it? Okay, let me, amnesty. I think amnesty an official pardon for people who have been convicted of political offenses. You know,
Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
pardon himself, first of all, because he's using this game as a strategy to bring in those political guys who try to correct their own problem. So that's what he sees. He tried to put this as a strategy for this. As we all know, there's no more opposition outside there. He used this game. You see, the game. We call it the game of life to him. You know, he used it to bring in those political, those opposition to get in, and then there's nothing is going to happen. They will say, let's go inside. We are going to fix it from inside. When you go over there, and as I always say, you know, you go over there and he is the one pay your bill. Somebody always hire you. You have no any right because that person is an employer. You are under him. You there's nothing you can do. He is the one who uses have the upper hand in financial sector to buy the position. Use you once you are done. They they actually put you in whatever he desire. You know, that is the problem that we have with this amnesty with the Kiir. It is good for him, but this will come down. What is behind it? What is behind it is just to buy time. You know, the guy is buying time for him to rule, for him to let the international community understand that those people they have a problem, but the problem is with him. He don't see it. He is the problem itself that we want to solve this. Why is it opposition are getting inside and they don't understand this? Okay, now we had a React. Remember what React was? It was React was not fighting. It was reactionary from 2013. The Nuer were not even rebelling. It was reactionary for what was happening. That that took React to be a rebel. But what happened when he didn't organize himself? He just he put this opposition SPLA in opposition, but he didn't think of putting the party. But because the SPLA become kind of is a party that everybody hiding behind that. Everybody behind it. When you tell them this, they will say it is a party. It's become a trouble. You know, it's an umbrella. People are over there, and they will use the tribalism. But then you ask them, they say, "Oh, it's a party. A party is not a party. It's the people. It's comprised of people. And who are these people?" Then you have to go down to find out about this. Yes, React did everything. He was almost killed. And then he took a marathon to Congo, and then again he was advised not to go without military or this. He went in. He said he wanna go inside to do the reform inside. What happened, as I said before, Kiir is an employer. He's the one who hired. One React was inside. It was so hard for him. Those militias called terrorists called Matanganyar, the one who got him, he could not do anything. Now, those people who are outside, they were frustrated because security arrangement didn't go well, and Kiir knew that from 2018, knew that if they want to implement the security arrangement, then the end of his power will be there. So that's why he had to play this game, amnesty, this game, in order for the for him to bring in the opposition one by one. Kit Kwang already in, uh, because they thought they were very powerful. They want to let Kiir implement their security arrangement. What happened? They are now inside. And who are left behind is now Soma. What is going on with Soma? That's why everyone, all the citizens in the country are now wondering, is Soma is going to represent the interests of the people in the country? Are they really understand this amnesty? You see, this is the whole issues that we have in the country. Kiir will never implement anything. He will sign the paper and is honor. Soma in the room will go. Everything will be internationally, monitored. Will be signed. Those guys will say, "Oh, we put this. We need this. We need to rotate the presidency." Yes, Kiir say yes. Let's sign here. When it comes to implementation, nothing is going to happen. The Soma will be given they will either give Thomas. They say, okay, Wani, you need to step down to be something else. Let General Thomas, become a vice president. Then once Thomas is there, the amnesty will be issued for Simon and those people who are outside. They say, you guys come in. Everything will be okay. We are dealing this situation inside. Those people who are inside will sing about peace and peace. 17 years, there's no peace. You see, this is the issues. I think we have nothing outside. Now people are now turning into another group because of Equatorial nationalists, separatists. Now they say it's another hope now for Equatorians to see this. And the issue of Equatorial separation was not just recently. 2018, the book came out from none of Equatorian researcher. It was somebody else. He was asking Equatorial from all three regions, what is the system? The Equatorian from the ground, from Kenya, Congo, and Uganda, and on the ground, they said it was in Edward Shaw. Edward did this. He put that over there. He said, Equatorial region of South Sudan may opt to sit in the country. There were solutions too, unless federal system of governance be implemented. Federation, because we need to define exactly. Federation had to be there. Otherwise, if there is no federalism or federation, Equatorial will opt out. This was 2018, not today. But can you hear right now from what is the voices of people on the ground? And these people from NGOs, they have the NGOs who are on the ground, they are not full. They went to the all corner of the Equatorians to ask the people on the ground, what do you see? Do you think you can stay with the Dinka? They say, no, we'll never stay with the Dinka who are killing our people. People, they never access to our social media. That is what is going on in the country. And this country, if Kiir is going to stay there, we have 3 years to repeat 20 years of Kiir reigning in power with the chaos. And this country is going to be breaking into pieces. And then there were other things that's going on in the international forum. There is something going on behind. They said they want to put South Sudan under AU, guided by the United Nations. Or we put back to Sudan. But North Sudanese said, no, we don't want Dinka because the mentality is not good. It will be worse. Either they're gonna be breaking up the people part of the northern, the district will be cut. They have to accept their condition. They have to cut their district to the Darfur, to have to divide according to their own wish. But they said Equatorial, because it's a different. We as Equatorial region, they say it's a different. They can go because we have no any problem. The only issue that we have in the country is the system, the security, And you are to know that Turabi was saying right. He didn't say just by saying, but those people who are in North Sudan, they understand exactly their neighbors. You know, we are currently living together in this kind of country that we don't have the rule of law system. That's why the cows are moving everywhere. When you say something, the cattle keeper will kill you. And Equatorians on the ground, they have nothing to hope. The hope is outside, Equatorians who are outside. And you guys are the voice of the people over there. And in order to do this, we have to have the right system in the country in order to preserve the South Sudan, 3 regions. We have to go to 3 regions. Then from there, the people of the country will decide. Referendum will be upon the people to decide themselves. Thank you very much. I appreciate for this. And if I have something later, I'll add later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Fortunato. We'll give a chance to Brother McCartney in a few. Yeah, what you said is true. There is a lot of things here, but the worst thing about it, on these issues of Equatoria, and you're right, absolutely right. We Equatorians are now the main target, and I'll be honest with you, we even main target by the opposition, the same as we are target by the regime. For one reason, of course, the capital, and plus, Equatoria was and is capable to be a safer zone. Even if up to this moment, if we say Equatoria is unsafe for the Equatorian, but it's safer for the non-Equatorians, because most of them, they can come back and live there compared to Equatorians, because Equatorians now, they are targeted by the regime in particular to be eradicated and chased away. And so we're calling it as it is. It's a genocide. And what is genocide? I will later define it. Genocide is not only expel only on people just getting killed. It's also the marginalization of people, the displacement of them, like what happened to Armenia. If you go back to during the beginning of 20th century, the Ottoman Turk waged war on the Armenian, and it caused millions, of course, to die, but it was a genocide. It took years for the United States to admit it because of pressure from Turkey, not acknowledging the massacre or the genocide on the Armenian. And when we say this is the same thing today. We have some countries, especially in IGAD nations, they don't want to acknowledge that. But we, the people of Equatoria, will push it forward, to say that there is genocidal attacks on Equatorian and others who are non-Dinka. But Equatoria in particular, right now as we speak, the genocide is going on in central Equatoria, eastern Equatoria, western Equatoria. And mostly is because of the minerals or the resources that's now been found as a way for the regime to gain illegal weapon through Uganda in particular, and other neighbors who are actually helping. Even we question some of the neighbors that once used to be a place where our people can run to and find safety. And you know what I'm talking about when it comes to the conflict. Now they are the people who once even supported Khartoum, and then later now they are supporting South Sudan just because the regime is messed up. So I won't go far. I will give a chance to Brother McCartney, I think, because McCartney want to say something. He has time for work, but then after that, I'll go to Uncle Silvio, Mr. Silvio, to also put his thoughts and input on the amnesty game that is being played by Salva Kiir. What is your understanding and what's your thoughts on it based on that? Of course, what we're talking here is trying to kind of like put an awareness to our Equatorian people to be careful, to let this game of negotiation to stop, because the more there is negotiation ways to deal with this illegitimate regime, we are actually giving more power to the regime. And last time I asked this in one of the forums, but I'll talk about it later. But I want to give a chance to Mr. McCartney. Please, Mr. McCartney, go ahead. And thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Fanatuna or Fanapo, what?
Brother James, Alphonse, and Simon, and the wise audience who are down there listening carefully and marking us whether we are going to go wrong or whether we are going to go right. Yeah, the judge down there. And the topic is well written. Kiir's Amnesty games. Will it get anywhere? What behind it? Of course, these Amnesty games will not get anywhere. And the most important thing that behind this amnesty, Kiir himself knows what his government has done in South Sudan. Negotiating peace in a good faith that can tie him down to what he has done, and mean that all the wounds is going to account for when the peace is negotiated in a very good faith, and everything is set, especially when the accountability is going to take place. He don't want that to happen. So he need to use another techniques of the amnesty game of winning the international community and the masses of South Sudanese around the globe, saying that this government is a good government. Now we give pardons to those who commit crimes, and now we are letting them in the countries, and of course the country is stable. There's no more wars because those who are fighting, now we brought them in. You see, so that no one, those who are already in, have no legitimate power or any other power to question Kiir because they already tied them down. You are there for your own and God for us all. That's the techniques he's using, and also he want to allow, he want to trap. You see our peoples there, because mostly when you don't have the agenda, when you say that you're rebelling against Kiir and you don't want those regimes and you don't want framework agenda that can work for you, that means that Kiir can cite that opportunity to give you amnesty and return you in the country, and that you will not have any direction at all, and then he block you. You see, that's what he has done. He has done with the many people, and this, you'll be marginalized to their limit, and many of them were there. If you see, okay, it's really here. If you see most of the colleagues most of the people who went inside to South Sudan, so what are they doing now? Is it that amnesty working? It's not working for them. Even they're crying more because as soon as you go there, they take your passport. The one thing they do, they take your passport out. They will say, we are protecting you. We are keeping your passport safe. If you're given an amnesty, then you're in the country. What is the reason of taking my passport, actually? See? It means that his agenda is in place to override the opposition agenda without the project direction. What do they want to do itself? What do they want to do to bring change in the country? They don't have that project in minds. And that become easy for Salva Kiir to use the amnesty and continue to using it. And now he said to those of Kitgwang that I've given you pardons, amnesty. You come and you'll be safe. And there's a bit of money and you come from the country. And the reason behind this, he want to divide them. Divide you from your troops. and you will not have any command of your troops. And as soon as you abandon your troops, and there's no any support and the supply, and then people will desert. And people will desert. They'll come one by one to join Kiir government, because you'll be frustrated with psychological problems, because there's no needs and pressure from anywhere. And then you say all of us need to go to the down there, and then you will be tired, and then they will reduce you to a civilian levels that no one will respect you at all, and then you will be vulnerable itself in Juba. When you die of the sickness, and then say that the sickness does it. That is the many targets of Kiir behind the Amnesty game. It is to use that tactics, because his fear accountability. He want no one to question him. He want to show the world that the political system in Sudan is stable, and people choose to return, and government has good faith to pardon people. You see, that is a technique. And then when you go to international community, you will say, but I have pardoned this one. I pardoned this one. They're in Juba now. They will say, all the opposition, they're in Juba now, including those who are killed in Juba now. Who else is still outside? You see? And then he will convince the opposition. Then he also will convince the IGAD and say, IGAD, you're saying that there's a war, all the opposition are inside, who are outside fighting. You see? And then they will use the name of they say those are the bandage, or the remnants. They will call remnants, and terrorists terrorizing people on the highways. When they just put your name there saying that those are the remnants terrorizing people on the highway, disturbing people peace, and then all the internal community will gang against you. You see, he just used those techniques because he's not dumb. He hired all those international entity experts, give the money to coach him to say use this. That's why he succeed, but not the amnesty they use in Colombia. You see, if you read the peace building or the amnesty they give in Colombia, is different from the one they give. Kiir is tricking people now. You see, and that will make the suffering of the people in the country will continue to suffer, and people who are not supporting government will be neglected, like Equatorial, they will be neglected. That means that they will suffer beyond regulations, because there will not be services, and there will be a lot of intimidations, and they will be marginalized to the level that you will have you will have food with no salt, because that's the level they will reduce you to that, because you people, you are against us, and now we are in control. You will have no voice. And even like in Nuer area, even they will not respond with the services, you see, and they will leave you there, you see. And even if you're in UNIMES, they will never question about it. See, they will never question about it. They say, let them stay the country in the peace. It's their own problems. See, it's their own problems. And that is true, because we respond for wrong amnesty, you see, because also we have no any political directions in our own movements, you see. We don't have all those things in place. If you have agenda, of course, no one going to convince you. You got your agenda, you got that cards. Otherwise, you'll be a joker in a cards that everyone will play with you. You see, that's what the thing I need to comment. If anyone have a question, I'm here to talk about it.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Thank you, Brother McCartney, for that input. Really, it is a disturbing thing. What you said is true. Those guys are going to use them as joker if they don't have anything to stand for, and that's why the way how I feel Mr. Kiir gained his game of amnesty is because he see people are willing so easy to join negotiation table, then make a change that they actually calling it out there that this regime is unfit. I remember during the time when the IO came up, a lot of people were optimistic, blindly forgetting that Riek Machar is not a new person. Riek Machar is the same person who have defected so many times during when he was in the old time. But regardless of that, that's a past tense, but yet it's also a record. You know, in the West here, they say they will look at your records and wonder if you're a person who's fit for the job. The man was a vice president, of course. You know, the wind of situation made him become an opposition leader again during the new South Sudan as a nation. But in reality, this man deceived and used Equatorian, and we can never forgive him for that. When I say we can never forgive him, that doesn't mean that we're going to revenge and do what the Dinka community have committed to Nuer. No, what we're saying, we held Riek Machar responsible for using Equatorians in a conflict that it has nothing to do with Equatorians. First of all, this conflict could have been solved if he was really a wise politician, but unfortunately he did not use his wisdom. Instead, he used his reaction, like earlier Brother Fortunato had mentioned. The man mobilized his community, his tribe, and waged war of attrition against the SPLM, in particular, focusing on revenge. And I understand this is something happened that everybody, if even out of reaction, but as a leader, he has the responsibility to restrain the situation and focus on eliminating the regime. But he did not. He failed. And then he used Equatorians in the game, in the process, to promise them that we will go to federalism, and he will demand federalism so it can be the way the nation could go forward. But when he went to the table of negotiation, what did he do? The first time he ignored Equatorians. He said, oh, we can't do it. Again, the second time, now the power sharing also there. So they used us. And from that, we're supposed to learn a lesson. What are we dealing with? And now we have new faces of new oppositions. And we also see, we are witnessing, not seeing, we are witnessing right now faces. And let's be honest with ourselves. Some of these oppositions, they have been speaking something else before and now speaking something else. And also they have been doing things that I, as an Equatorian nationalist who call for separation, I cannot put my whole confidence on them that they are going to do the right thing. And if you are still doing the same behavior of Riek Machar by negotiating, well, good luck. Go negotiate in the table until kingdom come. But I will tell you this, you will never get anywhere, But I will tell you one thing, as an Equatorian nationalist, we are focused on our land, our people, and our sovereignty. And now we have gained a support of some people who are actually understand the meaning of separation, self-determination. And we have all the legitimate right, if it's in history, if it's in the culture, we are there. Right now, we don't want to be held hostage again for 16 years of failure and the so-called South Sudan dream. Because if South Sudan cannot come together within the known regions from start, and then they want to come and force Equatoria to be part of this chaos, we cannot go forward in that. Because I cannot let my family be victimized by these things. Today, our lands are grabbed. Even the grave of our ancestors have been desecrated. I don't know if anybody doesn't feel that. I don't know what else you have to feel, Yeah, and we're not saying here out of hate, So you have a question, Miss Sister? I think there is a lady. Hold on, sir. Yes. Yeah. Just a second. There was a question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
The amnesty Kiir giving to everyone by the definition that anyone who convicted as a criminal will be given amnesty. Kiir want to turn everyone as a people who commit crime and they become criminals. Then when you come to the country, you got that red tape on your back as a criminals, and you have been given pardons. See that you have that label on your back already. See, you want to make everyone be like a criminals and then give them pardons. and becoming the country, you have a voice. That is very important. That's the reason for he don't want to look himself as a person who is responsible for the crime committed against humanity in the country. He needs also to make others to take that responsibility. That's why he used that amnesty. So he said, oh, I've forgiven them. They have committed a crime against the people, but let them come. You see? They put that line fast, but people ignorant doesn't read that. Thank
Thank you, brother McCartney. Let me go back to Mr. Silvio, but before that, there is Sister Vicky Cano, if I'm not mistaken. If you have any question, please write the question to us here in Facebook, and we will reply you back. Because I didn't know what your question was. You said something, and I could not hear your question. So if you have any question, just write the question. Unfortunately, I am not able to call in Messenger, Sister Vicky, but if you can be able, because I'm using a different device, that's why I will not be able to. But if you have any question, write it to me. It'll be great so I can answer what the question you're asking on the matter of those amnesties. So at the moment, I will give, and I'll try to find a way if possible. But at the moment, I want to give a chance to Mr. Barijin or Mr. Silvio. Mr. Silvio, of course, the question is clear. Kiir's amnesty game, will it get anywhere, or what is behind it? And of course, there's many questions on that matter on the side of, what are they based upon, those, amnesty. And don't forget, like, also, amnesty without any accountability for the people who have been, thousands of them have been murdered. So I feel like those guys, they can wear a uniform and call themselves general and kill many, and they come back home. Okay. And then the same thing goes to Salva Kiir, who is also committing crime against humanity. I would say the others are defending in their own way. But looking at Salva Kiir committed so many crimes, genocidal crime, is starting from Juba, starting to other territories within Equatoria and Upper Nile areas. And he is still continue to be the man who give, or he permit the amnesty to others. Isn't that an irony? So please elaborate, Mr. Silvio, and thank you for joining us. And you're welcome. Thank you.
أول فأول خلينا نشكركم كلكم في صودا، وأنا بشكر Greater Equatorian Nation عشان جاب لنا هذا التوبيك اليوم نحن بنناقش فيه. يعني خلينا نبدأ بجواب إلى السؤال اللي أنت سألته أو الناس قدموه في صودا. العفو العام، خلينا نقول العفو العام. يعني أنت لما تستخدم، ده ناس منو بيستخدم كلمة بتاع عفو العام، ولا منو و200. ده حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان هو اللي بيستخدموا العفو العامة لمتمردين اللي بيتمردوا للحكومة. وهذا العفو العامة إذا نحن السودانيين بيتكلموا هنا، نحن السودانيين في بعض مننا عنده خبرة في كلمة بتاع عفو العامة ده. من وين الخبرة؟ من الخبرة بتجي من الحكومة، وكنا في السودان واحد، لأنه حصل في التمردات وكنا في السودان قبل ما ننفصل من السودان. كان الحكام في الشمال بيستخدموا كلمة بتاع عفو العامة عشان يصعب الناس المتمردين أو معارضة الضد السياسة بتاع حكومة في داخل البلد. هنا ليه التمرد ذاته؟ ليه التمرد في جنوب السودان؟ فاتوا 8 سنة من توقيع اتفاقية السلام. ليه الجنوبيين مشى في التمرد؟ الجنوبيين مشى في التمرد لأنه سيطرة بتاع حركة شعبية والجيش الشعبي قبل اتفاقية السلام في 2005. سيطر هذا الحركة كان حركة تحت قبيلة الدينغا في غابة. هذه القبيلة سيطر على حركة شعبية، ومضوا الاتفاقية السلام الشامل في 2005 وفشلوا دولة جنوب السودان. بداية بتفشل في دولة جنوب السودان في 2005 لأنه الحركة كما أنظروا إنه يأسس هذه الدولة في فترة الانتقالية 6 سنة وحدة جزار، بل رجعوا للفساد، رجع للقبلية نفسه الحيمنة في قبيلة الدينغا للحركة ده وصلونا لحد 2011 أثناء دمن الاستفتاء. دكري ودى جنوب السودان في الحرب بعد 8 سنة من عمر بتاع توقيع اتفاقية السلام الشامل، بعد 21 نداء الجنوبيين. كل جنوبيين قاموا يمشي في استفتاء عشان يطلعوا جنوب برا مشكلة بتاع إنه في التمييز العنصري، التمييز الديني تفرق في السودان. جنوبين كله وقف في الصف عشان يطلعوا دولة برا. بعد 2 سنين من الطلوع الدولة، الحركة الشعبية بقيادة دينغا دخلوا جنوب السودان في الحرب لحد يوم الليلة. جنوبين سعروا بالظلم نفس الظروف اللي كان موجودة في الشمال. نحن عايشين في الشمال من 56. جنوبين شعروا بنفس الأسلوب. الكان عرب مرسوا للجنوبين، ناس بدأ يتمردوا، الحركة الشعبية بدأت تقسم في التمرد. طلع فيه IO، طلع فيه ناس منو، كله يتمردوا. ما فيه جنرال توماس سيريل موجود اليوم في غابة. ديل الأفوى العامة الحكومة بيستخدم هنا ليه؟ عشان يشوفوا بالمحادثات السلام زي اللي حصل في بدل من المعارضة، مشى معاه في الاتفاقية، وبعد الاتفاقية بيعملوا العفو العامة عشان الناس يجي جوا عشان يقنع المجتمع الدولي، المجتمع الإقليمي، وصعب بتاع جنوب السودان على أساس هو رجل السلام. كذب، كل أكاذيب سياسية اللي بيستخدموه. ده الحكومات الديكتاتورية في العالم، وده الحكومات الفاشلة في العالم مثل حكومة في جنوب السودان. هذا هو العفو العامة بيستخدموه بالنسبة للحكومة الموجودة في جنوب السودان. وين الاستفاضة بتاعه؟ يعني مثلا هو حيستفيد شنو من العفو العامة ولا محادثات السلام وهو ما بينفذوا؟ بيستفيد شنو؟ ده الشراء الوقت عشان يمددوا هو في الحكومة، بيستمر بنفس الأسلوب اللي بيتمرد، بيمشي هناك بيكذب عليه يمدى السلام، وجزء منه يعملوا عفو العامة وتجي كلكم جوا. اللي بيكزنوا مثل رياض مشا كزنوا جوا بس وينتظروا تاني. نفسه ده صراع الوقت وده وقت. ده نفس الاسلوب الحكومه بتاع الشمال قاعد من 56 لحد ما جنوب السودان طلع في 2011. صراع الوقت. نحن جنوبيين لو نحن فعلا دايرين نغير الحكومه ده، خلينا نتذكر طول الوقت سنين اللي احنا 66 سنه نحن قعدنا مع الشمال بنفس الدستور الانتقالي منتظرين انه يغيروا وتمروا زياده ولا العفو العامه ولا المحادثات ابو جوان ابو جدو كله صراع الوقت وتأتيل وقتل بتاع المعارضه داخليا. ده بيمارسوا ده النتائج بتاع العفو العامه والاتفاقيات غير منفذه. دي الحقيقيه للمعارضه. ده العفو العامه هنا نحن بنتكلم فيه. اليوم لو نحن نخط العفو العامه اليوم ده شنو؟ جابوا المتمردين بتاع أقولي والحكومه بتتكلم عن اللغه بتاع انه هي دار يمشي في الانتخابات. لازم يصوب بعد من الابناء في جنوب السودان عشان يقابل ان الحكومه ده ماشيه في اتجاه الصحيح، يقنعوا انه هيجي انتخابات وده اللي هيجيب معهم ويرمي لهم وياخذوا الشرعيه القانونيه الدستوريه بحكم في جنوب السودان. لانه الرئيس ده رئيس البكر ده قاعد في كرسي بتاع رئاسه ده من 2011 بعد استفتاء بعد اعلان انفصال بتاع جنوب السودان. رئيس قاعد غير قانوني غير دستوري في دوله بتاع جنوب السودان. كل تعيينات كل العقودات التجاريه كل ده كل الحكام هو بعينه كرئيس غير شرعي. كل اللي بيحصل في جنوب السودان غير شرعيه لانه الرئيس غير شرعي بيعين. هنا الحكومه بيلعب دور اليوم دار يمجدوا نفسه في الانتخابات، نفس الحاجه نفس الفكره اللي اغنى الجنوبيين انه يمسك في استفتاء مباشره بعد استفتاء قالوا انتم معنا نحن حررناكم نحن جبنا الدوله بنفس الاسلوب. خلى الجنوبيين قاعدين يتفرجوا وماشي في نفس الاتجاه. هيحققوا انتخابات بعد انتخابات انت دار تتمرد. نحن عندنا الشرعيه. وانا دايما باكد لكم انتم الجنوبيين انه ما فيش ملائكه هيجي من السماء هيقول للحكومه ده انه ما تعمل انتخابات، ولا ملائكه هيجي انه لما الحكومه يعلن انه اليوم انا فزت في انتخابات بنسبه 51% النصاب القانوني، هيجي ملائكه يقول انه والله الانتخابات بتاعك ما نزيهه انت زورت الانتخابات. ما في حاجه ده في الدنيا. حكومه هيعمل وده سيناريو اللي هسه هو ماشي فيه. ما انا اقول يمكن يلفوا لحد انتخابات يجي الاغلب وشنو وبعد الناس المدون سيارات ومدين القروشات ودون عفو العامه هينتظر هذه الانتخابات يجي الحكومه ده حكومه يجي في سريه في الدوله القانونيه. قد انتوا المعارضه والجنوبي خليه يقولوا ما يدري ضمنوا سريه القانونيه والدستوريه بمعنى الانتخابات. ما دل الشكل اسمه المعارضه قد يعمل في العالم بيعملوا انتخابات حتى لو 10 نفر سجلوا في كسوفات في الانتخابات السبعه منه جدل بينام والثلاثه منه لا خلاص هو عنده سريه الدستوريه يحكم البلد. وين نحن هنا يعني مثلا الاخوه في معارضه زي سوما حالة سوما هيقع في نفس الخطر بتاع العفو العامه وعدم تطبيق تطبيق الاتفاقيات. ده السؤال اللي بتمشي للمعارضه مثل سوما. هل هم وانا بيقول انه بالنسبه لسوما وناشونال سالفيشن فرونت جوا هنا نعم في قاده هنا في ناس هنا سياسيين في ناس هنا ملم بالسياسه في السودان قبل انفصال في جنوب السودان. اكيد انه هم بيدركوا تماما انه انه ما في زول هيقبصوا بالحكومه اللي جايه هسه، لانه اللي بيعملها حكومه في جنوب السودان حاليا تبقى الاصلي لحكومه السودان. يبقى انت كجنوبي ما فيش جديد فيك عشان انت بتقول انه ده جديد عشان يقشوا. قرن استفاد من الانينيا 1 بالاتفاقيه بتاع انينيا 1. جابوا الاتفاقيه انينيا 1 والجيش بتاع انينيا 1 وزعوه في المزارع 3 شهور قفلوا المزارع وكل زول ماشي البيت. قرن استفاد في ده. لما جاء اتفاقيه السلام الشامل قرن قال للعرب انه ما فيش اي عسكري في حدود جنوب السودان. يبقى الاخوه الموجوده في الصومال اكيد حيستفيدوا من اتفاقيه بتاع 72 واتفاقيه بتاع 55 القرن عمل. بالنسبه لنا نحن جريد ايكوتوريا عشان نخلي فرصه للناس. بالنسبه لنا نحن جريد ايكوتوريا. شوف ايكو نحن ابناء جريد ايكوتوريا سفراتيس. نحن ما بيمشي عشان نسهل عشان نسعله هذا عشان نطالبوا اي زول بحق التقارير بتاع جريد ايكوتوريا. ده قضيه نحن ابناء جريد ايكوتوريا نمسكها ونحله، بنعرف نحله كيف. لانه ما بنسال زول، ناس بيقولوا انه والله انتوا هتمشي تسال فلان ولا انتوا هتمشي في نيغوشيشن مع فلان. نحن العفو العامه ما عندنا، ما بنفهم كلمه بتاع عفو العامه، لانه كلمه بتاع عفو العامه ده فهمناها من بدري، ده كلمه بتاع غش، ده كلمه بتاع شراء الزمن، ده كلمه بتاع ده يقتل المشروع والموضوع بتاعكم الرئيسيه انتم مطالبين فيه. نحن ما بنتقسى بالعفو العامه، نحن ابناء تجريد ايكواتوريا، نحن نمشي ورا سفرنسو بتاعنا حتى نلقاه، حتى نحققه. جريد ايكواتوريا لو ما في السلام، جنوب السودان ما عنده سلام لو الله كتبه. عندنا نقول لكم نحن دوله في جريد ايكواتوريا، لو انفصلنا من جريد ايكواتوريا ده انتهاء في الدوله في جنوب السودان. كلي جنوبي يعرف كلام ده بس. يبقى هنا حاجه انا اقدر نذكركم عشان نخلي فرصه للاخوه جنوبيين. انتم دايرين حقيقه دينغاوي ده الفشلوا حركه شعبيه، دينغاوي ده القطوا جنوب السودان اليوم في الحرب بعد 17 سنه زائد 10 سنه السلام، 21 سنه زائد 16 سنه، ده كانوا 50 سنه. دينغاوي ده فصلوا جنوب، قسم جنوب السودان في اثنين في 83. نفس الدينغاوي هيقسم جنوب السودان فوق القريب ده، نفس الدينغاوي. اذا انتوا الجنوبيين ما فتحتوا عين، حجر فيه بينقذ جنوب السودان 63 قبيله. لو داير يتاكدوا انه جنوب السودان ده هيكون في سلام، 63 قبيله يقوم يكتوا اقوم ده الاصل قاعد يكرف جنوب السودان يكتوا في كنبه. خلينا نشكل حكومه، خلينا نشوف مطالب الجنوبيين. شكرا.
Shoot. Siruni, sorry about that. Just trying to open it. Hello. Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Didi. Sorry. Go ahead. Say your word.
Yeah, I think there's a mess up on my internet here too.
Oh, yeah. I would say thank you, Uncle Silvio or Mr. Silvio, for your great input. I appreciate that. في سؤالات تكلمت في كلمات قلت مهم جدا، فأنا ممكن أخليه ليتا أو بعدين، خاصة في النوع بتاع المعارضات السياسية. I will give a chance to Mr. Alphonse, and just my question هنا. Well, I'll wait for it because I don't want to go far because we have many people who want to give them a chance. So, Mr. Alphonse, again, thank you for joining us. Greetings to you. It's a great honor to see you back. The question, of course, is about Kiir Amnesty Games. Will it get anywhere? What is behind it? Then there is something here we have noticed. Most of our panelists have spoken, and as Equatorians, of course, we stand in our ground. Equatorian nationalists, we are for self-determination. There is no any compromise or any negotiation on that matter, because we already have decided as people that we are had enough. We are fed up. We can't be part of it, and we don't need to be part of it. It's better off to reclaim our own destiny the way we see it fit. Because what we notice is that the country is going in the wrong direction. And if you say it's politics, I think you've done injustice, because politics is not even closer to what we are seeing in this country. Politics is just elevated the real tribal tension that was created, unfortunately, by the Dinka tribe when they created the organization of SPLM. And then going forward to create tribalism, even during the time when the movement of SPLM was in the ground fighting before we gain our independence as South Sudanese, SPLM have caused many tribal tension among the South Sudanese. And this is something historical facts, And yet we see people still give praise to SPLM. I don't know why. They say SPLM lost vision because Salva Kiir. And every time I hear this, it just burns me down. It's like, what is wrong with people? Like, why are they trying to give praise to something that is already from its start is a rotten fruit? If you have an onion, you farmed an onion, you planted the ground, do you think you're going to be apple? Of course, it's not going to be apple. It's going to be straightforward onion. So what that onion or that rotten onion came out, it came out to destroy the country. It came up to, you know, infill the country with a stinkiness. I'm sorry to say it, with something that is not even acceptable. And for us, Equatorian, we don't want to be, involved in this. Nor we want to find ourselves losing in this, because now, the more we get ourselves with these issues that we are not part of it, we are losing our ground. And I don't know what the federalism can bring. But Mr. Alphonse, I just want to know from your side and understanding this idea of amnesty from Kiir. Do you think there's any other way that, beside what the other gentlemen have said, that this amnesty has other perspective far from the election and more about to eliminate the oppositions, or to feel like they want to dominate the country by force, so they have to get those enemies closer? Like, have examples, say, get your enemy close, and get your friend close and your enemy closer, right? So if those are the enemies, to get them closer and to eradicate them, is that the way how he's doing it, by giving them amnesty? And then suddenly, because he did that before to Riyak, remember, 2015, and then it didn't take long, he started attacking Riyak. Even Riyak had to escape to Congo, and at that time even he gave amnesty to Riyak. So I don't know what's your perspective on that, and please go ahead. Thank you. You got your 6 minutes. Thank you so much, and go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you one more time to give me time.
So this is Nadidi. Yeah, first of, amnesty is given to criminal, like one of our speakers, early speakers, articulated it. Amnesty is given to a criminal, and also given to someone who surrender unconditional. So Salva Kiir is using amnesty actually because the current opposition, especially IO, actually is the brainchild of nothing in the first place. Like people put it earlier, that IO, like Brother Fortunato put it rightly, IO actually came out of because of the December 13 massacre of Nuer in Juba. Were not that massacre in Juba, December 13, we wouldn't have something called IO right now. That means, that's why in IO itself, because it is an organization that doesn't have any agenda, any political objective or ideology, exactly like the way SPLM was formed. SPLM actually was formed because out of Kokora. That's it, period. That's nothing. Maybe the December 13 Sharia law was just become like, an excuse to blackmail South Sudanese, that actually they midnight because of the December Sharia law. But actually, it was actually as a revenge or protest against Kokora, period. The same thing. That's what exactly IO came out to. Now, what made IO actually now become notorious for these amnesties? Because within IO itself, I was one of them.
I used to be a Secretary General here of Texas chapter. Within IO itself, there were a lot of competing ideas. So every group come with its own interests, you know, and then just give it to to Riek Machar. This is our agenda. We want to achieve it through you, through IO. Like for example, Equatorial group. We used to have that called Equatorial block. Okay, Equatorial block under IO. We know that our leader used to be Alfred Ladugara, General Alfred Ladugara, and a lot of our Equatorian brothers who were with him at the time, the Bush generals. Some of them now defected back to regime, to Salva Kiir, and then some of them they come back with Riek Machar, Juba. That's why, in this case, like even Nuer themselves, because Nuer are like 4 nations or 4 sections, they don't agree. Now we saw it in the case of first defection of General Tabandeng, with his group. Now, after that, we saw Nuer generals start coming back one by one, and then this issue of amnesty started coming at that time. Salva Kiir started using it widely, you know, because they were coming surrendering individually. When they get pissed off by Riek Machar, or they come back. Okay, now let me be clear here, brother Odysseus, because you mentioned a lot of stuff about Soma, and you ask questions, wondering if Soma will do the same. Okay, let me answer this one. Even though I'm not speaking on behalf of NAS, because but I'm a member of NAS and a supporter of NAS, and I believe in objective and goals of NAS. NAS within the Soma. Now, Soma is actually a group of different parties. Most of them are civilian. Actually, they don't have any. They're just like a party, you know. But the only movement that within the Soma that has soldiers on the boot on the ground is NAS. So, like the Rome negotiations. First of all, let me say there's nothing wrong with negotiations. No matter what, even Equatorial separatists, you guys, your group, if we manage to do that, still you're gonna sign papers. You're gonna have some kind of negotiations with whichever government at that time, you know, because unless you really overwhelm, you know, you occupied, you know, the system completely, you know, like Equatorial completely with a point of gun, you know, that's maybe something different. Oh, here, let me go forward. Like here, NAS will never, ever, never. NAS is negotiating because, first of all, because NAS is observing the cessation of hostilities, which was everybody signing, because NAS doesn't want to be like to be looked as an troublemaker and something like that. Because if NAS wanted to surrender, Thomas Rue would have surrendered in Khartoum at the time, but he refused. And then he told the international community at the time that I would rather, or let the government, or you rather surrender me to the government to be butchered than signing this speech. Okay, that's something that's very clear. That's what distinguishes us from the other group. You know, maybe because sometimes if you are an opposition without any boots on the ground, and I don't know what's the difference, what makes you different with any other party that's within the country. Maybe for how long actually, you know, you're gonna be sitting even just opposing outside, and how? There's gonna be one way, one time, just you're gonna surrender, you're gonna go and sign peace, you know. But if you have a strong military like NAS has, no, NAS can negotiate until because now say they have the root cause that Riek Machar used to cry day and night, and he never achieved it. Thomas Jeroen and Nas leadership, they want to make sure all those root causes of the problems that cause actually mayhem in South Sudan, including the land issues, okay, got to be resolved forever, once and all. Then maybe at the time, Nas will sign genuine peace, lasting peace, but not just this kind of peace that like when people are tired, running out of anything, and then you just cannot see, okay, let me just try, go, and then maybe I would get some position. Who would imagine this guy, Bakasoro, would surrender just that way? We know how the journey that Bakasoro went through before even he escaped, come here to the United States, and then now back. We all know this, all right? Here, this is very clear. The title here is exactly Salva Kiir actually, because he got everything. And him actually, because these people, the other group, especially IOs, I'm talking about IOs, whether it is Agbalek or all these Kidguam or all these, all used to be IO. But now there's fractured become IOs, many IOs, okay? But they're coming back again because most of them, like Agbalek, they already say that they, I think they achieved what they were fighting for, land of Shuluk or something like that. See, because they had very, very narrow within IO, narrow objective. That's it, the land. If that issue is resolved, they will just go. They will leave Riek Machar even at that time, before Riek Machar surrendered himself. Right? Now, amnesty, I repeat, amnesty is given to a person who is a criminal or a weak person, somebody who surrender unconditionally, then somebody who is in power or in the state of power will be said, okay, I will give you, I'm not going to prosecute you, I'm going to give you amnesty, all right? No prosecution, and then you are free, but with conditions. That's why actually you are just a weak person, no more, you are done, because even you're given amnesty, that means, okay, take whether if you was an army general, take out your uniform, throw it to the bins, to the dustbin or garbage, and then wear your civilian, and then come, what do you want? You want a position? Okay, let's see if you deserve it. That's it. All right. So I have a I had an experience with, within the IO when I was an IO all those years until Riek Machar surrendered. Actually, why IO is broke up? Because of this, because he surrendered unconditionally. And he was given amnesty. Then we said, what the heck is that? Why you even accept amnesty? What do you have done? What do you have done to be given amnesty? That's actually what the genesis of acts SPLA corrupts. SPLA IO collapse. All right? Because of this narrow, because now we came to know that Riek Machar, he did nothing, he didn't have anything. Because he was actually, he fled for his life. And then he, regrouped himself over there. And then we all know that the first time he was coming to revenge, the early days, when they were close to Mangala and all this stuff, they were coming for revenge, to kill Dinka as much as they can. And then if Riek Machar can take over overthrow Salva Kiir, that would be another thing. Okay, so
let me, brother, Mr. Alphonse, may I stop you for a second? Because you have put some points here, and I wanted to kind of understand, but I will come to you if it's possible, because your time is up. But I wanted to come back to you again. Thank you. Stay with us. We will have some point. I have also Mr. Simon. Yeah, stay with us. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Thank you for joining us. I know you have something to say, because I see you definitely something interesting that got you in Tariq, and it's good that I would love to hear from your side. Kiir amnesty game And of course, our brother, Mr. Alphonse, have mentioned, because earlier we were looking at Soma. And when we talk about Soma, we talk about all the oppositions, regardless. It's not only particularly focusing on Soma, but other also opposition, because we have seen recently Kit Gwang and Agwelek have already joined the peace treaty. And what happened in the same time, now they have been given amnesty, according to Salva Kiir, giving amnesty based on the same tactic. And I appreciate Mr. Silva explaining this thing is not new. This is something that the Arab North, or the Arab remnants who've been from the North, who did that before to South Sudanese to kind of silence the revolution that was coming out against the tyranny of the regime of Khartoum. But from your understanding, as I don't know if you're a spokesman, but I don't think you're a spokesman, but you're a member. Just in your opinion, observation of what's going on, do you believe you guys focus is going to also focus on that idea that negotiation is a must, and there is no other way but this negotiation? And don't you see this negotiation might cripple your movement as a voice who fight hard to eradicate the regime? Because I understand we all agree that this regime must go. This one thing, as an Equatorian nationalist who call for separation, we are all in agreement that this regime is not fit to lead this country. But in our process, or our way of dealing with it, is completely different. You guys are calling for unity, and also calling to sit down and negotiate. Is there any other way for that? And is this amnesty given to you? Will you guys take it as a way for you to bring an end to a conflict, or that's just going to be something that you will see is another tactic that Salva Kiir is using against you, like what he used to others who are already been trapped inside South Sudan? So please go ahead. You got your 6 minutes, and I will give you addition. And if there's any question, I will ask. If any one of us want to ask, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Justice and Sister Didi, and all the rest of the speakers, and all those the listeners down there. In the first place, Zolal Der Amnesty or Kiir Binofs, because he's the criminal, where Zolal in need of to be forgiven or to be because where Zolal commit crime. We ourselves, we are fighting for the people of South Sudan, and there's no way Alobi Gulobi with the amnesty. I will let me say this. I will take you guys a little bit back. When we talk about Kitgwang, or we talk about Nasi Agwelek and all that, you need to put in your mind. Yeah, Alphonse, can you mute yourself? Okay, thank you. So you let me take you just a little bit back. When the war broke out in 2013, Riak himself and all those of Simon Karawichigol and all that, they were part of the SPLM-IO when he declared himself SPLM-IO. And this guy, Johnson Olin, was somebody that was sent actually to go and fight with the forces of Riak, but he switched side to IO. Now, Louis Tumainu, when those of Pagana Moom and the G10 was arrested, those people were tried in the court of South Sudan, and they were found to not guilty, even though they were tried for the treason to be executed because Gulumonamuluku against the government of South Sudan. But when they were found not guilty, they were released, and then the Kenyan president took them to Kenya. And still out of that, Kiir say he give them amnesty. Yeah, Jama, amnesty tasunu. And these people were free by your own court that they are not guilty. So, amnesty tasunu tapodile nazdel. So Kiir have wrong way of saying the things. Maybe was that marfu. What does it mean by amnesty? That what making my 5? Okay. Deaja Alana Bigolo. Now, Yani Riek Machar, when we look at the group, the Ayo Kulu General, Yani, when they first started to fight back after the war broke out, and then they went and they formed themselves and they start retaliating fi Badamin Bor, Mas Malakal, Mas fi Nasi Manatik Tanwerdel. After the war, what they called for was to go for the peace talk in Addis Ababa. When they went for the peace talk, they did not ask for any root causes of the wars that wala sunuzat jimushkalade mafi. Instead, Riek Machar was asking for power sharing and asking for the sharing of the wealth and all that, which is completely different from what people were fighting for. As Senkida, he was rewarded with the vice president, and then he went in. He went in, and again for 2016, that's when the dogfight broke out in J1, where he was all okay. And after that, finally, he was taken for treatment. Akiru Obiga ended up where? Ended up in South Africa, where he was locked up there for a long time. And then at the end, he was released and he came. And then at the end, he also put himself back in the hand of his enemy. For some of the other group like Ajere Nasi Sowa, where those of Bongosoro and the rest, they went in. And in Kiir opposition, most of the opposition, what they want is just they want the power. If you broke away from the government because of you are fired from your position, actually you will fight for the power just to be reinstated back. And that's what happened to most of them. They just want to be reinstated. Even Mulunga one. You guys can see the first time when he was released from chief of his staff, Mulung took all the government vehicles and the weapons and all that. He was going to Abargazal. And then he was stopped I think Yorol or somewhere in Yorol. That's where he was stopped. And then they discussed until he was brought back to Juba. So he was not made because of anything, but just because his position was taken away. And that's what made Mulunga one actually to defect as opposition, because his position was taken away. But if the position is given back to him, I don't think Malung will have any issue. And what make Malung not to be in Juba today is just because of our Kolkor. Malung don't want a Kolkor. Wo der Malta a Kolkor de? Ya wo der Kelisi Lubara wo di mahal de lo. And Kiir cannot give him that. That's the only problem. But some of the people, like when you look at people like General Thomas, when General Thomas was leaving from Juba, and Yen Metio said this a few days ago, he did not even take the pistol. Mercedes Bito was Sibunak. Mafi ai aja bita okuma aluo silu ramo. Everything he left there. He resigned and he left. So Isola resigned, Ligo can give start Maya to position Bito. Those kind of people, they are not there because of the power. O kalama aligibeli tu mkele mgulu making back the ramulugulu keli James Wanize ukutu ajere fogo. They already tried that, but Jorotoma refused because it's not about the vice president. He wants the root causes of the war to be found out, and he wants the federal system to be implemented in the country. What their freedom le Junubin Kulu. That's his fight. For some of the people in Soma, they are not fighting for the position, but they are fighting for the freedom of the people of South Sudan. And that's why it will take a long time for them actually to go in. In order for them to go in, every single demand that they put forward have to be met. And if those demands are not met, they should not expect that Jamade Begdero, Saranda Deze Bagnas Tanin al Saranda Lomon. So in order for Soma to go in, all the requirements have to be met. And one of the problems, when recently they start attacking our positions and we respond to them, and when they find it was really difficult, they lose a lot of people, or Asa Fi Kam Nasal Augan, all that. The only problem is for them to call for Ajere for Rome. Asa now they call that they need the Ajere Jamade Kili Umora for Rome. And Bra negotiate the Kalamta peace. So we are not giving up, but we want all the demand of the people of South Sudan to be met. And if those demands are not met, or the really genuine peace is signed, we are not going to go in. So the Ajal Besana Der Warikum, Yani Taban, we are different than the other oppositions. And the only way I'll be to government because minitum, Luinta Kumajere muscle. If you don't have muscle, this Kiir movement, government will never be scared of you. So the rest of the other oppositions, because they don't have muscles, it's easy for them to trick it to be to.
May I ask you something? Sorry to interrupt you, if it's okay. Thank you. My question to you here, just when you said if you only have muscle, you can. If you have a muscle, I hope you hear me, guys. Yeah.
Oh, just knocked out. Yeah, please get it. I'll watch it.
Okay, no problem. My apologies. Yes, people wasn't. But my question, or actually my concern here, what Brother Simon mentioned on that, it's all good and dandy what I hear, but there is some things that very need to be kind of like understood from us, especially Equatorian.
Let me, I'll be right back. I'll just.
Okay, then I will hold that question later then. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Then let me welcome Mr. CJ. Mr. CJ, thank you for joining us, and Mr. Charles. This thing about Amnesty that is Salva Kiir is doing, it's actually ridiculous. I don't know what's your thoughts and opinion on that. And you've heard everyone speaking here earlier, and I appreciate what they have said and they pointed, and I would like to ask later, but I want you to give your thoughts. And do you think Kiir Amnesty Games will get anywhere, and what is behind it? To me, I feel like these people, not feeling, but assessing the move that he's doing is very serious move. The man right now, he is, remember, he's in sanction. They have a weapon embargo. The weapon embargo is actually hurting the regime. And also plus the long, things, I think that I won't say the long waiting of not committing themselves to election, because the international community have asked them, when are you going to do the election? Even in the first agreements, there was a talk about the election, the second one also. And now this one, they're waiting for 2023. And these people are committed to that. And sometimes we laugh, it's like, how could you make an election 2023 when there's no people there? But according to what they are looking at, because the international community also, we kind of need to pressure the international community. I would say this from my opinion. My side, that international community need to understand that South Sudan wasn't founded by SPLM. It was founded by the people of South Sudan. SPLM just hijacked it. And when they are trying to give the SPLM the whole mandate that they will continue to decide when and how their illegitimacy to be in power. They are giving them so much power right now. Plus, I see the failure also in the side of opposition, because opposition are not standing strong enough to demand the removal. Instead, that's why I asked the question, why are they still holding on this idea of negotiation? Because negotiation, to me, it seems like a surrender. I don't know what's your opinion, but that's my opinion. I know I'm a little bit diverting, but it's the same topic, because the amnesty that Kiir is giving it to the people who will surrender by negotiating, by submitting an agreement and say, yes, I will go to the negotiating table. And then, yes, they might delay, because they know that so much is hard right now on them, that they are not going to give up on what they demand. But this regime is now have been here for a while. This regime is playing delay tactic. Like last time when they went to Rome and they sat down. They didn't get anything. I mean, only thing they did is just wasted time. And then suddenly they went back to their tactic. And if you look at them, they even told the world that we tried. We work hard to make the election going on. So they want to control the other side of Riek, because I feel like that time Riek was the most feared thing for them. So when they made sure that they control Riek 100%, then they start looking forward to the next. And now Aguelec is now seems, or the Kidguang are now seem to be given this agreement for the sake of we're going to deal with whatever you want, we're going to answer you. But I wonder if they're going to answer. And like earlier, there's someone analyzed it perfectly, said that this is just a delay tactic to play with these guys so they can get them in. And this is the same thing happened in Khartoum. They did that with a lot of these oppositions or these rebels. So they begin to use it on them. And I just wonder, why are we not today, those oppositions, not learning from the same mistakes of Khartoum when South Sudanese are making it? Today they're doing it again, but this time under the SPLM. Well, SPLM is actually completely incapable to run the country, nor even capable to provide what they say they're going to provide. Like, for example, security wise, they cannot do it. The soldiers that they said they're going to assist when they put them in contingent, they're not there. So I wonder, these games of amnesty and negotiation, what do you think in your idea is heading to? And do you think this is actually helping? Who's winning in this game? Do you think Salva Kiir is winning, or those opposition who are actually think they know, but they don't know what they're getting into? So I don't know. What's your thoughts in this? Go ahead, sir. Thank you. Can you unmute yourself? Mr. CJ, are you there? Hello, Mr. CJ. Are you there? You're not muted, and unmuted yourself. You didn't unmute yourself. All right, I don't see he's up there. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Charles, are you there? General Charles Tehili, are you there? Hello? You guys hear me?
Yes, I do, but I think we do. Yeah.
Yes, sir. انت في غابة هناك قاعد تشكل ولا شنو؟ Because I know أنا قلت أنت خلاص دخلت في غابات تجوبة هناك قاعد خلاص you're getting Salva Kiir soon. We'll say, okay, now the president is here. All right, welcome. Yes, we are good. Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead. What's your thoughts in this Kiir amnesty game? And you heard what I was asking, but do you have any idea how this thing's going to go? And do you agree with what your colleagues or your, Aguelec and Kid Guang, the process they did? Do you think it's actually a wise move for submitting to that idea of negotiation, or do you think it's actually a bad move?
I just thank you, Etim. Thank you,
Here, for the citizens of the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatorian. I greet our comrade Didi, James, Fortunato, and all the rest are here, CJ, and UATK, and of course the unionists, like Alphonse and Baraji, I don't know where he's belonging, and all those who are listening here in this room. Again, this is General Charles Pilson, the leader of the SPLI, or Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice. We are separatists, of course. We have one agenda, to have the independence of a Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. To answer the question, Kiir amnesty games, will it get anywhere? What is it behind it? Of course, amnesty is given to people who committed crimes, according to the definition. And amnesty is also given, forgiven by the president of that country. For example, in America, under Article 2, I think, talk about the president has the right to forgive any person who offended the Americans, right? In American Constitution. Anyway, you know what is in American Constitution. The issue of amnesty, when it comes to our neighboring country, South Sudan, or the colonial South Sudan, amnesty in these terms is when they forgive you and then they lure you in to come to Juba, and then you become a prisoner still. You are not free. The amnesty is not working. Any amnesty of Salva Kiir is not working. Riek is still in jail, and any leaders who are in Juba, they cannot move out freely. So where is the amnesty? The access is not implemented. So coming to Kitgwang agreement that was signed on the 16th, and now the advanced team is going back to, going to Juba. The amnesty will not work. What they wanted is, what they want is to make Olon and Garwi to come to Juba, and then they lock them up. And that's it, the end of the story. The regime of Salva Kiir, the Dinka regime in Juba, murder law amnesty. It needs a total removal, a total overhaul, a total destruction, a total elimination of these criminals who cause division among the 90 tribes. And I can also sometimes, pity with some of our separatists falling in the name of 64. If Equatorial alone have 56 plus tribe, Fertig have 26 tribe, and others, why are you still thinking about 64 tribe? If you don't know the tribe in South Sudan, you better not mention the number of the tribe. Talk about what is your objective. This is very important. And for us as a separatist, let's focus on our idea of separation. Why we want the separation. We need to deal on it. We don't want to go to the affairs of other people. Why don't we capitalize on the liberation of Equatoria? Then we're going to waste time on argument on other people. Objective. If we want to create alliances, we create alliances so that we work together and to avoid attacking one another. So this amnesty, it will depend. If you surrender your objective, you will go to Juba, you can be given amnesty. If you want to be some of us like a Guatemala, will end up just dying in diaspora fighting, or maybe dying near South Sudan or near Equatoria, fighting for independence of Equatoria. We will have obstacles. You will have obstacles in the liberation of Equatoria. It is not an easy task, but it is a commitment. It is a dedication. It is a vision. It is the aspiration. It is the suffering of our people that give you the energy to fight for independence and the freedom of the people of Equatoria, or for the establishment of 3 regional blocks. With the idea that all the Dinka go back to their non-Equatorians in general must go where they come from. We want to rule ourselves. We want to lead ourselves. We want to use our economic resources for our own development, for the development of institutions in the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Yes, Etika, you and me and other leaders may not see the vision, including those of Didi. We may not see the fruit of our liberation, but our voices, our words, our photos, our writings will not be forgotten. We are more better than Anyanya 1. You know, those leaders, they never left any voices, but they left some words that the generation at their time were able to keep for us. And we'll continue with this championing of these aspirations. We participate in the SPLA. I participate in the SPLA Mayo, now in the liberation of Equatoria. We have all different stories. We have all difficulties and challenges during those liberation time, but we have also the merits and the advantages that we have achieved during this liberation. As we are going with a new, delicate and more sensitive liberation, you know, we will face the same challenges as other leaders faces. But our determination will overcome this. Our community, our commitment, our unity as separatists will help us to achieve the objective. If we don't take the policy of divide and rule among ourselves as separatists, then we will not be falling in the footsteps of those leaders who are now in Juba. So that is very important. The Dinka policy, if you listen, that's why sometimes I encourage you guys, when you see there's a Dinka room, you can listen. Why you guys you run away from this? Listen to it so that you are able to know that. Look, they are saying, oh, we're going to be a majority in Equatoria. We are not going to go anywhere. Really? So that's a declaration of war already. We're going to rule you. We're going to be the majority. And we are not going anywhere. Okay, they are not going anywhere. Where will our children go? Is Uganda our country? Is Congo our country? Is Kenya our country? Is Ethiopia our country? Is Sudan our country? No. So we have to sacrifice to engage the Dinka in Equatorial land in all ways. Be it politically, be it military, be it any way. We have to engage them. And it is only God of Equatoria that will make the Dinka leave Equatoria for Equatorians. This struggle is not an easy road, but with the achievement, the future is bright, is brighter than the useless and useful country called South Sudan. That is run by the Dinka Council of Elders and the Dinka Council of Youth and the Salva Kiir regime. That use other citizens, other tribe members from different tribes to misuse them and use them to achieve the Dinka interest. So it is the other tribe, the 90 plus or 91 or 90 or 89 tribes to fight so that, you know, to neutralize the Dinka ideology of occupation, the Dinka ideology of divide and rule, the Dinka ideology of militarization of Equatoria and occupation of Equatoria. The Dinka ideology of exploiting the resources of Equatorians for their own interests. We must all stand for this. We must all stand for this. And we must stand firm and united, and we'll defeat them. We'll defeat them. They cannot debate with us. They will never debate with us. They have no points. We are telling them to move peacefully, but they're arrogant. They don't want to move peacefully. Agot and Miracle, can you stop texting me? If you want to come, just up here. Come and talk. Just bring me up.
Actually, they did raise he did raise his hand. Mr. Miracle, if you want to come up, you're welcome. We're not worried. We're not going to offend you. You want to put your point, put there, but we going to answer you according to what you have spoken. But we're not here to kind of like insult or make you feel uncomfortable. But we always know what we stand for. We Equatorian nationalists who call for separation. Very simple. And then there is 4288. I don't know. He raised his hand. So anyone who want to raise their hand and just want to say something, they want to contradict what we're saying, go ahead. We know what we stand for, and we're actually very confident of ourselves.
I sent him invitation, but he declined.
Well, yeah, that's the way they do. It's okay.
He can accept to come, maybe.
Yeah, anytime. We're not worried about that. And God, of course, Mr. God is always in the battlefield.
God will come. I think he's coming.
Yeah, God is not shy, and you're welcome.
Yeah, he's very much into debate. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Charles.
What is a terrorist? What is a terrorist?
He say the same thing to us, but I know exactly what he means. But let's hear from him, and we can counter him.
Miracle is at work. Miracle said he's at work. That's why he excused
No problem. No problem.
So thank you, Miracle. That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Charles. Continue your point. You got your 5 minutes. Go ahead. Sorry, the network is issues with Mr. Charles.
What is Matanganyor? What is a person who supported the government that slaughter people, play citizens? That man, this what has no end to kill, but kill self-accurate. Sometimes I like to his because nowadays even the Dinka are attacking him. But still, so welcome, Federal Democratic of Equatoria now. Equatoria go green. Yeah, what you need to call
your internet, Charles. Charles,
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah, and a guide and Zobita justice. I'm ready to prosecute whoever is violating the rule of law. This is going to take place very soon as possible. And Muslimly Udaso, Muslimly Oktidi.
Why you don't prosecute Salva-Kiir? Criminals.
And Muslimly Stars Joseph Puneto Alphonse Alzoro Shell Guriang Machar Jarabo, and Muslimly CJ. Mr. Charles Tahili, the General of McDonald's, and Al Uncle, Selbelado, the Barajin, whatever the name is. I greet all the people in the audience. We are genuine. Let me go to the topic of Dasu. Kiir Amnesty.
I'm not a Junubi. I'm from Equatoria, please.
ما مشكلة
Give me green.
I'll go to the topic. Kiir Amnesty.
I'm not a Junubi.
ما مشكلة أخوي. Until then, Kiir Amnesty. Say President Salva Kiir Amnesty games will it get anywhere?
Hold on. Mr. God, sorry to interrupt you. Let me stop you there because I have a question for you. Good, you came up. Because you're a diehard, Salva Kiir supporter. You're almost like the Taliban of South Sudan, based on the mullah that you worship so much, Salva Kiir with his hat. If you replace it with a turban, it will be like the same thing like the mullah with his beards. So you guys look alike in Afghanistan, from what I know. But anyway, just to get to the point, I know that'll be offensive to you, but to us it's actually funny because the guy have to. Yeah. Oh, good. I like that. I like the democratic spirit you have, because it can for you, but to go to get to prosecute us. So Lamazoli Gul, Salva Kiir with the group of Jesma Zeta. I know. Can Salva Kiir can be the Lord Jesma Zeta? Bush. Remember Bush when he was in Iraq? Some Iraqi threw us shoes on his face, but he dodged it. Imagine lo na manao kida. They makan e down be tabure je kan be musica come on. Lakin ma fi juba mayana za kullu gadi muharrar kullu rabatom tahet. So أنا ده نسألك بأمنستي تعمق Salva Kiir. You seems to support him. Do you think that amnesty has any sinister thing behind it, or do you think that the Salva Kiir is a good guy? I know I hear you all the time praising him. He's a good man. I don't know what is he good about. And hold on. I'm gonna put the question and then you can answer. You feel free to answer. You got your 6 minutes to answer. But what I want to ask in this point is that Salva Kiir giving amnesty to many right now, in particular this time. Before, he was more about arguing those opposition not to, he's not going to negotiate with them. Just let them come to the RSS and join. If they don't, they can go to hell. That's what he's saying. Now he's beginning to go with the amnesty, with a new tactic of negotiation. Even now, he's opening door to negotiate with Soma. I don't know which one is the Soma 1, Soma 2. I think Soma 2 will be Paul Malone. Soma 1 is the original one, which is the one who did not defect yet to separate. And of course, we know, and I want to know from your side, Paul Malone, did he like separate from the Soma for his purpose of he was caught because he was in a dialogue communication with Salva Kiir, or is he just like he was not happy with what's going on because he's trying to make a story? But I know for a fact the man was caught because there was evidence of him communicating with Salva Kiir before even Soma went to a negotiation. And do you think those negotiations will give those people amnesty? And if this amnesty happened, is there no any trap on these so-called amnesty of Salva Kiir? And don't you think Salva Kiir need amnesty too because he committed crime against humanity within the country itself? Thank you. Go ahead.
That's so. أنا من ضمن الناس I disagree with a lot of things في الحكومة ده. Amnesty I don't support amnesty because you cannot forgive مجرمين ناس قتلوا الناس. You cannot even appease. That's why I disagree with amnesty. I disagree with appeasement. I disagree with rewarding people who have committed, crime against the people of the Republic of South Sudan. What is happening in South Sudan is just only buying time, and also, for the peace of September 12, 2018 to be achieved. Until then, is all the banana and the good diamond. The investigation.
Who's buying the time, sir? Who's buying the time? Is it Salva Kiir, or you mean the oppositions?
The investigation will take place after the election of 2013, convened. Because why I'm saying this, Ajama, let us try to be very correct. ممكن نخلي الناس يشغلوا الشعب وقتلوا الشعب نخلوهم يكونوا غنيانين نخلوهم to increase their clan, to increase their tribe, to and to have more support and also to reach themselves to become the establishment of tomorrow. This actually will be one of the crimes that we have committed against ourselves. So that's why I got a good diamond, and I was a challenge also. The challenge is highly. And the game they don't like me because I disagree with unity with Gabalia, because unity of Gabalia will never achieve anything. The same thing, the unity of clan, the unity of sectarians. These actually are a threat to the stability of Sudan. So, أنا عشان نشيل الحكومة ده برا بطرق ديمقراطية عشان نقدر نخش في التحقيق من 2015 لأن في ناس يا جماعة أخذوا قروش كتير والناس اللي أخذوا قروش ماشي يصيروا بيوت في دول الجوار والناس دول يزوي نسوان كتير ويصير أبقار ويصيروا بيوت شعر هذا الناس والحرب بتاع 2013 ده that's war. It was a war that was known. الحرب ده كان معروف جاي والناس اللي كانوا موصولين إذا هم فعلا عارفين بأن الحرب ده كان جاي ليه سكتوا؟ الناس اللي كانوا في وظائف الكبير وغير في عسكرية ولا في مناصب سياسية ومناصب التجارة ولا بتاع الاستخبارات ولا بتاع الأمن ما يمكن أنا spying network. الناس دول عارفين تماما بأن the war of 2013 was imminent لكن سكتوا. الناس دول we cannot allow them to die before we can put them to court because إنه خلينا الناس دول إذا معنا we are doing nothing. So that's why أنا قاعد نقول دائما يا جماعة فعلا كجنوبين ارتكبنا جرائم against ourselves. No one can deny that. At the same time, don't forget We fought a war with Islamic radicalism fundamentalists. We fought with these people for more than 50 plus years. والحركة السيادة بتاع السودان زمان يعني القبلية زرعوا قبلية لأن عارفين تماما يوم من الأيام الجنوبيين دول بتفصلوا. إذا انفصلوا عارفين إن هنا جنوب السودان we have the resources. لأنه كنت انفصلنا we took with us 75% of the resources of موارد السودان كله شلناه. At the same time عارفين بأن أننا مسيحيين يعني 60% في جنوب السودان مسيحيين 40% مسيحيين. More than 50 plus, 58 plus are enemies. You know, mind them being. So الناس دول بعدين ربنا ادانا uranium ادانا coltan كل ربنا خلق لنا ده اذا اننا بقينا stable وبدينا انفسنا بالتعليم لان اكثر امثال اللي عملها الحركه الشعبيه if they would have supported التعليم education as a mandatory لكل طفل جنوبي فقير وغنيان ويكون القبليه في المحكمه القبليه to make it a crime انا متاكد جنوب كان ماشي لقدام لكن طبعا
May I interject with you, brother? Just a minute. Thank you. You talk about Gabalia and all this money, and you said amnesty is not given to criminals if it's in your side. But don't you think Salva Kiir is similar? He committed the same. If you talk about these others are criminal, what about Salva Kiir, who is still holding this office of leadership? Hold on, office of leadership from what? After John Garang death up to this time, he's still a leader of the SPLM, and then he became a leader of South Sudan. What 2011? You know, so he made 10 years plus add that 5 years extra that he was in there. I mean, just come on, brother. Don't you think he, because in his this is his administration, he's the one who hold the power, even appoint people and fire people. He's the same guy who said he went the uniform and said I fired on Riek Machar. He tried to make a coup and he did not even deny the massacre of the Nuer. Instead, he just ignored it. He act like it's not. It's actually those people are army when all these people were civilians. So you talk about amnesty. You're trying to denounce these people who are actually. And then the money, especially the money. Okay, I will ask you this just to give you a chance so you can talk. The money that you talk about, right? Just a minute. The money that you're talking about, who's holding the corruption? Salva Kiir is the one who's playing with the mines in Equatoria, Great Equatoria in general, and he's playing also with the oil. He's making illegitimate contract with many nations. My friend, you talk about the man, the head of the snake is Salva Kiir himself. So why are you talking to me? Okay. So you condemn Salva Kiir on all his crimes, so he must be prosecuted.
عشان نقدر نجيب زول في المحكمة we need to remove the government first. After we remove the government ونعمل تحقيق من 2005 ل 2013. Who was the president? Who was Salva Kiir? Who was the vice president? Riek Machar? Who was the second vice president? Waniga? Who was the chief of staff? Who was وزير الداخلية وزير الخارجية بتاع الأمني بتاع spying?
How can we remove these people though?
ما خلينا نتكلم يا 2042 but this is what happened عشان نحن نشيل الناس دول برا and then بعد ما نعمل تحقيق أنا متأكد Salva Kiir will also face investigation.
No election.
ما يا فنيتو أنت راس بتاعك ما كويس يا brother ما
يا جماعة خليه يتكلم أنا قاطع بس أنا سألت السؤال وهنا go ahead brother go.
يتحكم بافكار بتاع فيديل كاسترو او افكار بتاع جوزيف ستالين. انت الجنوبيين دول تروح تسمع كلام. المشكله جنوب السودان is very simple case. المجرمين البسيط دول we supposed to round them up and then we put them in court ونعمل لهم commercial court martial and then we execute them بصغيره or by little injection because they are only minority. Those are creating problem. لكن جاي من وين المشاكل كله؟ جاي من قبلية. So that's why I've been calling for قبيلة to be criminalized. قبلية must be criminalized. The clan must be criminalized. Sectarianism must be, because these three elements are the threat of South Sudan. إذا نشيلهم برا you will deny people, individuals, or group who want to rise up the power using Gabalia. Al Gabalia, you know, Kabir. Lakin, how can we solve this? You cannot solve it when you make a show that Buga Denga is control the government, Noel is control the government, Shuluk, Wanyok, Wanamarif. You are not different. Isn't Manafi Mr. Balen? Now this show is recorded. One day, my brothers and sisters, you will not escape justice in my, in my time. If you get the government first, you get me. If I get the Flakum Awal, Wallah Lazim, I swear to God, most of you here will never escape justice, and I will punish you through the fullness of the rule of law. And I'm a Baramak, because I know very well Abdul Numshil Nara Jahanna, Manumshil Limarkud Allah. No one went to heaven and came back. No one went to Malkud Allah.
دقيقة
أنا خلص يا أمي
لا بس دقيقة بس سؤال يا سيد أول يا مولانا أنت هتوصل كيف في سلطة عشان تيجي تحكي منظم ده واحد نمرة اثنين الانتخابات اللي أنت بتقوله دقيقة بس انتخابات اللي أنت بتقوله ما عندك دستور دائما اللي بتعمل به انتخابات ده الجيش كله بوليس وجيش وميليشيا كله قبلي من قبيلة بتاعك معقول الانتخابات بتيجي قبيلة واحد
good question ما أنت عارفين يا عمي يا uncle سيلفي لادو you yourself أنت أكبر قبلي تعال ما أنت لسه أكبر قبلي ده إذا معناه it's difficult for you to ask me a question like that أنا when إذا دقزوك حكومة موجودة حركة شعبية ده أمر خطأ كبير حركة شعبية he made one of the grave mistakes. Why I'm saying this because جنوب الدولة ده سلف كير مع حكومته كله مضطر كان ينادي الشعب الجنوبي ويتكلم مع الشعب الجنوبي يقول يا الشعب الجنوبي إنهم طلعوا جنوب السودان لكن كان عمل أخطاء في حركة شعبية طالما إنهم بقينا الجنوبيين إذا كان إذا إننا ظلمناكم ولا أنتوا ظلمتونا we have to forgive ourselves. Number two, الشلل ده from a liberation struggle into a transition of a new country, is not the same as when you're fighting the war in the ground. Because now you become a civil administration. You want to rule people using a manner of of justice. Justice and with our rule of law, maybe dollars. Because at the calamity, federalism, your federalism cannot work in South Sudan because you need to prioritize education first. You educate individuals to a farmer. After you educate them, then you introduce federalism into Rabat. So the people will vote. After they vote, you will hire at least 50,000 to educate Genovese, for Jamat, for Mahat, for high school, for middle school, so to understand what is man and federalism. And then you will institute it to guide it using Ranun and Kun quiz. Now, how do a good going to come to power? It will be up to the people of South Sudan because I want the unity of Genovese. I don't want unity of Denga, or unity of Tanuer, or of Tanyuak. Shangada, as a Genovese, they kicked me out and they insulted me because I said that I cannot unite with Jeng because Jeng is Gabila. I only will unite with Genovese. So let's try to call unity of Genovese regardless of what happened to our people. Because he just tried to work around. We came back from 50 years of war. 50 years of war. You want to invade and took over Africa. We only in Sudan. So uncle Bataida, Al Ganunda, Butada Interabada, Shield of Rasa, Bashir, the man can Batagan Interabat, Budus, Buddhist, Interdes the man to call Bashir, Burmik will be. So
we got 1 minute and a half. Please, people, don't interrupt him. Let him finish his point. 1 minute and a half, brother. God, please, guys, interrupt him. Let's just let him finish. Thank you. Go ahead.
September 12, 2018. 2018, it was a part of revitalization of 2015, which became a J1, dogfight, where we lost 419 gigabits. So now we have Salam el-Ifriqi, September 12, 2018, because Salam el-Ifriqi is into Africa, Tumun, Benin, Africa, if you're Pan-Africanism. And then you rejected Salam el-Ifriqi. To go to Ifriqi, with as democracy, with as isn't mana the music of Mali mental slavery fit on you. So if you that doesn't fit on you, let's support Salam until September 12, 2018. either this election will be, will be difficult or not, but we will elect governors, MPs of the state and to the national level using criteria of elimination of Madiankin. And that is will put us into the right direction and also put us criminalize Gabalia. Izul Gabali, we have to ensure that 2 to 3 million to be incarcerated. To be incarcerated. And that's where we're going to build South Sudan into the way we are looking for. We want a nation where we'll have to prosper. We want to build South Sudan to fit us. South Sudan where there will be no discrimination, no stereotype. ده ما زول كبير ولا زول صغير ما في قبيلة. إننا جنوبيين وهكذا. وشكرا جزيلا يا أستاذ.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Agot. Even though I disagree with you, but I respect you stand on what you believe in. Again, Mr. Agot, well, what you're saying is an irony itself, but I won't go far. I think I will let others to respond to you. Again, my brothers and sisters, yes. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna finish soon. Yes. But I'll give you a chance, 2 minutes, then I grant you the 2 minutes. Just to remind you guys, when we are discussing this topic, let everybody finish his point so he can put his time, and then from there we go with the next person. So we have Mr. 4288, I think. 4288, and then we have Mr. Jacob. So Mr. Barijin or Uncle Silvio, please go ahead. You got your 2 minutes, and thank you. Yes.
أقوات إنه بيتكلم عن الانتخابات يا أقوات الحكومة أنتوا ماسكينه ناس دينجا دي ماسكين الحكومة ده واحد. نمرة 2 البوليس عندكم جيش عندكم ده نمرة 2. نمرة 3 يا أقوات ما في دستور رئيس بتاعك ده غير قانوني من 2011 ده الرئيس غير قانوني وتقدر تسجل إنه رئيس الدكتاتوري يعمل انتخابات. يعني انت عاوزه يفوزوا زي عمر البشير فازوا في الانتخابات اللي هو قاعد يعملوا في السودان ده. ثانيا يا عقود انت بتقول انه الفيدرال سيستم الناس اللي بيطالبوا الحمد لله انا في تسفرتيس انت حتطلع من جريد ايكواتوريا بتطلع من جريد ايكواتوريا لو انت داير ولا ما داير. الناس اللي انت بتقول انه هم بتاع الفيدرال سيستم ده داير يدرسوه داير يدخلوه في فصول عشان يتعلم الفيدرال سيستم ده شيلوا الجماعه بتاعهم شيلوا البقره في جريد ايكواتوريا شيلوا الدنجه في جريد ايكواتوريا ودي في بحر غزال امشي علموه الفيدرال سيستم. شكرا يا جماعه.
Alrighty. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Silvio, even though you finished less than that, but I appreciate. Let me go ahead and give a chance to Mr. 4288. 4288, before I want to remind you, the topic is about Mr. Kiir Amnesty Games. Will it get anywhere? Of course, you heard from Agot his defense on that side, and he's condemning people who are tribalist. I agree with him on one thing. Yes, I don't like tribalists either. I see tribalists as enemies to anything process. I won't say that. To me, I won't even look at them as enemies only if they are waging war, like what happened with respectfully the Dinka community waging war on Ware and others in Equatoria, calling that, even they naming Equatorian as Dor, Manjur, and other names they have called our people. And then they begin to kill and rape our people within our territory. This is a factual things, my friend, Mr. Agot, and you know that they are killing people in the name of Dinka. It's almost like when we look at the, right now, excuse me to say, if anybody who's Muslim here, respectfully, but when Muslims are committing crimes against humanity by killing others who are non-Muslim, calling that they're waging jihad, and yet some Muslims will say, no, not all Muslims. So then the other Muslims have to prove to the world. But regardless to that, it is not about religion that we're fighting, but it become more primitive to the tribal. Like, nobody chooses what tribe they belong to. We agree on that. And when we are in our territories, we inherit these territories from our ancestors. But if you don't have a territory and you want to come and invade my territory, for the sake of just trying to mingle yourself with me forcibly, then there is a problem here. I want to continue the legacy of my ancestors because we are the product of our ancestors. You cannot come and force yourself to my people by force, and you cannot take my land and say, no, I have the right because I died here. Because even this is ridiculous when I hear some of your intellectual Dinkas say that, many Dinka died in this area, so we will live here. You like it or not, this is our land because our people died there. I mean, I served the US military, and I could tell you, Americans have fought and died in many countries, in Vietnam, in Korea, in Germany, in Japan, in China, and many countries, even in Africa. Why they don't call those countries belong to them? Because they understand that you send your soldiers to fight, those are just, casualty of war in a way. But it has nothing to do with anything with your land, because your land is inherited by your ancestors. They are the founders of that land. Like America today will defend this country by blood and truth. If you want to say it, they will not let nobody come in and take it away from them. Even though they invaded it from the native. But I'm just saying that any country would defend their land because it's their honor. So we Equatorian also are defending our land. We don't want any, nomadic migrants coming in and take our land by force because they just felt like they own the government and they want to think like, oh, they are the one who fought because they just got the uniform. You guys forgot that there's other people joined you in this war with North, Nuba Mountain, even the people from other countries in North Sudan, and then Equatorians also. But now Equatorians are being disrespected by saying, oh, you guys did not fight. Just because Equatorians leaders failed us does not mean that Equatorian people don't know what is right for them. So we are rising up as people of Equatoria. I don't want to go far, but later you can respond. I'll give a chance to Mr. 4288, and thank you for joining us. Anyway, the topic is, of course, the amnesty. So please go ahead, and then after that, Mr. Jacob.
Thank you, brother. I just want to say one thing, man. Like God, what he said we should go to election. Okay, let's go to election. Do you know half of the whole Upper Nile is not in the region? Do you know the whole Equatoria? Half we're not in Equatoria. So when you talk about go to election, who the hell gonna vote for election? Like it's my member Ghazal. So you trying to tell me the people from Barghazal, the only people gonna vote? Is that what you trying to tell me? What? Or you look like you don't understand what's going on in South Sudan? Because of the whole Upper Nile, كلهم في Ethiopia ولا في POC ولا the whole Equatoria right now. We're not over there. The only people in Equatoria now got in for Juba. So when you talk about election, what the hell you talking about election? You because you from Barghazal. The only people can vote is people from Barghazal. Is that what you telling me? So government there is the governor of Barghazal? Okay. Let's forget it. No, I'm not kidding. We got to tell them on election. Let's talk about election. You're talking about election. And even the whole central Equatoria is empty right now. The only people that live in central Equatoria is people that live in Juba. The only people live in Upper Nile, the only people live in TOC. There's nobody in Upper Nile in the whole Equatorial region. The only people that is stable is people in Barghazal. So when you talk about election, I want to know just how you can explain to me like how people what do you mean when you talk about election? Like the Equatorial region is outside the country. The Upper Nile is outside the country. How the hell you talking about? No, I'm not finished yet. Let me finish. I'm not finished yet. Let me finish. And then that's all got to do with the problem of the whole South Sudan. Ziana, I was in the other room. I heard about people talking about what do you call insecurity in Jungle. And what the security in Jungle, the mass security state. That's security of the whole country. The security of the whole country. Okay, indana muno indana nyandeng inag indana Michael Michael muno gulo Michael Mayomo da kullu utalani ne Equatorial yani indana wani gatu indana da wait we have our own insecurity. So all of this shit is not making no sense. Lano, end of the day, you have to blame the central government. Kalam da kullu baja for central government. You see what we're saying, though? So the whole thing we compensate over here is all come down to central government. It got nothing to do with the state. The state mind them. I never said the Ghana Kalama Jungle State. Kutulo itu kan tujuh kan sini. Itu ya inda kum nyandeng inda kum Michael McCoy inda kum Dow fi the government kullu. They can't do shit for ya. Wani na ina indana wani ga indana lomaro indana bugulo mono. They can't do shit for us. So what do you think is the problem? I tell you, the problem is not the election, معلم يا بقول لهم انا اقعد يطلعوا سامعيننا. المشكلة ما مشكلة ده. المشكلة ده either we have a external problem or external problem ولا عندنا proxy war. ده مشكلة هنا كله اقعد يطلعوا في انت. So thank you guys.
Should be a brother, right? It's a from higher why. The way you talk it means that my today Halajim Sudan. Half tax Unijim Sudan. Now you talking girl Michael Mayom. Mafia Zubayom Biakumo. Halichunu. You saying that girl not for PC. Not to see the Mo, Yamasha down about the one Galoma PC. Yamasha Jam, my love on a PC Damda. Number two, Barakazal is the region, Emperor is the region, the region is that, then I'm Jerim. We want to make region as a crime. If you talk about region again,
أنا قاعد أتكلم عن جنوب السودان كله يا أخوي. قاعد أتكلم عن جنوب السودان كله. أنا قاعد أتكلم عن جنوب السودان كله يا أخوي.
No, listen. الناس دي ما بفهموا إلا بالقانون. أنا في القانون. القانون will be used against الناس دي كلهم.
أنت ما قرأ
عشان
لون.
تفهموا.
أنت هتدقني سوغانك ولا أنا أنت هتدقني سوغانك.
What I'm saying is this.
انت هتدقني سوغانك. أنا بس سألتك سؤال. انت هتدقني سوغانك.
ما بجيب الحل.
سو هتدقني سوغانك.
Election will solve Sudan.
So منو يا
Point of order. Mr. Agot, please, and out of it a die hard like Taliban or SPLM supporter, but Khaliki we are anti-SPLM, anti the election. We don't even see the election has any place when millions of the people are either internally displaced or externally displaced. So you're talking about something very illogical, doesn't make any sense. You're just living the delusion of if we elect some Benyanak, Kalasina legitimize our leadership, and then we will target those people who call for separation and those who are fighting to protect their territorial right as tribes. Because right now, Upper Nile is a failed state, and the same thing. Don't worry about his quotation. His quotation is, Mr. 4288. His quotation is always, a threat of when he loses the plot, he always gets to that level. But we would love if he can come to the logic instead of coming to the point of arguing with threats. Because what he's doing is just telling us that if you guys don't watch it, when we get the power, you guys are going to be prosecuted, even lethal injection. Imagine that means he want to kill us. I think he's not. I don't think even they will afford lethal injection, because lethal injection, do you know how much it costs, my friend? You say you're law enforcement. That by itself, I think you guys you can afford for stones. Even bullets are not given to you. Hold on, Mr. 428. Hold on. Those guys are not even given. Right now there is an embargo. I think especially has. That's the only way they're gonna do it, because these guys are not even gonna afford it soon. Right now they're just wasting their money on the oil. So Mr. Agut, good luck with that election and good luck with you guys prosecuting us. I wonder if you're gonna find that lethal injection soon, because I would love to taste it, but I don't want to joke there because that's a death sentence. you know, لأن أنت ما بتقدر ذاته to afford that. You know how that thing costs a lot of money, my friend. It's created in America. And
They will do it, but what has to be injected first.
in the اسمع عندنا في جبل هناك في جبال بتاعنا تاهلها هناك في إيكاتوريا يا زول السيم ده بيلقاه. It's okay. إحنا بنلقى السيم ده ليتل انجكشن ذاته بنفسه بس كنت بس في حبة قش كده ولا قد تمر كده بغلط دقوق فوق وانت ما بتلقى نفسك بكره. لكن شنو خلينا ندي فرصة لمستر جايكوب and then welcome to brother Dominic and yeah we'll get back and thank you 428. والله قد وقف تريد بتاعك ده انت مع سلفكير كلكم يا زول طالبان بيجي يفجروكم زي القاعدة ده بعدين هسه قريبات ده ايسس لقى واحد منهم ميت so انتبه بشجع الكتب في كونتينمو. Go ahead Mr. Jacob. سلفكير نهايته هناك anyway. Mr. Jacob اتفضل.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you know the topic Amnesty and Kiir? What is your thoughts in that? Thank you.
أنا بتركز على point that you became the best. كان كل كلام ده كله على topic. لكن the most important thing is the game they are playing. That is the most important thing in the great topic you introduced here.
That's true.
First of all, let me say hi to my colleagues in the stage and the audience down there. You know what they are, Mr. Attica and Didi? When you think, I want you to follow this very closely because if you are there in the room, you may get that point together with me because I got a very important point when he's spoken with the Aldo thing and then he's spoken with the Jesua. You just watch very closely that point. That is the game. That is the great game here. So when Aldo came in the room, he said that they feel the threat is coming. And moving the war is coming. And they started mobilizing themselves even before 2011 and 12, before the war. He said that one. I don't know if you got it. So that means Madang Anyor were recruited to get ready of that war. They're looming. That is the point I got. The second point, when Uncle Dow, Joshua Dow came in, he said he advised General Chief of his Staff, James Mai, because Nuer will fight Dinga. Nuer will fight Dinga because Nuer was 70% in the army. So and they feel like Nuer will fight Dinga. What is the reason of that? I don't know if we really I got right, like you are in the room, you have got that point right. What is that? Yeah, and if Nuer was 70% in the army, that doesn't mean that they are going to fight Dinga. For what reason? They are going to fight Dinga. Because of the game they want to play. The game now they're playing, if that number of the Nuer was there as nationalists, they will not reach to the game now they are playing in the landscape of the South Sudan. What are the game they are playing now? Are you think say the first phase was finished? Yeah, what is that first phase finished? They're dismantling the army of Nuer. They are now almost 95% purely Dinga. Because by then, that is the community. Women might feel comfortable if they are not there dominating. Yajama go back to the 70s and I need to Arpino Galado quest. Those of Nasa Dominic. That does not need a rocket scientist to analyze that one. We are there at the eyes witness. We know that what happened in mid-80s. You know, Arpino. In our life. Those people do not feel comfortable if they're not dominating any state. And then that is why they are not feel comfortable when Nuera was there in that number. So now they succeed in.
You're right.
Dismantling is in a best my point. They reached to dismantling the Guavita Nuer, and they are now controlling the states for 95%. Kalas. That is the first phase. Aluman Kalas finished. Now they're moving the second phase. And then the second phrase I want to advise brother Silvio Lado, the constitution is ready already. They wrote the constitution. And how you think say? That the constitution is already ready. It's written, I mean, constitution is already written, is on the list of Salva Kiir to sign.
Point of correction, actually it is copied, my friend. It is not even written. Those guys can't even write A from Z. You know, so just to tell you that. So those guys are just a copycat. Yeah.
They can copy or written. They do that on their paper. They don't mind about you. They just write the constitution. I'll get favor woman how they rule that country. Not only yeah, it's just illusion. It is just your imagination. It again well to one can be looking at belly looking at belly. That is your illusion. It's a amulo. Like you know, Monday, but not the project with a program. If you like it or not, they are working on it very closely. Constitution is ready now for the president to sign. Ya jamaa ke libakum kan modo de fela kan modo beta atu beta insande so abukar beta tinga lasa ko kumi everywhere in the Equatorial region na ya tinga alela de mona ku abukar na tinga ile alela de all these years mini creation na tinga build bulanda tinga mind abukar today why does this abukar now building in the Equatorial region because of the project. Legal zaman mafi, but to law of rule of law. There is law and order in place. It don't matter you will be executed. That was wrong. Like now, yani and I've got with a back of guest with a Zoltan, you might have to be educated. It might be a small example as a tapsi. It a talk to his only not citizen farm. It a talk to who must kill after. What about the police guy who's doing that? So, brothers, they can have what we are like it. The land house is going to
قول answer كلام ده قول God.
Excuse me, Mr. 428, just not a distraction. And Mr. Jacob, unfortunately, you got like 1 minute and a half because I want to give a chance to Dominic and then later because we don't want to prolong, but I want to make sure we kind of talk on this point. But I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 2 minutes extra just to put your point, but make sure you make it on that 2 points, sir. Let me just time you up. Yeah, I know. Please, Mr. 428, do not interrupt Mr. Jacob and no one else interrupt until he finishes his point. Regardless you agree or disagree, let him put his point completely. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Jacob, please. It's for the
if there is no order, you should excuse me as an back the data by interject where like in can somebody is speaking and then you come across it and it again interrupts that point and look at focus and you know, it doesn't work.
Mr. Jacob, I gave you 2 minutes. About interruption. I'm trying to tell you. Go ahead. 2 minutes. But then تشريح later. For final conclusion, okay? Sorry. But go ahead, Mr. Jacob, please. Thank you.
I think I can dissolve. You just say
no, go ahead. Say your point because we love to hear your point. You don't feel offended. I'm just saying أنا فهمتها. That's why I stopped 428. You know ده ما موضوع بتاع أنا داير نشرح لزول بس أنا قلت point of order. Let the person finish because who interrupt you regardless you agree or disagree. It's your right to speak. So أنا اديتك 2 minutes extra لأن كنت قاعد to elaborate on points. So I have no problem, but I just want to make sure you stick on the timing so we can go forward to the next speaker. Thank you. Go ahead. You got your 2 minutes, please. Yeah, 428, please. 48, please calm down. No. He already spoke. It's your right to speak. Nobody interrupted him earlier. Please speak, Mr. Jacob. No interruption. Go ahead.
Anyway, I come to conclusion as you said, you know, the games they're playing in your topic here, your topic is very great. The games here, this is what I'm elaborating on the games played by these kinds of young elders. Anna Umbari and I was abusing in the States, my brothers of Billy Luke, and I can wish who can do Kunina. But Billy Luke Umbari acknowledge, this group of elders, women and lobbyists, and then who they have a moral right, they have advisors Salva Kiir because of the weakness of SPLM party, and then they have constitutional right. This constitutional right and advisors a moral right. I don't know, maybe we need the rocket scientists or political science to analyze this thing. If some people like this as a group of elders of the community, how come they become the advisors to the president? Since we have a constitutional position of the advisors. So I don't understand this here. But that is the game they are playing. Those people took the places of legislature, people representative in the parliament, and they are now become like representative in the parliament by setting the demography of the country, and then the rule of expanding the states, and then impose to the people, from them to the president to the degree. Those are the games. You are talking about the games. But this is the clear game now they're playing. And then now they're also moving on and on and on. So I don't know. You get it right. I don't know. But this is my analysis. I got it right because I'm just thinking very close to what they are spoken. Thank you so much for my conclusion, my brother. So God bless you.
God bless you, Mr. Jacob. I really appreciate what you said, and I thank you humbly. It's good to hear from our elders from Equatorian, regardless we agree or disagree on some points. But I know what Kiir, we all agree that Kiir is playing a game, a dangerous game, and we need to take heed and very careful on what he's doing because his game on the amnesty and the negotiation is actually buying time. And what buying time is, that's the bigger question and the million dollar question because what he's doing, we don't know. Maybe he's actually buying weapons, preparing himself for the big war. As you spoke about what this guy Joshua Dow was hinting, there is a war coming. That means that people need to prepare themselves. So those guys, when they say things, you need to read them behind the line. For us Equatorians, we actually know this very well, and it's natural. It comes natural to us when it comes to this situation. We have noticed them before in during the time where Kokora was known, because they came in and begin to act as if they are the owners of revolution. And while Abel Aliar was the one who was siding with the regime of Khartoum, who was selling South Sudanese in general, and even did not even educate these people that we are fighting a war between an identity war between Arab and Africa. And what happened is that he was there to make sure he dominate the others when he saw Equatorian were diverse, and they were they were much thriving in their own way, even the lifestyle and everything. Then they felt the jealousy and the tribalism started there. And this man Aldo Ajo is not different from Abel Alier, because Abel Alier and Aldo Ajo are the same, and those guys are the closest advisors or closest friend of Salva Kiir. So whatever Salva Kiir is doing, trust me, this is coming from the Jin Council directly, and they are working. And those people now even recruiting their young by saying now we have youth council, because now today they want the new ideas, because they see now the Equatorian young generation coming out strong for self-determination, and they feel they're intimidated. And we know the Jin Council is just nothing but old raggedy people who are going like their feet is one in the ground and one under the ground soon. So they are preparing their young. But regardless of that, they are going to pay for their criminal activities. And trust me, as long as there is a God, we believe in the living God of Israel, that he will punish those who, massacred and killed these innocent people within our territories, because even the grave of our ancestors was desecrated. And I tell them, only if God does not exist and our ancestors were not honest people, then they would dominate this country the way how they wanted it. But I'll give a chance to Mr. Dominic, and thank you for joining us, Brother Dominic. As you know, the topic is the amnesty, and the million-dollar question is, what is in his mind during this, and do you think anything coming out from this amnesty? What are they based on too? Because this is another thing that we're trying to figure out. What is it based upon, and what is the dividing line between the agreements and the amnesty, in your opinion? And please go ahead, elaborate, and thank you for joining us.
Edie, the moderators, and the brothers that are up here, James Fortunato, Nadu, Simone, CJ 488, Jacob, and Agwat. I'll try to answer your question. Then I will come to the allegations with Agwat Baden anyway, because I believe Agwat also need to be given a lethal injection for having supported the Matianganyor and being their commander at a certain point in time. And if we are to go for criminalizing people of tribalism, I think Agon will rank number one anyway. So that one I will come to it later. But let me go to your question. Kiir's amnesty game, will it get anywhere? What is behind it? Good enough, you said it's a game. But again, I was wondering, I think I wanted to know, how does it play so very well in the mind of these guys? It's other times you work a lot with the
That's a good one.
So you,
Oh man,
here's a-
that's what. That was a good one. That was a good one, man. You made me laugh.
you see, Kiir, like I always say this, that Kiir does not accept blame. He doesn't look at himself as part and parcel of the whole mess between Sudan. You know, he always behaves like he's a little boy that has a bigger brother, and when you caught him with his pants down susuing, he will always say, no, this one pour water on me. Oh, it is this, what does that? My 8-year boy always do that to me. You know, whenever I get them into problems, you always blame the bigger brother. You know, so Kiir is like this. You know, Kiir is always like this. Kiir doesn't want to have a responsibility of the fact that he is part and partial of this problem. And that is why he will always look at us as the source of the misery. Now, look at his pronunciation. I fought. You know, I will never betray the South Sudan people. I've done this and this. You know, it is always Riek Machar. It is always Tabandeng. It is always Pagana Amun. It is always General Thomas. And even the surrogate kids are also buying into this. That it is others. Yani al-harami ada. These other people are harami. You know, God will never talk about the loots of Salva Kiir. No, we're knowing very well that in 2005, when Kiir came to power, Kiir does not even have a bungalow or Gutia circuit, let alone the riches. Google the wealth of Kiir. It's more than 200 million. That was about how many years ago? 8 years before this war could have started. But now, it is something that is very, very different. It is something that is very different. But yet, they will not come and talk about, you know, the loot and the toughness of these guys. They will talk about others. That shows to us that even tribalism is thicker than water, you know. And so when a tribal person comes and talked about this, we don't have to get surprised. And this is some of these people with an even the most evil of the evilest, you know, they will glorify them and make them as if these are angels on planet Earth. No, we know these people very well. We know their history. I will tell you, any government, you know, any government, even tomorrow, if the state of Equatoria would have been a state, and some of us started talking, I'm afraid you will send Ababat Filafon Hinagwemshi Bijibuna Menagbugofluna Vesigin. Then for those of politics Bitana who knows some of you people will run Gula Yamaneto Malco Malojude, Maito Fikuta Komlojude Yagi. And then he will come and say, Didi Vikelengale Walayaka, I gave you amnesty. So don't do these things again.
Wow.
You know? Why? Because any government that is in the hell tend to act as if is the sole protector of that nation. It is just like the director in the films. Any director in the films decide the trajectory of the film, the scenario, you know, film. He does it. And any leader in the nation thinks that he is the only person that can hold this country, you know, intact together, despite some of his many, many mistakes. And most of the dictators are like this. They will never accept their blame as a problem. So when Salva Kiir, you know, talked of amnesty, He just wanted to tell the people that you are wrong and not me. You know, it will trigger the provisions of the constitution, because it is in the constitution that is written that the president has the right to grant amnesty to people. But when he gives you an amnesty, you have to crawl down in a sorry mode. That, you know, I am sorry, you know, and from then there, you know, he will always use a stick, you know, to torment you in anything that you are doing. So this is a political tool also been used by the leader, you know, to silence his critics. Of course, and I agree with some of these people that are talking. Yes, he uses the agreements, because of course people will never fight a never-ending war. And even the agreement of the Naivasha, the president has to use a provision in the constitution to pardon whoever has gone contrary to that state of theirs, even if they were wrong. Even for those of you in America, when a president goes out, the first, you know, degree that an incoming president does, because it has become a tradition that you have to pardon the outgoing president. Otherwise, people will go after that person. So, but if you look at the agreements that were signed, were those agreements signed with the aim of addressing, for example, the root causes of those problems? And if you sign an agreement simply because you wanted to go to Juba to reassume, you know, your positions, you know, your money, your home, and all this kind of, you know, the goodies that you are enjoying, and I will assure you that the same thing will happen again, and you will go back to the bush, just as we have seen. In 2015, Riek went and signed an agreement, but the day of the day he has to rebel, because the whole thing is not in the mental model of the leader in the hell. He thinks he has every right to pardon him and let this man act in accordance to what he so said or wish to be done. And that is the tragedy. Because in 2015, when this agreement was signed, we all know very well that this agreement was signed to solve these issues. But what happened thereafter? The dog fight. So who is here to come and tell Kiir to pardon any person? And that is why even in the agreement, they don't want this agreement to be implemented, because the agreement has a provision of the transitional justice, that there should be a hybrid court, and perpetrators of all these crimes must also be booked, bring to the books, and whoever has caused atrocity to the lives of these human beings will have to be you know, accounted for. And this is one thing that they don't want, you see. And so Kiir is not an angel, you know, to give you a pardon. So when Kiir gives you a pardon, you know, he just wanted you to come to Juba, and then you live within that cantonment, and he'll always remind you, because this was what he was been doing. Even in 2013, he has to remind Riek Machar of 1991 that he will never allow 1991 to happen. You see? Who triggered that motion? Was it not Salva Kiir? So what is him trying to come and tell us that he's not a culprit? So if there is any lethal injection, like what the Agots are saying, Salva Kiir deserves to be given a lethal injection and also be taken to the court and prosecuted. You know, yeah, his sins has to be told to him that you have done 1, 2, and 3. In fact, if there is a scar, you know, at the back of our nation,
hallelujah,
as a result of his leadership, I think the 2013 war was a very big scar that will never go down so very well. So anything that is coming thereafter was a reaction, you know. And so if people are saying that, you know, why there are oppositions, you know, we don't have objectives, you know, we don't have these things, then we are saying, no, you are wrong. Some people will come and say, okay, let's go to an election. How on earth will an election with such a domain, solve the problem of this country? It will never. So what Kiir wants is that let us live in this Karal. Shufta al-moral ismu Junuba Sudan da, and he distributed the money of this country left and right, and he's a pharaoh at the same time. Even the separation between Equatorial, we don't want this country to separate. But what are you doing in order to make this country not to separate, for example? You don't want it. Nobody will be held hostage as a result of the stupidity of another person. That is the bottom line. So for you to come and threat people about tribalism, I'm telling you, I really like, let us put tribalism. Let us put tribalism in our constitution, for example.
As my introduction, yeah, Dominic.
Hold on. Just point of order, Mr. 4288. Let Mr. Dominic finish. He got his 3 minutes. So please, just respectfully do not interrupt. So then you can ask him after that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dominic.
Tribalism in our constitution as a criminal offense. Let us just see, all the Jenge people will go to the jail. But will they do that? What? I don't think he will not. And he will be the first person to go to jail. And of course the rest will follow. And we know it so very well that people will never do that. So don't come and talk to us about this, novelist ideologies of, nation. We all know that we came a very long way. We fought not only 50 years of war, we fought more than 50 years of war. And we got our independence. We all die in this process of our liberation. And if you saw it is, the Boers, the Boer are number one. They know where the South Sudan come from, as if others doesn't know. They know the Dinkas are the big children, the firstborn of South Sudan. And so this fallacious thing, it Egypt to mean when, and you wanted to define this country at your own, terms. Nobody will accept it, my brother. What could result in the shuluk bitao? Nasbor in the shuluk bitao bitamia sabo sabeni to enda kum shulgan bitako mana maarif kif. Kada shuluguk be shelga bitabor ita bakori. Shelga talbora ala razmalu algarnya ita bakori. If we don't know the martial gun, because that is your identity. So what I wanted to say at the end of the day is that threatening people in this ideal situation in which we are living, putting yourself as everything, after watan and is not going to help us in resolving the contemporary problem of our country called South Sudan. In fact, if we are not very careful, this country is drifting, and every time I see it happening, it is drifting and people are getting frustrated. Even me, Dominic, I will tolerate it for some time, but I will not tolerate it for such a long time. At the end of the day, I will rather keep quiet and see how it drifts. And at the end of the day, that's going to be the ultimate desires. But my problem will be, what do we have to do, thereafter? To me, that is very important. So when you look at the government trying to, go to negotiations, they are doing well at Kalam. They're using negotiations and this agreement in order to build up their defense capabilities so that they can go for another offensive. And we know this trick. That is why, we hold on to this, the right of a self-defense. You can't come and aggress me and expect me to be folding my hands, waiting for you, because there's a fallacious thing called, agreement or cessation of hostilities. No, And if we are to agree, we're not going to agree on the terms of this government. That we have to crawl to Juba,
And just as people have done in Sudan. And that was the mistake. Riek Machar, we have said it to him, even on a personal note. You know, why do you have to go there? You know, especially after 2015, you've been hit so hard. A lot of people died. And you know a security arrangement was a pillar. Why don't we learn from history? Because historical lessons are so very important. It is all for us. And that we need to learn from the historical mistakes, not only of the Addis Ababa, but also of the SPLM in negotiating with Khartoum, and also with this contemporary history of ours of South Sudan that came from 2005 until today. These are historical facts that we need to learn from it. And so nobody is going to be a poor and a lazy student of history. We need to take these things into our considerations and correct. That in 1972, agreement was abrogated because of the security backbone of it. You know, CPA, they put as a provision that there should be two separate armies and a joint integrated unit, the JIU, to have a semblance of what this country would be. And if there is a will to unite this country, then, you know, the JIU could have been a Nawab at a Jesh. It didn't happen. And so what was in the mental model with Riek Machar, knowingly very well that these people are the same SPLM, why shouldn't they embark on this same historical lessons? And even for us, if we are to sign an agreement, we are not going to surrender our army, not even our arsenal, because this is we know where we get it from. You can't give our arsenal to be locked in the containment site. You are taking it. You take it from us, and you render us vulnerable. No any other army general will allow this to happen. Okay. So anyway, Anna, I know this is a game that he's doing, you know, and he's using this amnesty to you know, lure and torment other people, and try to anyway, you know, make them feel guilty, you know, that they have fight this war. They have gone against this country. But we know the person who screwed up the country was actually Salva Kiir. I did. You know, from 2005, if he did not tribalize this nation, the Young Council of Elders, Salva Kiir is also a member of the Young Council of Elders. And he's actually implementing their agenda. And he has said it in not more than many words, that I have done to you what you people want. We were fighting over this issue of counting from 2005 for the last 17 years. We didn't even have it, you know. This agreement that was signed was actually the one that put things back into the original. And what was the original? The original was that in 2005 there were counties in Equatoria, you know. So Salva Kiir is a culprit. What if you are talking about other leaders from other regions, you must also touch yours. Yes, I know you don't agree with them, but your disagreement with them was actually tactical in order to lure the sentiments of the people and make you look like you're a nationalist. No, my brother, we know these things. We understand. I talk with you and I know what is in your mind. You know, I know you believe in the SPLM, but the SPLM that we all know, as a member, I was a member of the SPLM also. The SPLM that we know, like what my brother Comrade Subas said, crashed with John Garang. And indeed, if John Garang was supposed to be alive, some of us would have been in a different situation now. But the SPLM of Salva Kiir is a tribalistic, and that is why we have to fight this government and put in its place a government that is actually needed by the people. And if we cannot do that, then, you know, everybody has a right to opt for whatever he wants. And I cannot say no. Well, and I wanted to live a life. So don't criminalize others. Criminalize your own people. And I sometimes say, oh, my Lord, he's a weapon. Then Maharad al-Wahid. He has all. And Tamazol Gabali. وقبليه ده در لا انك انت تعمل شنو يعني تجي تلون نفسك بقبليه يجي تلون بتاع قبيله بتاعك ما قبليه ده بقول في كلامك. You know. So Etika, let me not prolong for you. I just wanted to thank you, my brother.
Yeah, these guys, Salva Kiir is a culprit, my brother. You know, the guy, what is in his mind is he just wanted to have power for a long time. Lakini yani ana bas mushkila btama and as a god ma don't come and threaten people. Honestly, yeah, whatever you are saying, Maita Kamani will be held accountable. Like you have said, these things are recorded, and there are a lot of other videos that will be recorded. You know what you have said, you know when and where on what occasion. You know these things are all known. Can we all agree that we form a nation that with a rule of law, with a criminal justice system that is upright? Then let us see who is going to suffer. And at the end of the day, yeah. For the rest, I just keep it like that. And thank you so very much, my brother. Unless there's a question here and there, then I can be able to ask.
Yeah, I do have a question, Mr. Dominic, and welcome to Mr. Nasruddin. My question to you, because you mentioned about SPLM. So, do you believe wholeheartedly that SPLM wasn't a tribalistic in its foundation? From your opinion, and then also another question to that. Right now, we are watching tribalism going on because this is actually the main thing. I've noticed like a lot of people try to silence that word tribalism. They feel like it's a stigma, but if they don't speak on it, I don't think this country will ever get to a solution. And for us Equatorian, and I say this as an Equatorian nationalist, for us Equatorians, we are confident. We don't have that kind of mindset where we try to kind of like diffuse this thing by just uttering words of nationalism. When we talk about nationalism, we are already nationalists. In Equatorians, we proud to define ourselves in that word Equatorian. We don't define ourselves in our tribe because we know our tribes. When it comes to the right time, we would define what we need to define to the right people what our tribe is and what we're doing. But other than that, our tribe is something of not to take it into a point of I have to like parade it like what I've seen in the other side, and we see this regime right now is running with this idea of controlling the country in tribalism. But the main objective, of course, is when this tribalism started. Did it start? Because people always say Salva Kiir started, but for me, we doubt that because this thing started earlier. And from your experience with the SPLM, do you think the SPLM was tribalist? And if it wasn't to you, tell me what is the thing that made you feel like it wasn't tribalist? And if it was tribalist, tell me what's the thing that made you kind of like, hold on. Was that, sir? Hello?
I got one question before you give me the question.
You want to give a question to Mr. Dominic too?
Yes.
Okay, let me finish my question, but and then I'll give you a chance to ask question. So Dominic, bear with us, please. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, that's my main question about the tribalism on this regime. And the amnesty, of course, you answered, but yes, you have spoken a lot. Maybe I'll just leave it here right now because I got interrupted in my thoughts, but I'll let Mr. 4288 to ask this question. But the main question that I'm focused on, do you believe that SPLM was a tribalist in its foundation or wasn't? And if it was, please elaborate to me. If it wasn't, also please elaborate to me. Thank you. And Mr. 4288, please ask your question to Mr. Dominic. And then from there, we go ahead and proceed with our topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's as my Dominic, like I'm asking that question. Who the hell is that God telling people like you will get a illegal injection? Who the hell is he that? Who the hell is he to ask people to question people like you gotta get a illegal injection? Who the hell is he that? What power he got or what power he got to the government to question South Sudanese like you will get a illegal injection? Who the hell is you? That's what a question I want to ask. And him and you too.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start from where you have ended. I mean, Agot is here. He can speak for himself. But of course, Agot is a die-hard supporter of the government. Agot thinks he's entitled He also has a dream of one day becoming the president of this country. That is his dream in his subconscious brain. And that is where you say, if you get me first, I'll get you. You get me first, you get me, I get you first, I get you. So he has also a very evil intention. That is one thing for sure. That's true. But God is here. He can talk for himself. He can answer, because God is also one of these tribalist defender of his people. I'm talking these things on him because he's here, but he can answer for himself. He's just a mere South Sudanese who think he's defending a regime, that plays so very well into his emotions. I'll leave it at there. But let me come to what Odysseus has asked. Your question is so very pertinent. Gibel Silvio Gal Kalam Mohim Jiden. I don't know whether you people have listened carefully to him. SPLM started as a reaction to the Kokora. And when the movement started building itself, it builds itself as a reaction. And any movement that comes as a reaction is so fatal. But even so, there were people actually in the movement before, from 1975, those of the Lachual, those of Vincent, and people who went, those of Akotatem, those of Didulu Kurnyang, these were the people who went to the movement even before the likes of Jongaran could have joined the movement. And history is there to tell. We're not taking things out of fire. So, SPLM, although it is formed as a military group, without a political vision, its inception was actually tribally. And that one is for sure. And because if you look at the first members of the high command of the SPLM, they are dominated from a particular tribe. From Garang, from Arokton to those of, it is only William Yuan, those of Salva Kiir, And today you can see it. You can see it very clear. So it has never metamorphosed itself from this tribal ideology. And not only that, it also went sectional. Because if you look at the current problems of our country, between the Bor and the Baragazal, it also tells us that the people of Bor are feeling that they started the movement themselves because Jongarang is their son and blah 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 that they are doing. When these dividends of this peace came, they were being deprived. And so when these commotions that is here between the Bors and the people from Baragazal is actually because of this same very reason, the sectionalism of the SPLM. However, a lot of people joined this movement because of.
May I interrupt you quickly, just if you don't mind? Thank you. Because you said it's very important. Thank you for elaborating that. One thing also I want to ask you, because then when you guys knew about this, it's a tribalism, why Equatorian joined it? And why was SPLA tribal? Was it just specifically targeting Equatorians, or was it just tribal in general? And why I ask this, because of the reason the SPLM today, of course, it does not differentiate. If you're not non-Dinka, if you're not a Dinka man or a woman, you automatically are disqualified as an SPLM. Even now, we see it more clear. Before it was, of course, I know in the bush was there, but they used people. But yeah, what was the reason for Equatorian to join it? And I know some people say it was because of the Jalaba, but is it really that's the reason? Or couldn't we, Equatorian who actually founded the Anyanya, couldn't we make our own at that time? What was the purpose for us to join SPLM until even after the 2005 we failed?
And this one didn't keep them from, staying in the fence. A lot of people have joined this movement because of the same reasons and the same ideals. That they wanted to be free. Remember, the We have suffered in South Sudan, especially we in Equatoria, as a result of the policies of the national government. And they are always regarding us in Equatoria, as people who are thick-headed, and so we are against their program of Islamization, and we are against, and in fact, at a certain point in time, they were saying that the SPLM is so strong, because of the support of the sons and the daughters of Equatoria. And that is when in 1992, we were killed. We were killed so very bad in Juba. I think anybody lost his family member. I lost 4 of my uncles, 2 of my cousins, and so forth, in that incident of 1992. So Equatorians, they joined this movement also because of the pain that has been subjected to them by the Jalaba. Yes, and I said, like I said, Silvio Ladu said something that is very important. For some people, it was a reaction. You chased out of Equatoria, especially after the 1982 Kokora. Because you see, the SPLM in 1983, the proclamation of the SPLM came in 1983, a year just before, the issues of this Kokora. And that was being the notion that has been, happening for quite a long time. And Garang also made it this a point that, the Equatorians are also kept, monitored in the movement. And at a certain point in time in the SPLM, they will have to complain. They are not even re-promoted. So that is why, if you look into the history of SPLM, there was a general promotion done to every Equatorian. At a certain point in time, also the Equatorians decided to abandon the movement right after the 1991-1992 split, because they saw that there was no point for them actually to fight a war. When they have been looked down as people that have, chased the Dinkas and the likes of Deng Agwang. Why did Peter Lorot, for example, decided to defect? Peter Lorot did not defect because of the Jalaba, that he loved Jalaba, but because of the atrocities of, the Dinkabor, under the guise of the likes of Deng Agwang in the areas of the Dinga Hills, that made Peter Lorot to rebel. And a lot of these people, the EDF, the Equatorian Defense Forces, why did it, defected? Why did William Yuan even defected? I was talking with Martin Kenya the other day because he was the adjutant of William Yuan. And so when these people defected, they also have to come and form the Equatorian Defense Forces because of one particular fact, that in this contemporary South Sudan, unless you are strong, history will not absorb you. So everybody went and fight this war because of the pains that is in it, and it is materially. It is logical that Equatorians have to go and join this fight. But do we join this fight in order to be a second-class citizen or to be subjected, so that people who have never even been in the war, will come and tell us that you people are cowards? No. The sons and the daughters of Equatoria has to, especially those who have fought in the SPLM, like Nastalis Itavile, they have a story to tell. When they have been confronted by the Lost Boys who were sent by Garang to America, why is it that there's a lot of Dinka, especially from Bor, that have flooded the Lost Boys? In his latest book, Carol Berger talked about the fact that most of these children that were sons and daughters of commanders. And history was there to record that, when the Equatorians are also coming and other nationalities are coming to go and stop the war, they're going to America. Telling them that you are going, who do you think is going to fight the war? And so when these people of BR are talking about generational exit, that was what was put in their mind. That let these guys fight, and we will come when the war is finished, and you will come and administrate this country. But the lives of Salva Kiir has something that is so different. So Equatorians, they have an anchor, in the liberations of this country. That's what made them to join this war and fight this war. And a lot of other people, by the way, they are not Equatorians alone. The Nubas came to the movement, the Ingasana people came to the movement, and the Jalaba, also the likes of Yasser Arman, they came and they joined this movement, and we fought it.
When this peace was negotiated, there was actually a provision that talked about, self-determination. So what happened thereafter? And we all went and voted. I voted, and I'm here for Nas and my vote, but I voted. My voting center was Sadaka. Madrasa Sadaka. لأنه ده كان محل القريب بالنسبة علينا يعني. احنا مشينا صوتنا. So for somebody to come and claim, the glories of the liberation, to make it look as if it is his own, then this is something that we will come and shout at the top of our voices and tell us that you are a liar. And therefore, when there was a war that is barely 2 years, and by the way, history still repeats itself. Because in 1955, barely 1 year before our independence, we were there already fighting because of the injustice. And like Saturino Agora said, we hate injustice in a manner that we love justice. That was our bottom line. And 2 years down after our independence, we fought. We have to fight. And Equatorians also joined this war because of the things that are happening in our country. And today, what we've been saying of an existential threat is happening. So it warrants it justified, Unless we put this country back to a rule of law as well as we respect each and every person's ancestral land, you don't come and kill us in our land and you don't come do nonsense in our places, and then we will fight, We will definitely fight, and it is legitimate. It is a legit thing to fight. No anyone is coward when you have the guns, So Jamadel, if you juba Enal Garden, if you juba, when people, and this is one thing that I said earlier, I'm not going to disarm myself. Neither am I going to hand my gun. I will keep it until we reach a certain point in time when we are very civil. And that is why we were saying in our contemporary realities, it is not supposed to be like there's somebody who is a monitor, alphabet or fossil. If there's something that we all agree, we need to agree because nobody owns this movement. That is what Salva Kiir is doing to the others. They took all the guns of other people and then they give it to their own clans. People were rejecting these things, But because we wanted to cessate, and we have cessated, and begin a dawla, do we have to condone and contain this nonsense? No. Even if Equatoria becomes a nation of its own, the role now become a nation of their own. If we do not get out of this parental politics of the fact that there are some people who think they own the movement and therefore they own the country, we will still go and fight because our nature is a nature of a resilient person who knows how to fight. That is what I'm trying to live. So Equatoria is not of a lesser god. We are all equal in terms of these things. Yes, there was tribalism in the movement, and the SPLA suffered because of this tribalism. 1991 was a typical example. Our Equatorian, they did not form their front of their own, and most of them didn't. A lot of them went, but few people like the likes of Teofilo Chichang and those of Martin Kenyi, those of the late Emmanuel Labros Ocholomoy, Bennett Ben Bilal Mamour, and some of these commanders of the EDF, they say, no, we are not going to go anywhere. We are going to stand our ground. For us, we are forming an Equatorian Defense Force. We in Equatoria, we have surpassed these isms of tribe. That is for sure. And we didn't do it right now. And we are not talking about day here. We have done these things since the 60s, and we have come a long way. Ashankina na manasagod beji bisa lakita tal come and tell your tribe. It doesn't have any significance, for me. I mean, what does it mean if I come to and stay, or I can stay if I actually land, for example, I can go and stay in Lutuku land. In fact, in Eastern Equatoria, we stay in Torit. And Torit is a strong bit Halatuka. Okay. So people shouldn't get intimidated about the fact that, you are from Equatoria and then people have to talk. For those of us who were born and we grew in Juba, I did not go in and grab even the land with Abari. The land that was given to my father is what I have until today. We inherited it, in fact, from our parents. Have we done these things? Alasa jamade galine amulu zamande. Ma kanta rodona min zaman. Wallahi, lazim these people would have revoked the spirit bitapitia lugur. And then, everything will happen, cultural and traditionally. But this one did not happen. So in Equatoria, we have the right of respect. We respect our people. We respect the values. We respect our cultures. Especially in the Mandokunu Nusban. The more can take ya, the more biamul go haja. No, they sip take. You don't have to really, do something bad because ita kelan take. Ita ana kelan. Ana na malmashet fi modu bita tajere le sultan ta rombur gale ita kelan ta ulatai. So I will never rajere it. I will never deprive you. Because I cannot delay that. Kana no di bita de le kelanta le yalta izato. Wana kono di bita de le wata de le yalta ki. Kanu ana detu le yali al fibet hina. It doesn't make any difference. This is us in Equatorial. So we shouldn't get intimidated and talk about, or lamenting about, for us in Equatorial, we are doing these things. Amulu hajat buta kwa. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who's this talking first? Oh, sorry.
Can I comment something?
Yes, comment. I'll give you the 2 minutes to finalize also your last point, and then we can conclude because we're trying to conclude and we end. And we want to say thank you to those who are watching us in Facebook and also listening to us here in Clubhouse. We've been here. It's very productive, and I really appreciate pretty much Brother Dominic for his input, and thank you for answering the questions. Of course, there'll be a lot of things next time, but yeah, go ahead, Mr. Fortunato, and then going to Mr. Agot, Mr. 428, Mr. Jacob, Uncle Steve, Uncle Silvio, Mr. Barjan, and then James. And then from there, we conclude. Go ahead, Mr. Fortunato, you got your 2 minutes. Let me start the timing. Yeah, and you can add with your 2 minutes. I know it's going to run fast, but you can put it, I know, because it's only your thoughts and idea. You can elaborate it. Thank you. Further.
Okay, thank you very much. Much of everything has been exhausted, said. Dominic has touched everything. Brajan, Uncle Silva, Uncle Lado said it, and everybody, who have been talking, and you have said it. I just wanted to comment about the leadership. Equatorians have shown the leadership that they can lead the country. That's why federal system or federation of Sudan that was supposed to be. We have already leadership that is, we know, 10 years after Anyanya. We are 10 years from 1972 to 1982. That's 10 straight years compared to the independent South Sudan, which is less than a year, the war. So we have this leadership in us. We don't see ourselves as tribes. That's why we are Equatorians. We are Equatorians. We understand our tribes. Our tribes are our pride in Equatoria. And we're proud for that. We are not denying somebody any tribes or anyone any right to be who you are. We are Equatorian first. That's why we want to put our region first. When you see any kind of negotiation, you see everyone has to have in his or her mind to put the interest of Equatoria first. When you see all these the Ayo, the one from Cape Guang, which was part of maybe few Equatorians were over there. I think Charles was there, and then the former Minister of Oil of Mine was also there. But those people, they never consider anything from Equatoria. So it was about Nuer and Cholo, the land, Golek. They didn't even see the picture of the country. Take example for a goat. A goat is just talking about would he put you in a chair, will he put you in a jail? First of all, I don't know where a goat is in USA. Okay, if you are a judge, you need to demonstrate in your own constituency 10 years, for 10 years, how you play, how you judge, how you are doing your job. Don't take South Sudan like it is your property where you can show up and do what you want. First of all, you need to go to a will and go and work over there for 10 years, and we'll investigate. In order to select somebody to be a judge, we need we got to vent this person. We got to investigate. We have to ask people how you do. 2 minutes up, right? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You got like 30 seconds. Just go ahead. 10 seconds.
To know how you are doing your job, and the people on the social media, like we're talking right now, they got to judge you according to what your mentality, how you can be fit to be in the office, how you can run the issues of the country, but not the way you just you think the way you think. It's not a country that people want to take it like you are in a cattle camp. No, it is the rule of law that we have to follow, and everybody have to follow the rule of law. Thank you.
Yeah, I got Salva Kiir. Can I hold on? Don't take the Ganabel tag the Jing Council. I'll give you a chance for a minute. Let us give to 428. Oh, you والله good. انت سيء متمرد انت متمرد في حقيقة. اوكي انت ده تتكلم بداية انت تدخل في هنا ده في التمرد. جو اهيد I will give you. اسمع بعد كده رد له سرسانات اسلحة بتاعكم. خليه يتكلم هو طبعا هو مستعد. Yeah. Hold on. Let me time him 2 minutes. That guy, Jack. 2 minutes. ما أقدر. Okay. أسمع الquestion تاع زول تاع أخ 428. And I will conduct. Hey, I will take this 30 seconds from you, Mr. 428. Go ahead. عشان نكون fair. بس.
Exactly. أسمع أقول. أنت قاعد تتكلم عن illegal injection. Who gave you the authority? Who the hell that get an election injection? Who gave you the authority? Who's gonna do that in South Sudan? Ita Munuda. Who the hell is you to give the authority for somebody to get illegal injection? Ita Munuda. Ita got from America. Ita what gave you the authority to speak that language? Ita language them in Wenda. من راسك ولا من بس من الكونستيتيوشن. أنا ما عندنا constitution في South Sudan. انت الكلام ده جبته من راسك ولا جبته من وراك ده؟ انت منو اداك permission تتكلم كلام زي ده؟ قال get injection with illegal injection. انت منو اداك؟
Thank you, brother 428. You have asked the same question many times. Just let him answer you. Then you can conclude after that, please. So you don't waste your 30 seconds. I mean, you got 1.5 after this. Mr. Agot, please answer Mr. 428. And thank you for your time. But Agot, man, you need to search your conscience because what you're doing is completely wrong. Respectfully, go ahead, talk to your point, put your point in 2 minutes. Thank you.
إذن يا جماعة وده السؤال بشكر بزيادة ولا دي ولا أخو ولا أخوات اللي قاعدين فوق ده من اللي قاعد هناك الجنرال بتاع توماس شريلو. شوف يا جنوبين جنوب ده أننا كلنا طلعناه. جنوب ده إذا ما جا غلط أننا كلنا بنصلوا. جنوب ده ما بروح من هنا طالما أننا طلعناه we'll hold it tight. إذا في مشكلة حصل we'll fix it. لكن how do we gonna fix this؟ لازم نتوحد كجنوبين. الأخطاء اللي عملوه من الحركة الشعبية والعذاب الثاني في الحركة الشعبية عمل خطأ كبير. لأن بعد ما شال الدولة الناس زمان كان ضد SPLM ده المفروض ما يجيبوا جوا. المفترض كان يخلص من جزء منهم ذاته يشيل جزء منهم برا يخلصهم عنهم ولا بطريقة مدايرينه. لكن للأسف كلامنا ما حصل. نمبر 2 الوحدة جنوب السودان هو الحل الوحيد. وانا قاعد اقول لي القبليه يكون جريمه. I said القبليه must be criminalized لان الجريمه القبليه استخدموا الجنوبيين وغير كدينكا ولا نوير ولا شلوك ولا باري ولا شلوك انه يكون يستخدم القبليه for them to stay power, for them to steal resources. The same thing clans is raising up because الناس ترى group يجوا ينسون كثير to build their own clans. The same thing with sectarian. ليه انا قاعد اقول زي ده؟ اذا اننا عملنا قانون اننا ماشيين انتخابات طلعنا قانون يزور قبلي يتحكم، اذا قلت قبلي يحكمني ما مشكله. لكن اذا انتم بتقولوا عايزين نشيل نصلح الحكومه وانتم قاعدين معتمدين قاعدين تعمل تعاون مع اجانب with the foreign interest، اذا ما انتم you are the traitor، you committed crime to us for night with treason. وده جريمه كبير، ده الجريمه ده يتكاري زمن طويل واحتمال كبير يودوك في مرحله ركاب. بالنسبه للاخويا 42.8 ده يا صاحبي، إيزو ارتكب جرائم في جنوب السودان من 2005 ل 2013 الناس بيتحكموا. أنا مواطن جنوبي، أنا أمدار حركة شعبية ما هو الحزب الوحيد في جنوب السودان، في أحزاب كثيرة جدا جدا في جنوب السودان، لكن أنا ما بنخلي جنوب السودان يكون لفوضى. إذا الناس عملوا جرائم زي الناس الأحزاب القاعدين زي دمرق ما جاك وتاورا دمرق طبعا هو شخصي ما عمل حاجة، لكن توم شلو زي رئيس بتاعه ارتكب جرائم، أكل قروش الشعب وده في الحكومة.
يا تو بتاع ده يا تو ادينا دليل يا حاجه ده، ما تقعد تتكلم كلام ساعات.
لا دقيقة
Okay, I got time is up. Let us go forward. Thank you. I got the him nas socket. By then let's not interrupt. Okay. بس سؤال انت اكبر حرامي قاعد في جوبا هناك اسمه سلفاكير بالتاقيه بتاعه اللي اشتراه من تكساس ده. على كلام بليز ما تقول لي تاقيه ده ما معروف بكام، لانه قال بوش ادى له تلقى عمل كلف $1 million بس for the hat. So please don't tell us. Listen. سلفاكير عنده عيوب بتاعت عياله معروفين قاعدين فيها تدول في امريكا. Please don't tell us. Don't sell us these lies. 30 seconds ده كله propaganda man. Hold on, Mr. 428. Hold on, please. Hold on. Don't worry about the legal injection. هو ما عنده قروش نشتري له يشيل من سلفاكير الرئيس بتاعه. ده شاهد ساكت. سلفاكير قاعد يشهد من عالم وقاعد يشهد من سلفاكير. ولا انتوا شاهدين كيف؟ Go ahead. والله انتوا ناس اسمع ما تجيب في الداون تاون مره واحد get the money. Go ahead. القبائل بتركب جرائم القبائل يحكمهم. لازم نعمل انكارسريشن ل 2 to 3 مليون وهذاك يودون في مناطق زراعيه يزرعوا، يمشي يعملوا لنا الشوارع، يعملوا ليك ريفر اكسكافيشن. وهذاك اذا ما ده يسمع كلام يكتب كتب الفاهمين دول، اذا ما كتب كتب اذا لسه ما ده ينصلح انفسهم وهذاك يودون.
لا ما تغير الموضوع. انت قلت ليك
Okay, thank you. Asma, Mr. Agot, I want to say thank you. No more. Let us go ahead. لأنه أنت ما قدرت answer the question. قلت عملت لنا enough of the propaganda. Let's go with 428 as I'm eager to talk. But you got 1 minute. أيوة. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
ملوم ده سرق جروب بتاعي انت ليه ما بتتكلموا جوه عشان ده الجو بتاعكم يعني ولا شنو؟ توماس تيريلو ده لما خلى بتاع ده ما شال مسدس، شفت كيف؟ زول ده ريزاين يا جماعه. اذا في زول شال جروب طلعوا لنا حتى 75 نفر ده طلعوا لنا قولوا يا ما تقعد تلفتوا لنا. This is too much gaslighting يا عبود. الكلام ده ما بينفع. انت عشان كده انت ذاتك you will get a little injection بكلام بتاع روماس والله بتاعك ده. Okay? But don't do that unless you have an evidence. You are a lawyer for God's sake. It has سميت الكلام ده من وين؟ لأنه قالوا ملوها 1 قالوا ملوها 1 قالوا بتاع now you believe on it. So what makes you indifference with Salva Kiir يعني? So if there's something you prove it, don't just come and talk to us in Finland kida. Shan kida they are tribalism zadu. Ita galit tribalism bishne yan. Mayao zeda.
Ger desert ya Dominic ya banki markazi fatao sa kam bileli na gaza silu kam sa million dollar wala kam million US dollars na godun le Paul Malong. Paul Malong it murder do silu imdarar bita dawla و موظفين بالدولة هنا مثلا حنسوه كابوي وجوه في بيت ده حسب بيقولوا له عسكري اتمردوا ضد البنوك العسكرية وطلع بقوة عسكرية زول اسمه يعني متمرد ولا غير
Let's move on. Mr. Jacob. Let's move on. Give a chance to Mr. 428. Yeah, I know. I mean, طبعا انت ما حتلقى من بروباغانديستا نظام بتاع الميليشيات في غابة. انا ذاته قاعدنا wonder اقول انت كنت لقيت رقوق محامي في جوا غابة هناك ولا رقوق محامي في امريكا. But we will talk about this later next time. But let's focus on 428 now. 88, go ahead. You have 1 minute and a half, please. Yeah. In the area point that is say, just go ahead. I got my answer you. It can get the في interrogation there interrogation تناس معلمين في interrogation. This guy, he will not break, but I will have him a time one day. Don't worry, we will have him.
Thank you, Dosi.
Welcome.
Welcome. Injection always got to go to Equatorian Forum. If you look at that in a bigger picture, you know what that means. وما بقول حاجة ده في وكرمش في دينكا ونوير كم ما بقول الكلام ده. What the hell you always say and come and when you see every Equatorian Forum you gotta say illegal injection. You trying to scare us, bro? We're not scared of you. Ita mnuda da. Who are you that to go learn illegal injection that? You're not scaring nobody. So ita احترم نفسك يا أخوي. Ita ما تجينا بوحماد وحاجات ده. We just trying to have a conversation. ita كلامك ده ما بخوفنا ده. ita جاب أننا احترموك جبناك في دينكا فورم ده دول بجا وناس هناك ده. We brought you here. You were having conversation with us. Don't try to scare us. That's many times I heard you saying that, bro. This is not the first time. Only في Equatorian Forum. طب تقول أنا ده في دينكا فورم عجل. يدل هناك بكلم عن دينكا وإيكوتوريان ونوير ومرليتا ساكت ده. لكن لما تيجي Equatorian Forum ده تقول لنا illegal injection. أنت ده تخوف منو يا صاحبي؟ أنا عاوز ذاته بديك illegal injection ده. So don't try to come here and just tell us that. أنت يا جود احترم نفسك ده. أنت راجل كبير يا معلم. بنحترموك زي أخواننا السوداني. احترم نفسك ده. أنت راجل كبير ده. Don't try to play mind game. We don't play that. So I just respect you and I peep you. I'm been following you. I heard you that many times. You always say that. Don't say that, bro. If you gotta respect, احترم نفسك ده يا أخوي. خلاص هنا بدي أنا بس أقول أسمع. المشكلة بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان ده إلا سلفة كده يطلع برا من حكم ده. يا حاجة هسه عمل لنا ستريس كلنا هنا ده. سلفة كير longest قاعد في president وناس أقوات مارسين بتاع JCE ده. ديل ما ده ناس مطبلين ده ما بيطلعونا في أي محل. So longest سلفة كير يطلع من حكم ده. That's the end of South Sudan. وأنا بقول لكم إنت قواد إنت ذاتك ده إنت من برغزال ده. والله لو سلفة كير طلع تاني ما في رئيس تاني يكون من برغزال من 100 سنة ده. I promise you that. نديكم 100 سنة تاني إنتوا من برغزال عشان تكونوا في رئيس تاني. لو سلفة كير طلع ده بنطلعه بقوة ورجال ده. لكن لو سلفة كير طلع تاني ما في رئيس هيجي من برغزال والله لو ما فاضين له من فراتيك ولا من جنجلة ولا من ده ما فاضين. ما
بتاني كير ما برغزال حركة الشعبية أسفلم
لا اسمع don't أنا قول لنا كلام ده. أنا عارفين سلفة كير من وين. سلفة كير من وراب ده وين؟ ما وراب ده في
حركة الشعبية أجاك ما عنده علاقة بوراب
يا زول. يعني أنت لسه playing this game 2022 أنت لسه قاعد تلعب جيم ده. حركة الشعبية والدنيا ده كله يعني.
Okay guys, خلينا ما نعمل one on one topic بس استئذان. hold on يا I got كده calm down يا. انت بقى عامل زي محمد السلفاكير كده calm down شويه. خليك هناك كمان. You know, let's forget about Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir is already a criminal. انت كان تقعد معه هناك good luck. ما في محامية في أمريكا هنا they can be a defense lawyer for criminals. But regardless of that, we are not here for Salva Kiir, but we are just saying that the way how he's doing it is wrong. I got good luck. If I can get promoted by Salva Kiir tomorrow, just don't forget us, okay? In a good friends. Hey, get me back to Juba. All right. All right. Let's focus. Let's give a chance. Yeah, let's give a chance to Mr. Jacob. Jacob, thank you for your time. المهم it was productive. حاجة interesting يعني والله أنا ما أعرف sometimes الناس اللي أنا شفت حاجة في أفغانستان very clearly ما عرب ديل when they are radicalized والله قلت لي كان جبت له شنو ذات ما بيكير خلاص that's it that's their mindset and now I believe it too when I see with tribalists when you talk to them in a common sense they will not take it. They think you're wrong, you know, and it's sad. Like هم بيقروا كل كتب بتاع ناس you know تجيب لنا كتب بتاع ناس منو فرويد إيمانويل كانت تجيب لنا ناس منو ده كارل ماركس and others like even Maximilian Robespierre يلا بيتكلموا لك بيتفلسفوا كويس لكن لما نيجي في حقيقة ماشي تيجي تلقاه بيجي ماشي للقبيلة بتاعه which is really ridiculous and that's what we see with our people. هسا أقول إنه محامي أنا ما تجي تكون محامي قبيلة ولا تجي تكون محامي دولة. ف you need to figure out الآن أنت في أمريكا هسه أنا ما أعرف يا الدولة أنت قاعد تسيرف يا ولاية أنت قاعد تحمي ولاية بتاعك براء ولا قاعد تحمي any human being بيجي لك in a case asking to help them to save them from not being prosecuted innocently. So let us give a chance to Mr. Jacob. Jacob, you got your 2 minutes. You can respond also to God to anything that we mentioned and put your final words in 2 minutes. Unfortunately, because it's on time. So thank you. Please go ahead. And thank you so much for your time, brother. Thank you. Mr. Jacob, unmute yourself, please. And you can speak on the 2 minutes. Jacob Laku. Hello. You guys hear me, right? أنا ما أعرف جيكوب لكو ودر وين كمان أول شيء ما ناس security تاع God.
You probably just moved away a bit.
أسمع شالوك ما security ولا شنو يا جيك أقعد أنت خطر لما الناس زي جيكوب بس قاعد يدرجوا هناك. Okay. Okay, Uncle Sylvia, go ahead. Where is Simon? Simon disappeared. I was gonna give him a chance. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. All right. Okay.
المتاعي الأخير أول فأول كلنا نذكر كل واحد القاعد في السوداء. يعني حقيقة كده يعني النقاش كان بناء كويس ويعني ابن الأخلاق أننا قدرنا نخط فيها. نحترم أخونا أقوات ده أصل اللسان بتاع نساويل بيتكلم كتير زي ده. أقوات ده أنه ما في السوشيال ميديا ده سنين أنا بيعرف اللسان بتاعه ده لسان بتاع نساويل وما بيخرب بيه حاجة. لكن حاجة أنا قدرنا نسير فيه إنه يعني أنا بيذكروا أوداسي ما السؤال اللي تسألته مو جاكو أجر دومينيك أن ليه الإيكوتوريين أو ليه الإيكوتوريين دم طالما بيعرف حاجة اللي بيحصل في جوجابا. وأنا بذكر دومينيك في جواب اللي هو جاوبوا فيه ده اللي عنده إيكوتوريين. أنتوا لو سألتوا إيه إيكوتوري بنفس الجواب اللي دومينيك جاوب له كله إيكوتوري بيجاوبوا زي ده. كان ما عندنا طريقة لازم نتجمع. بس الغلط بتاعنا إنه ما خدنا استراتيجية. شكرا لجاكوب ولو بيسمع برضو التحليل بتاعه 100%. داير نقول لأقوات إنه نحن سفرتيز في جريد إيكواتوريا أكاذيب بتجين كسر إلدس معايدين بتجين كسر إلدس حكومة بتجين في جوبا يوز بتا جنكسل elders في السوشيال ميديا كله بيكذبوا هذول كله نحن طلعنا منه نحن إيكواتوريين سفرتيس أنا طلعنا من كلام زي ده انتم تكذبوا تحددوا ناس بقانون ده كله خلاص ما شغل بتاعنا شغل بتاعنا اليوم في جريد إيكواتوريا سفرتيس نحن دايرين نشوف شلون نحن بيطلعوا جريد إيكواتوريا ده برا من جنوب السودان لكن تكذبوا لنا تعمل لنا كل شيء إرهاب ده كله ما بيشتغل لأنه في النهاية إما جنوب السودان ده عايش زي كونغو وإما نمشي في فيس ونجري مع جريد إيكواتوريا شكرا يا اخوانا ده ده البسيط اللي انا بكت في النهايه وانا بشكركم كلكم
يا uncle سلمي والله يا اخي even though we disagree I want to say thank you my brother you know and then اشكرك كمان because نحن جلوين في النهايه وكل زول قاعد كله include دومين صحابي me and we talk even though we disagree in politics like me and him we communicate like we زول كويس like he went with the wrong guy. So this year, udazi kaman ambassador chadit uokili usa James unak for 2.8 CJ anagdol and for the net was all ani mdanga chute jagdani azul gar jamba gajek wala NC. So may God the creator bless the Republic of South Sudan and peace be to all. Will defeat the test of our time.
Ita ni sit boss talking to mini Jack Daniels jam in Russia or in Ukraine. The guy doing it. Ita miss it out. I just should go ask the dollar from Boston. Kind of be your mark, by sure. Don't worry. Anyway, let's go forward to the next speaker. I got you. You're funny, my friend. I'm just telling you, you need to figure out where you stand because it. Even though I could see, I will not say anything, but you can change for the best as a human being. Stop thinking about your tribe, and I appreciate you said you don't like tribalist. Like you have to educate your people. That's all I could tell you. Like just to tell you one thing, also you have to understand. South Sudanese people have lost Equatorians. Do you know when I say lost Equatorians for one reason? I'm an Equatorian nationalist. Regardless how now we're coming to discuss this situation, like remember, we have made our decision to be a nation of our own. For the reason of there is no more a chance. احنا ما كنا مع السودان الواحد, right? Why now are you condemning Equatoria to be a nation when أخواننا في الشمال, they respected us to the point حتى هم they tried hard to convince us that we are one people, and yet we separated. Our separation comes out to the right way because we were marking our people, our brothers in the north, because we had the oil. That's what you said, guys. In the oil, bye bye Shamal Sudan. Remember, there was the song they used to say. And then today, a lot of our refugees going back to Khartoum. And then you guys are trying to say to Equatorial today, when they're going out, you say, no, don't go. But we're not saying to you bye-bye the way how you said it to our fellow brothers who in the Khartoum. But we're telling you, my brother, you have done us wrong. And I don't think there is any way we can go forward to that unity. But the best way for us is to start building our houses in our own home. And you guys, one day, maybe, not our generation Biji Warana, because now we need to heal. The only way for us to heal is to separate. That's what you need to know, my friend, Mr. Agot, because the healing with us, the South Sudan, people have to disintegrate to come back later in the future. The same thing with World War II, World War I. If you look at Europe, Europeans today are coming together as what they call European Union. After World War II, do you know what Hitler did to the world in Europe? Europeans were burning each other. Khalik min that World War I. They were allies. German, Russia, other countries were allying, and the others were allying against each other. At the end, Prussia was divided, and then some countries went to Russia and all that. And then later, generation later came in and healed the issue. But what we need to do is to build a foundation. Hassa Equatorial need to build their foundation. Our foundation is to continue protect the legacy of our ancestors and the grave Hassa desecrated by the Dinka community within Equatoria. Now imagine your people, Mr. Agot, and I want you to tell me this because we're not saying this as a lie. يا أخي مقابر أجدادنا أنتم ما خليتوا ما احترمتوهم خليك بقى من إحنا الأحياء أنتم ما احترمتوهم قلعتوا مقابر ده وكبيتوه في برا وبنيتوا فوقه هوتيلات فساد بنيتوا فوقه مكانات منشآت اللي ما عنده أي حاجة مقدس، وأجدادنا اللي دفنهم في تحت التراب انتوا desecrate them. Do you think this will bring unity to us, my friend? إلا كأنه بقى عيال، يعني بدون مؤاخذة إلا كأنه بقى عيال حرام. معلش إحنا ما بنقدر، إحنا فينا نقول نحن نتوحد، لكن أنا قاعد نوريك وحدة بتاعنا مستحيل يكون في هذا النوع لما تدسكريت. أقدس شيء لنا هو مقابر أجدادنا. خليك بقى من الحاجات عملتوا لنا إحنا أحياء، لكن أجدادنا اللي ماتوا كم آلاف السنين تيجي تقلع مقابر تام، حتى الأوروبيين ما عملوها، حتى أخواننا في الشمال ما عملوها، دينك جا عملوا في وشنا. Do you think this will bring us unity? My friend, just think about it. أنا ما في نام شاغلة مقبرة جدك جدك هناك وأنا بقول أنا قاعد هنا، إحنا كلنا جنوبيين. So the word جنوبي ده أقلعه من راسك، لأن أنا ما جنوبي. I'm an Equatorian. That's what I will leave it to you. Think about it. لأنه you already lost us, my friend. لكن شنو? We will respect each other as friends. The same as we respect our brothers in Khartoum as friends and allies. لو في واحد داري يتعدى عليهم إحنا بنحميكم. That's how we're gonna go. But don't think of the unity for us. So let me give it.
اسمع introduction. انت كلامك صح. تلقى زول بيجي بيقول لك هنا يقول لك let's unite. وانت امك وابوك قاعدين في كام وام وابوك قاعدين في village بتاعهم. يلا يقول لك come unite. How can I unite with somebody that my parents and my cousin, my auntie, my uncle قاعدين في refugees camp, they out of their land. يلا زول أمه وأبوه قاعد في land بتاعه في village بتاعه. يلا يقول لك let's unite. إنت كده قد إنت how can you answer that question? إنت كده just trying to see it from our side. إنت كده يقول لك كلام. أنا village بتاعي كله مافشين في بلد بتاعه. uncle بتاعي cousin ومنو auntie ونافي وده كله مافشين في village بتاعي. وإنت people بتاعك قاعدين في village بتاعك. يلا إنت تقول لي نيجي نعمل unite. Can you match me the energy? Can you match the energy? Yeah, good. It's لو intellectual, it's لو فاهم عليك اللي عندك at least شوية فاهم ده. Like what that's the same. That's exactly what it would come to right now. Can you please answer that question?
يا أخو أنا انتهى قبل brother. You know when it انتهى خلاص ما ترجع ورا. كلام قبل واضح. القبلية must be criminalized, must clan will extreme and they will bring them to justice. It's just a matter of time, my brother.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
Let's move on, Mr. 428. I think God don't want to answer this, but maybe next time, inshallah. And we will have one-on-one with Brother Agod if he would like. We can sit down. We can have a moderator to put question to us. Even if you have any question to me, also I look forward because as you know, I stand for separation, and at this moment, I'm a vocal speaker for separation, and I speak standing on that. So, but yeah, 428. Let's move on to give a chance to Mr. No, hold on. Let's go in with عشان احنا التايم بتاعنا running out. Let me give a chance to Mr. James من قبل يكون يتكلم. اخوي جيمس ده موجود؟ الاخ جيمس دونجلاوي. Okay, I know CJ هو مشغول. الاخ جيمس. So anyway, then I go to Miss Didi. Didi, are you there? Thank you. Okay, my brother son of Equatoria ظهر صدفة في آخر وقت آخر فيلم. ده بيجي عامل زي أفلام هندية، ده بوليس بيجي في نهاية لما الأبطال كله خلاص وصلوا. Alright. أيوة أوكي. ورا جيمس. أنت وين؟ أنا كنت ودرت خلاص على شنو؟ ودرت في الهند. كويس أنت معانا. اتفضل آخر كلماتك لدقيقتين في الأحداث اللي اتكلمنا عنه. وبعدين انا بويلكم اخونا السنة في كاتوريا الفس. انا شايفه هو ظهر. انا كنت ما اعرف طبعا هو مشغول، بيكون طبعا هم different time واحنا طبعا في كل دول different. يعني اتخيل imagine احنا في ناس تانيين صباح، احنا هنا بالليل ماشيين للنوم، وفي تانيين لسه في المساء. فانا بشكركم كثير على التايم بتاعكم. with all my heart. Thank you so much. Brother James, أرجوك تفضل، عندك دقيقتين تقدر تدي آخر كلامك، وبعد كده نرجع لألفس نديه at least 3 دقائق يلا ديدي يختم بعد كده put my final thought. Before I put my final thought, then I give to Didi to finalize. Thank you. Go ahead, brother James.
تحياتي للمستمعين المنتدى ده أخيرا، وأنا أشكر الناس اللي شاركوا معانا هنا في المنتدى، وأسلم الناس اللي معانا تحت هنا في الكلوب هاوس. ورسالتي للنظام إنه ألاعيبه بقى الظاهرة، فدي خطوة كويسة. كوننا نحن أبناء جنوب السودان نعرف إنه النظام ده ما عنده أي إرادة أو أي نية سياسية لحل مشاكل الناس، ودي أنا أعتقد في رأيي الشخصي أنه دي بداية الحل، والحل حيفرض نفسه في النهاية. ما بحق إلا الحق. شكرا جزيلا أخوي أتيكا والأخ ديدي.
شكرا جيمس.
Right, ندي الفرصة لبرادر son of Equatoria and welcome Alphys. انت معنا؟ مرحبا. يا اتفضل. طبعا الموضوع كان ممكن انت ما حضرته، هي عن العفو العام، هيك I don't know if it's عفو العام بالعربي فصحى انا نسيته، لكن كير امنستي طبعا the game، يعني هو بيتلعب بالعفو العام ده على اساس yeah you know it okay so go ahead. yeah طبعا هو قد ايوه كيد كوانغ and all that. so انا قد نعرف من ناحيه ده انت طبعا كشايفه كاستوائي، وفي نفس الوقت احنا بنشوفه من نظريه. هل انت بتظن ده ألاعيب بس لمخططات بعيده؟ يعني في ناحيه الحركه الشعبيه اليوم هسه، لانه كويس انكل سيلفيو منشن فيري امبورتنت ثينج، يعني نفس الحركه ده كان حصلت في وقت ان احنا كنا في السودان الواحد مع النظام بتاع عمر بشير وانظمه كثيره الانقلابيه اللي كان في السودان. الانظمه ده كان كله بيتلعب مع متمردين في الجنوب وقت ذاك، او الثوار الجنوبيين، على اساس انه الثوار دي طبعا بيسكتون بشنو بمفاوضات سياسيه، يلا بعدين بخطوهم تحت، يلا بدهم عفاء عام وحاجات. حتى لما حصل في التسعينات الناس رياك مشار وكده، لكن انت كان لاحظت حاجات ده كله عنده سلبيات اكثر من ايجابيات في ناحيه. فانا ما اعرف انت رايك شنو او نظريتك للمراحل ده شنو، وبعدين ما هو الخطوره في المستقبل في الجهه ده، لانه هسه هم قاعدين يحاولوا يقربوا الناس اللي معارضين، خاصه المعارضه المسلحه. لانه هسه انت كان لاحظت كيد جوان معارضه مسلحه، اكوالك معارضه مسلحه، وعندهم مخططات بعيده المدى. وده نفس الشيء عملوه في ايو بيفور، وهسه هم مركزين كمان لسوما. وهل سوما حيقع؟ طبعا سالنا قبلك اخواننا من السوما، فهم ادوا اجاباتهم. فانا ما بعرف انت من نظريتك بس من بعيد، يعني ما محتاج تشخص، لكن بس you can give us your own input and next time ان شاء الله نتكلم اكثر الموضوع ده، لان طبعا حاجه دل على عيب انت من حسب نظرتنا. فانا ما اعرف انت ممكن نظريتك تكون يختلف شويه مننا، لكن اتفضل put your input. thank you.
شكرا براداتك لهذا الفرصة. بس حاجة اللي أنا عايز أقول لك يا عقر، انتوا مع سلفاكير ومجموعة بتاعكم انتوا يا مجرمين، زمن بجي زمن انت مجرمين بجا بتاعت محاسبة. حاجة اللي أنا عايز أقول، البيس الاجريمنت اللي اتعمل في خرطوم والاتفاقيات اللي قاعدة يحصل حاليا في نيروبي وياتو ده ما تعرف، ده بدي لشنو؟ بدي لإنحاء بتاعت نظام في جوبا. هو كويس بمناسبة اتفاقيات اللي هسه حاليا النظام قاعد يعمله ده، هو كويس في المرحلة ده، كويس ذاته معناه احنا كانفصاليين، يعني كويس معنا شديد، قاعد يقرب لنا المسافة. ليه أنا قاعد أقول قاعد يقرب لنا المسافة؟ لأنه لو أنت بتشوف البيس الأجريمنت اللي اتعمل في خرطوم يعني بذاته كده بيوري لك يعني الرؤية بتاع السلام ده، بيجيب بتاع السلام اللي اتعمل في خرطوم بيجيب استقرار في جنوب السودان ولا لا؟ ما حيجيب سلام، حيجيب شنو؟ قلقلة بتاع الأمن في النظام في جوبا. أنا بقول لأنه في فترة حاليا حاصل ده، الناس دول دخلوا بقوات بتاعهم كده، والقوات دي تنظم، هيحصل يعني في اي لحظه انفلات امني هيحصل، ولو حصل في النهايه هيكون كويس معانا. الزمن ده احنا اصلا كده مخططات بتاعنا ماشي كويس، واحنا في النهايه ماشيين على حسب الاستراتيجيه بتاعنا. وانا قاعد اكد تماما ان احنا ما في خوف بالنسبه لنا. هم عايزين يجيبوا الهروبات بالنسبه في المناطق بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا، لكن احنا يعني قاعدين نخوض لوننا في الكلام ده بالتحديد. عارفين هي حاجه، لكن الحاجه الجاي النظام ده حيمشي، وفي النهايه هنوصل للهدف بتاعنا الحقيقه اللي احنا قدرنا نوصل فيه. يعني ما في زول يكون عنده يعني مرحله بتاعت خوف يقول لا احنا قاعدين نعلم ابناء بتاعنا كيف يمسكوا القلم، ولو وصلوا في مرحله يمسكوا القلم في الزمن ده عندنا كلمه ثانيه. عشان كده شوف احنا ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا ما في خوف بالنسبه لنا. يعني احنا يعني نطمن ابناء بتاعنا كل زول بيجي بفهم الرساله بيجوا بلغه مختلفه. في بعض من الناس طبعا هم بفهموا حسا، لكن هم هيجي يفهموا بعد خلاص يكون في يعني ترتيبات بالنسبه للاستراتيجيات اللي احنا خدناها. ما في خوف في نسبه في ناحيه ده، لكن انا شايف بين انهاء بتاع النظام يا هوندا قريب في في البيس اجريمنت اللي اتعمل في خرطوم. دي حاجه اللي باكد ليه تماما، لانه في نهايه المطاف الشعب فهم القضيه، وبعض من اللي اسمه شنو التنظيمات فهموا القضيه. ده بدي لخطوره بتاعت نظام في جوبا. نهايه بتاعهم قريب، انا شايف كده. شكرا لك برادتك. انا ما اعرف انت كنت قاعد تسمعني؟
Yes, I hear you. Hold on. Yes, قاعد نسمعك. sorry أنا عندي مشكلة في yeah, I hear you. Thank you so much. أنا سمعتك، بس أنت كلمت كلام هنا. أنت قلت يا أخي إحنا أنا بدنا نعرف من ناحية بتاعتك تتكلم that's good for us. good for us in what way؟ ما فينا قبل شوية في من الإخوة من الصومال قالنا ما عندنا جيش، طبعا إحنا الانفصاليين ما عندنا حتى ميليشيات في الأرض. فأنا بس عاوز أعرف من رؤيتك أنت. طبعا you are saying this is your opinion. I respect that، رأيك الخاص. لكن أنا عاوز أسأل السؤال ده عشان طبعا في أسئلة كتير. في ناس من اللي بيحاولوا يفهموا الانفصاليين احنا ماشيين نجاح وين عارفين برنامجنا، لكن انا بس عاوز اسال من جهتك انت وفيك تدينا بس كده على السطح. هل احنا محتاجين عساكر عشان احنا نقدر نحقق اهدافنا للانفصال؟ وانت بتؤمن انه this is the best way نهاف جيش، ولا انت بتشوف شنو؟ بس يعني بسيط كده. يا اقعد انت مع سلفاكير قاعد يدوك دولار. اقعد كويت، خلي اخونا يتكلم.
النظام هسه حاليا قاعد يتعامل في شنو؟ قاعد يتعامل يشتري النفوس، عشان عايز ينتهي من تنظيمات على يتعامل معه اتفاقيات. لكن هو قاعد يغلط. الناس دي عندهم جيش في الارض، والجيش عنده شنو؟ عنده في النهايه القيادات الميدانيه موجود، وفي النهايه هم فاهمين اللعبه بتاع الحكومه واي حاجه. يشتري النفوس ده ما حل قضيه.
وهل انت بتعتبر ناس الجيش؟
هذا
انت بتعتبرهم هم جنود عساكر بالمعنى يعني عساكر professional like we call it in America? Are they professional armies؟ أو ده بس ميليشيات قطاع الطرق أو جنجويد بالمعنى؟
لا ما هم اصلا ما جيش منظمين، مو ميليشيات اصلا. وفي النهايه ما عندنا جيش في جنوب السودان. حاجه اللي انا عايز اقول يعني في نهايه المطاف نحن بنحتاج عشان ندافع عن الاراضي بتاعنا في ايكواتوريا بنحتاج لجيش. بنحتاج نتعلم مع ابناء بتاعنا في المرحله الجايه، لان المرحله الجايه مرحله ما في رئيس في جنوب السودان اللي بيمثل دور بتاع الرئيس بتاع جنوب السودان في الفتره دي. لانه في النهايه هيكون ما في اسمه شنو رئيس شرعي بالنسبه لجنوب السودان. ومرحله ده مرحله خطير، لانه في النهايه لو انت بتشوفوا ما في روح بتاع رؤيه وطنيه هل بيجمع جنوب السودان كي يشوفوا رئيس يمثل جنوب السودان في الفتره ده. هيكون في تخوف من كل اسمه شنو اطراف. في نهايه المطاف هيحصل زي ما اللي عايز يحصل، وبعد ذاك المتحده هيخش وهيشوف رئيس يجيبه يمرر الفتره ده. وفي النهايه ان احنا كابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا عندنا استراتيجيات لفتره ده، زي ان احنا قدمنا الرؤيه بتاعنا للامم المتحده وقاعد ينظر للرؤيه بتاعنا، وعارفين لانه في النهايه ان احنا كابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا احنا اتضررنا، واحنا في النهايه المناطق بتاعنا هسه حاليا قاعد يحصل فيه ما بحصل، وفي النهايه كل الكلام احنا دايرين نوصله احنا وصلناه. احنا دايرين نوصل في الاخر مرحله الاخير عشان كيف يقبلوا الكلام بتاعنا ده في فتره ده. ده ما هيكون يجي لانه يكون في انتخابات عشان احنا في النهايه ما حنشارك فيه. احنا بنطلب لانه شنو؟ اننا عايزين يعني تغيير المسير بتاع ابناء بتاعنا قبل يكون في حاجه اسمه الكشن في جنوب السودان. في زمن الحاصل بتاع غياب بتاع رئيس، احنا عندنا حق نقدر ننفصل من جنوب السودان، وفي نهايه الامم المتحده بقدر يسمع للرؤيه بتاع ابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا، لان الرؤيه ده يتقدم
We don't have to go in detail بس respectfully اخونا هنا for purpose of other things. لكن انا فهمت كلامك، بس انا كنت عاوز توضح بسيط في الموضوع ده.
نحن كابناء ايكواتوريا محتاجين نتدرب ابناء بتاعنا يحمي ارض بتاعهم ويحمي نفوسهم في فتره ده، لازم ده من واجب، لانه في النهي في زمن ده في غياب بتاع الامن لازم ابناء بتاعنا يحمي اراضي بتاعهم كابناء بتاع ايكواتوريا ريجن، مش كابناء بتاع دوله جنوب السودان. دي حاجه اللي انا عايز اوصل. وفي النهايه احنا قاعدين نحاول نفهم ابناء بتاعنا ونحاول نعلمهم كيف يقدر يمسكوا القلم، عشان القلم في النهايه هو يوريك الطريقه الصحيحه. ده حاجه اللي انا بس عايز اوصل فيه. انت فهمت حاجه؟
انا فهمتك واضح جدا، شكرا. انا ما لانه في حاجات دقيق ما دارين نتكلم عنه، لكن انا فهمت كلامك. وبعدين الامم المتحده هو ذاته ما عنده قوه على اساس، لكن we don't have to go there. وبشكرك كثير على البوينتس. Let's give a chance. Let me finalize and then Didi, you will take over and we'll finalize. The reason why اتكلمنا عن موضوع Amnesty, just give me a second. Hold on a second. I'm doing some things here. أنا بشكركم أول شكر جزيل جدا. Great thanks. Yeah. I'm trying to sell myself to Salva Kiir. يا جماعة Equatorian, forgive me لو أنا مشيت بجد هناك بجد شغال مع Salva Kiir. كوركو بنقرا نسيتك sell us out. All right, my friends. First of all, I want to give great thanks and appreciation, really, from the bottom of my heart, and in particular our Equatorian nationalists who stand out all the time. لأنه مبدأنا واحد. We have one principle, and we're very clear. We're very ethical people. We are not going to tolerate or compromise our right and what we stand for. We believe in our nation, and our nation is our land, not the one that is now running like almost what they call it animal farm. Even animal farm is more interesting. I read it when I was a kid, and it was funny about the animal farm. It's actually, and it just shows that underdeveloped kind of creatures who don't even understand the meaning of law and order because they were chaotic. But when we talk about utopia, we talk about dystopia, we understand there is something here. It's an evolution beyond imagination. Of course, dystopia is an opposite of utopia. And for reason why I say utopia, we Equatorian nationalists, we already almost reached that utopian ideal, but we were hindered by the idea that, being South Sudanese, because the word South Sudan itself have crippled us. The British have done the damage enough. The Egyptians, the Ottoman Turk have done it enough. Even they divided our land. Even the Belgians divided our Equatorial lands to many countries. Like we always know and we are aware. And thank God our people have left us a legacy and knowledge of our people. They divided our people into many countries, one to Congo, Uganda, Central Africa, and Kenya, and then they put them in those nations. But our people never crossed that line. Those who have been taken for centuries never crossed the line. But before that, before the entrance of the Westerners or even the Ottoman Turks, they were nothing divided us. We were one people. And what Equatoria have done, Equatoria evolved to the ideal that we are one people, based on the neighborhood, based on the equal right. Like they have understood the meaning of republic, but they did not know how to describe it. And we might discuss it next time because I still wanted to put a topic on the republic. What is republic? And we can even go and delve into Plato's ideal of republic, the Greek philosopher Plato, and then we can also bring some of the other philosophers from the Enlightenment and those New Age philosophers when they talk about defining nations and republic. But we will try to define it based on on understanding our responsibility, because the most important is that we understood our responsibility as people. That's why our people stood together and defined themselves in that idea. And we have a professor who's supposed to come up tomorrow. Unfortunately, he won't be here, but he will be next time, I think. But this is one thing that he had some enlightenment things he wanted to talk about. And one thing about what I wanted to say is that these guys, our elders who left us legacy, they really understood the responsibility of nation and tribes and the community that they are responsible for. And then they also taught the people what is the responsibility of the community toward their neighbors. These things is in Equatoria. But when we look at the others, and I say our brothers in the other two regions, because of war, they have neglected the idea of responsibility. And when they got the chance to lead the nation, they led us to destruction. We Equatorians were not talking here as denigrating them or undermining them, but we're telling the facts that we do not look at ourselves as a tribe. We look at ourselves as one people. And then when we see South Sudan under the leadership of Salva Kiir and the leadership of Riek Machar, who cannot fathom the idea that we are one people. Instead, they're only focusing on their tribe and gaining how to revenge on each other, then there is no hope. And then when we look at others who are also trying to undermine Equatorian voices by looking at themselves as more important. I remember Equatorian were neglected. They said when we talk about the massacres and the displacement of our people, they say, oh, you guys are not suffering like Upper Nile. You're not suffering like Bahar Ghazal. So they always remind us that they're more important than us. Then we said, you know what? Okay, you guys are important. Let's go out. We don't even want to be part of this country. You guys who are really suffering, let the world focus on you and let us take our independence. We are talking about independence. It's not like we're trying to, abandon you because we don't have anything to connect us with you. Only this idea that we are South Sudanese fighting, the Arabism ideology that was, forced on us in the time of our independence from the British and from the Ottoman Turk. Today, we see we have a new oppressor, but it's a primitive mindset of tribalism. They want to control us through the tribalism and said that we died in this territory, we're going to take it. We have fought for this country, so it's ours. Like, are you serious? What about the Americans who fought in every country and died in every country? Yet they don't get it. Then again, they desecrate our ancestors' grave. For us, Equatorian, that's a red line for us. You desecrate even the Israelis and the Arab. They never done that to each other. Israel and Arab. I've been in Israel and I've been in Palestine. They have seen them. They never took the grave of the people that they have left them these lands. It doesn't matter if you're Palestinian or Israeli, but they would never cross that line. But in South Sudan, they have crossed that line. And it's particular one tribe they did that. Dinka have came and took lands from us so much. And when we talk about this, they say we are tribalists. But we're telling the truth on this because this is our ancestors' grave. Even my grandparents, I've never seen them, never even seen their grave. Yet they took their grave out of the ground and they threw it somewhere so they can build a hotel. I was shocked when I found out this. Even one of my relatives got killed because of that, because of the grave of our ancestor. So when we talk about these lands, we're not talking only about the land that's just like no grave on it, but we're talking about everything, including the grave of our ancestors. Because that grave is sacred to us. Because everybody, when they die, they're going to go back to their resting place. That's what they gave us, that message from God who created us. So when you go and desecrate that, it doesn't matter if you are heathen. Like don't desecrate the grave of people. And when you do that, you cross the line. And we will fight for our land and for our ancestors. And when they lived in this earth, they did whatever good they did. And if they did bad, that's their own mistake with God. They will be judged. But for what we know, when their time to rest, nobody disrespected them. We don't disrespect anybody else's grave. But you guys disrespected it. The by itself, ya Jama, ya Equatorians, everyone استوائي مفترض يقوم من بكرة أبيهم يقول يا جماعة خلاص انتهينا من وحدة. إحنا ما كنا في السودان الواحد ما في حاجة حصل زي ده. Today is happening to us. Our women have been raped. إحنا رجالنا ما بكوا. أخواننا قاعدين يغتصبون ما بكينا. بقى أجدادنا من مقابرهم بيشيلوا من الأرض كمان ما بنبكي. يا جماعة ما عيب علينا. إحنا استوائيين. أنا انفصالي لأسباب ما لأنه عنصرية ولا أنا قاعد نكره قبيلة ولا أنا حقتنا هنا قبائل استوائي قبائل بكامله. We are many tribes within our territory, but we never look at each other as tribes. We look at each other as one people because we respect each other's right. Like when we see the abuse coming from Upper Nile in particular, Mindinka Bor, Mindinka Wow, Mindinka what? Those people are coming and they disrespect and they say, Ehna Dinka, we are mighty. Before they used to call themselves Dinka mighty. Even the tiger, they called tiger Dinka mighty warriors when they killed the Nuer. Today, they try to deny that. لما نتكلم عن حقائق ده قال إحنا عنصريين. لا إحنا discriminate. إحنا وقفنا معكم في خنادق يا أخونا يا تشارلز هنا. I wish he was here لأنه يتكلم. مستر تشارلز يتكلم عن حاجات ده ناس اللي دخلوا في خنادق وحاربوا side by side. في ناس كتير حتى مستر ألفونس other person like في ناس أخواننا حكيم اللي دايما بتسمعوه بيتكلم في فيسبوك and others they fought. They've been in a war in the SPLM. خذلهم في النهاية جاء هانم قالتوا ما شاكلتوا شالوا يالتا دينكا ودوهم في أمريكا وطنوهم وعلموهم وقال انتوا ياهو بكرة حتكونوا قيادة البلد. باقي ناس ذات طنشوهم على أساس إنه هم ما من قبيلة الدينكا. لما نسأل إنه النظام ده من تأسيسه كان قبلي غشيتوا الشمال إنه على أساس انتوا كنتوا للسودان الواحد. وين السودان الواحد ده؟ غير أديتوا وهم للناس كتير إنه آمنوا. لما في ناس قال حاجة مات مع جون كارين. نو. حتى كوبا ده لما فيدال كاسترو مع شيغوفارا هم مشوا وفوت for كوبا. شيغوفارا كان عنده مبدأ واحد هو يحرر ساوث أمريكا كله من شنو التقنية الأمريكية ده. And he did his best. But when he died, did not die with him. He still continued. Even today, people praising him and no. And guess what? Cuba is still living on the ideal بتاع Che Guevara أكتر من فيدال. Because Che Guevara want to see everybody get education. Socialism must run the country. John Garang جاب idea سودان الجديد لما نو مات. What happened? ليه disappear? منصور خالد كان الله يرحمه موجود. ياسر رومان كان موجود. ناس كتير يوسف وناس كله وينهم. All of these people are silenced. And then people say, in عندنا بترول, let's go. Bye-bye Sudan. But Equatorian, when they separate, we're not separating for bye-bye Sudan or bye-bye South Sudan. What we're doing is to protect ourselves for the generation الجاي ورانا. For us, we lived our life. إن كنا في الغربة ولا إن كنا جوا دغنا الطعم بتاع مرارة بتاع الغربة بتاع الإهانة والاستهتار. لكننا كرجال وكنسوان بنكيف من أجل شنو مستقبل الجاي ورانا. وإحنا نحرر بلدنا على أساس شنو التحرير بطريقة صحيحة. زي ما كوبا حرر شعبه من عبودية ومن جهل، إن هنحرر إكواتوريا من عبودية وقبلية، عشان إحنا ما نورث القبلية الموجودة اليوم في جنوب السودان. لو أقليمين ده ما قدروا يعلموا حالهم يتوحدوا كشعب في وسطهم، ما تتوقع استوائي هيكون دولة معاكم، جزء منكم، لأن إحنا أوريدي دوليات. وده كان امتحان لنا. 17 سنة كفاية. إذا انتم ما نجحتوا 17 سنة، ما تتوقعوا أن هتنجحوا في خلال 20 سنة الجاي، إلا هنكون عبيد. وإحنا ما مستعدين عشان نكون عبيد للجهل وللقبلية. إن هنحارب لحد ما نكون أحرار، وده كلامنا هنا. وأي زول يمشي اتفاقية الله معك، لكن سلفكير حيلعب فوقكم لعبة لما تقول لي يا رب، لأنه أساس سلفكير ما عنده استعداد للتغيير. وانتوا كم ما دارين تغيروا النظام ده، لا تتوقعوا إحنا ذاته نثق فوقكم كمعارضات، لأنه انتوا كما مشيتوا توقعوا ورقة بس عشان تقعدوا تحت في ترابيزة وتاخذوا صور تذكارية وتقول إن كنا هنا وهنا. الله معاكم. كان ده تصور مع بوب، وده تصور مع ياتوزول، حتى رئيس اوباما ولا كان بقى منو، الله معاكم. لكن احنا ماشيين لدولتنا الجديد هو استواء الكبرى، وهنكون دولة بكل كمال. واحنا نويلكم everyone، لكن يحترم حاله وذاته وكيانه، لان احنا ما عاوزين اهانة هذول، واحنا ما بنقبل انه زول تاني يسيء للتاني. لانه المجموعة الحسة قاعدين احنا نقوموا كشباب اللي قاعدين نحاول نكون دولة جديدة، لازم الدولة ده يكون دولة ديمقراطي حر، ما فوق أي يعني قبلية ولا عنصرية. We respect humanity and trust me, it's easy to say it. Yes, you might not even believe in that. لكن أنا مؤمن به بكل حاجة، وأنا مستعد أداي for what I believe in. لأنه إحنا ما هنا عشان نجي نضيع وقت. We're here to speak the truth for our people. Our people have suffered enough. So I won't go far. لكن هنتكلم إن شاء الله next time. Didi, please take over. Finalize your thought. I'm sorry I took time. لكن بس عاوز أخذ مسج تاعي هنا، لأنه حاجات كتير I would love to say it، لكن ما عندي وقت. إن شاء الله next time لما نجي في حلقات تاني ممكن ذات ندي speech on that point next time on what our objective to go ahead، لأن إحنا لسه ما تكلمنا حتى أهداف استوائية وبرنامج استوائي جايين يبنوها في ناحيات معينة. في حاجات إحنا ما هنتكلم عنه، لكن في حاجات نتكلم عنه كتوضيح للشعب الاستوائي ولأي أصدقائنا اللي بيدعموا بيقفوا مع استوائية. بنقول لهم شكرا لكم وربنا يبارككم، وهنا هنحارب لحرية، وأي زول ده يكون حر إحنا مستعدين نقف معك. Thank you and God bless. Miss Didi, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't really go very long. I hope so. Usually the time runs. Mostly people say, I would take less than 7 minutes or 10 minutes. You find yourself you've gone beyond because the time really runs so fast. And thank you so much for all that you have said and all that you have done. I appreciate you. And I appreciate all the people who came up here and spoken, regardless if we are in disagreement or we don't agree. It's all about, the political aspect and the side of what is happening back home. And all our ideas and all our thoughts and all our fight is to fight for what is right and justification for our people who are suffering and for ourselves. Because the case of South Sudan is a case that started since the Sudan, when we were Southern Sudan. So this has been as a repetitive issue that is happening. It's one that really no one should have even excused it from happening, or no one would have allowed it to happen. This is a time that South Sudanese would have been like a watchdog, watching, that making sure that this should not happen again. But unfortunately, it happened right under our nose. And the thing that I see the weakness that South Sudanese are having right now, instead of you looking into the into the what do you call it, the trigger of the situation, but people will look at the reaction of the victim and the innocent, and then they will react so harshly towards you, the victim, and then leave the villain, who's the trigger of the issue. And this is because out of I don't know, crippling fear, that South Sudanese could not even begin to stand for themselves. People think that if we hold ourselves together, just we're gonna be fine. As long as, even if this regime is killing us, even if this regime is tribal, so let's just hold ourselves together. But this could never be an answer. I see it this way. people usually, I hear some even of my Equatorians used to keep say that, you know, these people cannot stay without us. They cannot stay without Equatoria. Equatoria is everything, to Dinka and to the rest of the South Sudanese. But Jama, I want to tell you this: Equatorians got it wrong completely. Who thinks like this? Nobody wants you. When people say when people are really like wanting to be and saying that one nation, one country, it's not about you. It's like the case of you, or you and your in your family at home. Like, have you ever experienced this? You get these people, the outside, are fighting you so hard because they wanted what you have. Okay, they will protest you, they will do everything. They want what you have, but they don't want you minus you see. This is the case that is happening in Equatoria. And I bet a lot of people would understand what I'm saying. There are people that will really resist you so badly. They will have these wicked thoughts, because only what you have, they wanted it so badly, but they don't want you. This is what Equatoria is going through, and Equatoria read this so wrongly. Equatoria thought that, oh, these people just want to be one. These people just want to be with us. These people want to work with us, is to be one nation, one something like that. No, you got it wrong. They want the land. They don't want you. You could see Gen Council is now becoming the landlord of the nation. They're the one projecting all the ideas, all the division of the states. They're the one influencing all these things. And on top of it, they're the one coming up with the decision whereby everybody can live anywhere. And I was trying to explain this, to unfold this last time in our brother John's room, but then I got interrupted and stuff like that. I was trying to say that, Jama, the notion of this thing that people say that one nation, you can live anywhere, that it should have not even happened from the beginning when we got the country. When we separated from the north, everybody should have been kept put where they are to begin with, in order, to just to begin to create a harmony, between South Sudanese. Everybody should have been kept busy where they are. Create some projects wherever these people are in their region. Let them keep on doing projects over there, building the nation. Those people who are roaming around so freely, with nothing to do, too much energy, too much tribalism in the blood, too much hatred, too much, things they want to exercise. Keep them busy. And on top of this, you need to focus into, infrastructure. You need to focus into the health industry. You need these people to get counseling. These people have been through this circle of tribal wars. Then you got the SPLA in the bush. People have gone through a lot. These are the projects that needed to be done and needed to be done as soon as possible as people got in the country. So everybody will be going back and then reconcile with their land, thinking, how to advance where they are, and then after that, then you can introduce people, after you have done this integration process, people, because we came from different countries. We have a lot of obstacles that happen between us. We've been kept separately the whole time. We lived in one country under the north, but we've been kept separately. I understand there are people who got to know themselves in the bush, but even didn't go, all the way right. So that later on in the future, maybe by now, after 16 years, when the country has advanced, when the country has developed, while people are, creating this harmonious situation, people are, visiting here and there and getting to know each other after all this integration on this project of counseling. Then from there, people could think whether it's a good idea. Anybody could say anywhere, because everybody has their wound. But we got a situation whereby, you got all these people, all of the sudden في ناس ما شافوا ناس تانيين من زمان ذاته. for example في داك الإكواتوريا، ولا في ناس في بحر غزال، ولا في أبانا ما شاف ناس تانيين, don't even know some other places. And then there you go, people just come together, and people in the mix of other people are running, like what Erika earlier says, that if you just coming to mix yourself for the sake of you want to, you just want to mix yourself with me, around me, that's just not right. Some people are running because they have a battle they're fighting,
And then they begin to escalate themselves everywhere, not because just they're coming for peace. No, because he is running from something terrible there that he started it, but he could not finish it, you know. Well, there's something said that you cannot open a door that you cannot close it. The beginning of that country should have been the ending of all tribal wars that are happening in places that some of us even does not know that it was existing. That was the beginning of that country. A new beginning, a new start, you know. Everybody have your break soon. This was what was supposed to be happening. But unfortunately, we are where we are because this would have been really, this is really a terrible idea. And exactly it has become a disaster. A very disaster that like a volcano that is just as erupt. And it's just the lava is just burning everybody left and right. You know, and then some people are telling other people that no. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. And then some people are saying that no, let's just stay like this. Let the fire keep burning. It's not working. The case that is happening right now, we're seeing that I had a question earlier. That some questions I wanted to ask. You know, we're running out of the time, but I will just cut it short here. I will say that what is the future of this country going to be really? A country whereby, you know, you got a group of rebellious people that came out of the bush, they emerge and they force themselves into power, even though they have no clue what they're doing, okay? Then they broke up, you know, they disagreed among them, some of them jump off, and every time they run into, you know, they rebel, then they have to come in and get to be pardoned, okay? Now, if you got all this opposition being pardoned and they're gone in, what is the future of this country going to be? This is the question that I was really wondering. What is the future of this country going to be? So I want to take it further. I just wanted to give thanks to everybody that has contributed, even though I could not finish all what I'm saying, but all the points that people have spoken here, I'm really proud of you guys. I'm really happy, it's the same as I have spoken. And I think Mr. Odysseus is telling me that I think we're running out of time, but I'll leave it here.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, just 10 minutes extra. But yeah, what's your question earlier? Sorry, your question was very interesting.
I just read it wrong.
Yeah.
It's just my question was like, what would the future of South Sudan be?
In this South Sudan today, this country whereby you got the SPLA coming and it's all SPLA rebelling out, okay, and they're returning one by one through pardoning, you know. So if they all return through pardoning, what will this future of this country be? Because you return back, we've seen Riek Machar went down, he's been muted, he can do anything, you know. You got this one's going back exciting. I hope they don't get really muted. So what would the future of this country going to be if people has to still continue with this one people, one nation? That was my question that I had wanted to ask earlier. And before you answer me, it's really interesting there when you know the question that brother Ladu has asked, Bergen and Dominic had answered, you know, and it was really aching me still to to want to see the other way around. Of course, brother Dominic has answered it, you know, well, but knowing that, you know, even something that Dominic has mentioned that, you know, yes, you know, SPLA was formed as anti-Kokora. This alone, this alone just will tell you enough that an Equatorian should have not even stepped in. But on top of it, I know the games that had happened, and I know the manipulation, and I come to understand the manipulation that had happened. And I still appreciate my brothers that have been there, like Charles, you know, our Chief Charles, and those of, you know, DJ Hakim and stuff like that. But this alone should have led our leaders, you know, to think about something different. Just like, you know, when we, before the secession, people are talking about the thing that is going to happen, you know, that, you know, when we separated, there's a group of people going to dominate people, you know, gonna rule people, everybody gonna be a slave under them. But what are the rest doing? What are the elites, which are the leaders of Equatorians, which are too close to them? What are they doing in that time? What are they doing? And what are the rest of the leaders from the other, what do you call it, from the other regions? What are they doing? Why did they not resist against this? Why did they not arm their people? Why did the Equatorian generals and the leaders, why they failed to arm their people? You know. And then my other question is like, what will the future of this country going to be if you got, people being pardoned and pardoned and pardoned all the time?
Hmm.
I hope I didn't.
No, you asked the question right. The first question that you asked, I forgot, but because I want to answer I will answer the last one, but I want to know the
That's all
first
right
question.
because I've taken it long.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you
My
good. What
question
the
is
first
like,
question was?
oh,
It's very interesting. Even
why? What would the future of a country like South Sudan be, given that every time a member of the
Member of the
SPLM or
SPLM or
SPLMI,
SPLMI,
IO,
IO or something, rebel and then had to be pardoned and come back in. If they all one by one, like somebody had mentioned that they're resuming talks again, if they're all gone in, what is the future of that country going to be?
thank you. Well, and I think if anybody caught the first question, also can answer. But I would say this in regard to the point of those rebels when about the amnesty and all that. Just to tell you the truth, I don't even have any hope on them. Anytime they go to negotiation and talk about anything that they try to discuss with the regime, by itself, it shows me they are surrendering. You can try to give me many excuses. I can give you an example, you know, and this one thing I've experienced this as a military. Do you know in US, I used to be in the military before, and also even in when I was in FBI, we have one code United States always stand on. They say we do not negotiate with terrorists. When they say that word, they mean it. Like we will do whatever it takes to get rid of the terrorists by any means. That means we have to take them out by force. But we will never negotiate because we have a standard. And if you are in a position on the right, because I am giving this message to the oppositions, in particular those who know they are on the right, if you will lower your standard to go and sit down in a table with a thief and you say you have a right to speak for your right, then you actually lowered your standard. Even people will begin not to believe you. That's why you see the international community today confused by what is going on in South Sudan. Okay, these people want power sharing. Okay, let them give them power sharing. Oh, they want federalism. Okay, you guys in the power sharing, let's add some, revitalized peace agreement again, and you can add those federalism on it, and you can add also hybrid court. I don't think even they will go to that extent, but they will do some things and then pardon. That's what they're doing. Amnesty, pardon to everyone, who's been accused of, what they call it, crime against humanity. And that's why you see this game have been played so many years. Even the 2005 agreement was a joke because there was some professors I met. They were protesting, and those are guys are political scientists. When they read the whole thing, in the peace agreement, because we need to actually kind of revisit this, and we Equatorian nationalists, we need to revisit it. We will have to get the whole peace agreement of Khartoum regime under the Bashir, and then the SPLM, because that was only between John Garang and Omar al-Bashir, and it was really a mediocre. It was an insult to all the South Sudanese and to all the people who died in this war. Because what happened is they gave the power to them. Even Colin Powell, the late Colin Powell, who died last year, protested later. And there was a guy, we're gonna put his video. His name, he's a professor named Mahmoud. I think Didi, you know about this guy. We will have a discussion with him about him. We will have to get him sometime. But this guy, he is actually one of the people who protested. He was saying that's a joke, that's an insult. What happened in this agreement? So they used all the mechanism to mock the people, and they used this idea of amnesty and reconciliation, but they will never put accountability. And the same thing they're doing it today, the regime. So they got used to this idea. And when you see this thing, I don't think there is any hope because anybody can rebel. That's why even Nimeri قال بخشمه قال لو جنوبي ما لقى وظيفة ماشي في غابة. And that was like a prophetic. ده بقى آية يعني صراحة ده بقى آية في جنوبيين. واحنا استوينا عاوزين نقعد نكون في نفس العقلية ده. لو احنا بنقول احنا ناس نفهم معنى بتاع وطنية، مفترض نكون القوة اللي بيحرك الفكر في جنوب السودان. لكن لو احنا ما قادرين افضل لنا نحن ننفصل، نبني حالنا، نمكن حالنا، نحن build ourselves, then we can go back and teach these people how to learn to be leaders. Because it's not about we're hating or we're doing, but we're looking for our own interest. لأنه هسه الوضع إنه فوقه بقى خطر. يعني imagine قاعدين يدمرونا، يكردونا من أساسنا، من تاريخنا، من حتى ذاته كياننا كشعب. اليوم العاصمة في جوبا دي مكانتها استوائية، لكن تخيل منو قاعد يسيدنا؟ الزول اللي قاعد يفكر أفكار رجعي، أفكار قبلية عشان يسيطر علينا لآلاف السنين. That's what Dinka community are saying. We're gonna rule this country for thousands of years. That's almost like the Nazi. لكن برجعية. الناتسيين at least هم كانوا متقدمين فكريا وعلميا. لكن شنو قاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان؟ يد علوم فوقه هناك غير احنا قاعد نكون شحادين. ناس مرضانين، ميتين، جعانين، امراض واوبئة وتشريد. تقول لي ده دولة احنا عايزين نعيش فوقه؟ الليس الالمان قدروا يبنوا مملكة بتاعهم بقوتهم بقدرة بتاعهم، لكن احنا قاعد نبنيه. احنا صوتنا، الانتهازيين جو دخلوا بطريقه قبليه، ولما نيجي نتكلم كلام ده بيجي بيطعنونا احنا قبليين، لان هم ما عايزين يواجهوا الكلام ده، لكن عايزين يواجهوا ده مشكله سياسيه. وده هم بيتكلموا عن السياسه، لما هنقول لهم انفصال افضل طريقه، لانه السياسه اللي هم ماشيين فوقه ده it try to insult the wounds الاستوائيين ماشيين فوقه. الارض الاستوائي قاعد يحتل. اذا فلسطينيين بيكرد باراضيهم، احنا ما بنكرد باراضيهم. اذا ساوث افريكان ناس اسمه ده ناس في زيمبابوي all these people are crying. اي ريفولوشن لازم يبدا بالارض، ما بيبدا بكلام سياسه وسلطه. لكن ده عايز يقولوا احنا ريفولوشن، احنا ثوريين، لكن عايزين يعملوا ثوره ده شنو؟ يكبوا حكومه ونغير حكومه. ما الثوريين ده حيكونوا ديكتاتوريين. شمال السودان هسه جنبنا ده شنو صار؟ ديكتاتوريين قاعدين يسيطروا على الشعب. So I don't want to go far, لكن هنكمل كلامنا next time. But I hope I answered you. But one thing I could tell you, it's not going to go anywhere. الفيتشر تاع جنوب السودان بطريقة الناس ده هنضيع. عشان كده الانفصال هو الأفضل طريقة، لأن ده الحل الأفضل والأوسط. يعني عامل زي زول مجروح أو كورينو قال فوقه جانجرين. تعرف في الجيش عندنا لما زول يكون ده من العصر القديم كان لما الجرح بتاعك بقى بيكون ملوث لازم يقطعوا الكورين ده. فجانجرين طبعا ده معناته خلاص يدان، لانه كنت ما قطعته حيسمم دمك وهيقتلك. انا ما دكتور طبيبي، لكن الدكاتره بتاع الطب بيقدر يوريك اكثر، لاننا شفنا في الجيش بدون كان معلومات عن الحاجات اللي بخطر. لما يجي لك جانجرين ده من يدان، your leg have to be amputated. So في الناس الانجرد لما يحصل جانجرين ده يدان. I mean يمكن في ادويه اليوم، لكن still you are more vulnerable to die, so it's better for you to be cut off. So ده بمعنى تاني احنا هسه وصلنا في مرحله الكانجرين، لان ادونا فرصه ذهبيه. هسه عملنا 17 سنه ماشيين 17 سنه and we did not go anywhere. تفكر هنعمل 20 سنه تاني بنفس الفكره بتاع اوهام بتاع وحده واوهام بتاع احنا نغير الحكومه؟ اذا هم ما قادرين يقدروا يحلوا المشكله من جذوره، مش يفكروا لنا سياسه، مستحيل نوصل لقدام. فانا ما هكتر. شكرا. اذا في سؤال انا ما جاوبته بليز اني واحد منكم، الاخ دومينيك، anybody please go ahead in the 3 minutes to say it so we can shut it off. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if you can please quickly. Yeah, عشان عندنا time.
You Titi, the question you asked, what were Equatorian leaders? What were Equatorian leaders doing after independence, or that was is? I think that
yes,
was
yes, there was after independence, and also in the time of since SPLA was created as anti-Kokora, for what Kokora was. Why would Equatorians not stand up and create a different movement to fight what is the same equal Kokora was that SPLM was pretending, because they gave different account. John Garang was giving different account to people, say that okay, we have this movement, we're fighting from here. okay, you Upper Nile fight from Upper Nile, you Bahar al-Ghazal fight from Bahar al-Ghazal. Why Equatorian leaders did not come with such a thing? And then also after it, yeah, why did they not also decided to, like just what the Dinka are doing, arming your people, preparing your people for the danger that is happening? And
Okay.
the other one, Odysseus just answered that,
Yes.
what would
Only
the
two.
future
Let
of this
me.
country of people being pardoned gonna be?
Okay, only two. The beginning from because Equatorian started Anyanya one, and yeah, just okay. It started Anyanya one, and 1955 to actually 15 or 16 years, in the bushes, and Equatorians died. They died. They died a lot, dying a lot. After 1972, then the Anyanya's peace agreement was signed. Then what left were the people who were left who disagree about the Anyanya. Addis Ababa were Nuer, the Anyanya too, Nuer. But then we had a peace from 1972 to 1982 or 83. From 1982, there was a little chaos. The chaos that was the political domination that's playing around by that time when Abdulaler came into power. Because it's about the game. When Abdulaler came to power, he started this hiring his own tribe. That domination, the issue of domination, in the politics. That issue brought Kokora because we want the Equatorian state. We want everyone, to go to their own areas. Develop your own Upper Nile. Upper Nile should have they will have to have their own parliament. Barakazal the same. Equatorial the same. That's what triggered the Kokora. After Kokora, 1983 reaction. This is all reactionary. Reaction to the Dinka reaction to Kokora. That's what 1983 SPLA came about. It was Grant was sent from Khartoum to go and to like protest what was happening in Bor a few weeks ago. To go and silence people in Bor. When over there, he changed his mind. And at the same time, Anyanya too were still in the bushes. Those were Nuer and I think Cholo, Then he joined them. He took his forces, joined the Nuer who were over there. That was that's what happened over there. After that, then movement of SPLA. But the Equatorians a little bit tired. We have been fighting for a long time in Anyanya. We lost a lot of people. The Equatorians were reluctant, and by that time, it was only Equatorial region that was not occupied. Oh, somebody talking. Equatorial region, we are not bordering. We don't have borders with the Jalaba. So only in Juba, we have the military Jalaba over there. That's why we host the SPLA. Okay, I don't want to go for long. Let me go to after 2011, three leaders of Equatorial governors of Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Western Equatoria. They were talking about the federalism, and they had the meeting. They called meeting, I think twice. All the leaders of Equatoria called the meeting about the country forward. We need federalism because that's a popular demand. And M7, president of Uganda, called Equatorian leaders to go over there to talk about what will be the future of Equatoria region. Because anything happening in Equatoria will affect also Congo and Uganda and other neighboring countries. That's what they try to find out. M7 tried to find out from the leaders of Equatoria itself what will be their plan for the region. One governor was exposing everything to Kiir. And then 2011, 2013, that's a mess. 2012 was just a chaos. It was tension between three groups: Equatorian for federalism, and the Nuer. The Nuer were furthering their own agenda. Dinka, they had their own agenda. What the Dinka were afraid from Nuer, they think Ngunteng were kind of the religion for Nuer advancing, and the Dinka objected this. When the Dinka turned to the Equatorians have the federalism. What is the mind of the Dinka see the federalism? They see only Kokora. That's what, the chaos. That's this. Up to now, we try to find the solution. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just say something before I forgot, because every time somebody talks, I tend to forget some of the things that I wanted to say. But let me.
time brother Dominic, can you join me in Clubhouse? I mean Facebook. You can finalize it over there. I'm trying to go anyway. If it is okay, it's okay, because I need to Facebook lano عشان ما lose this one. Okay, so I will shut this off. Yeah, thank you. I will send you the link in Facebook so you can come in and put your file. That'd be great. Oh, that's why I said I wanted to end it then. Oh my God, that's why I said. You have the recording in the Facebook also. No, but I wanted this one here because it's better, so I can save it in a CD. Oh man, that's why I hate that. Just go ahead and it. Yeah. This is the second. I mean, this is the fourth time or the third time. That's why when I said 1 minute, 1 minute. The third time. It's okay. Yeah. It's really depressing. I don't like it when this thing happened, but it's okay. Go ahead. I was just gonna shut it off, and then I knew it. The time is up. But anyway, go ahead, Mr. Dominic. You could have shut it on. I mean, ما أنت قلت أنا بس أنا نقول لك يعني respectfully. I was trying to remind you. You can join me there. Yeah. You could have shut it down. I could have understood. It's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, I know it's really annoying to lose it like that, but it's okay. Anyway, things happen. You still have the ones in the Facebook. So the Facebook is very hard to record it, to download it, but this one is easy. But anyway, go ahead, brother. I will listen to you. I mean, sorry for what has happened, but anyway, what I was trying
to say is that in Equatoria, as a people, we have an anchor in the struggle. As a social force, we also reacted, like many of the South Sudanese people, into the struggle of Kabra. And we fought this war simply because we detest what is called injustice. Okay, so it doesn't make us lesser than whatever as a people. But again, we also need to reevaluate ourselves as a people in terms of the objectivity of us even joining whatever group or jumping into a bandwagon. Yeah, as a social force, what is it that we are trying to fight? Because this man has just said something for Tunato about the objectives of, the plans, the plans of the Dinka, the plans of the Nuers, the plans of the Sholo, the plans of the other communities in South Sudan. What was it that is our plan? We're supposed to evaluate ourselves. Is it that, we are just escorting people into their objectives for them to attain their political objectives? Yes or no? That is one thing. And we should really learn from our history, because what Joseph Lagu did in 1972 was also detrimental. But that goes to our nature, because when we go and fight this war, the objectives was what took us into this war. Yes, even during the times of the SPLA, there were other social movements, forces that reacted. The likes of the EDFs were there, and a lot of these people decided to go contrary to the leadership of the SPLM. But what happened thereafter? It is us Equatorians who believe on the objectives as to why he is went and fought this war, decided to distance themselves. Not everybody see pretty much the same thing, So to this, we should always, learn from the lessons of history. Yeah, and I said earlier, when we ended the war, some of us decided to say, okay, that was the objectives. I was fighting this war in order to have a country. Now that I have the country, I don't want it to be in the army. They ended up and gave their weapons because they see there was no need. But that was not what the Young Council of Elders are having in their subconscious brain. They were actually planning to dominate this country. And they are using now the government as a force. Even this war, by the way, do you think it is the young who are fighting this war? But they have rallied all the people of South Sudan, to fight this war. First of all, they term it as a coup, and a lot of people went and joined. They used the army in order to fight this war, and people fought the war. They are not the only person. They will come as aggressive forces, and then they will go to civilian areas, and they will cause the atrocities there in order to scare the civilians. So even in the new dispensation that is coming, if we do not, and mark me my word, if we think that we are just there to address these things and not even love power, and we don't even put ourselves into this attitude of also loving power to the extent that we are here and therefore we deserve to rule this country, we will also face the same consequences. So our objectivity of the war shouldn't be determined by the fact that we achieve it. It should go further beyond that point. That is what. So we have to self-evaluate and re-evaluate ourselves and our consciousness. If this thing is the right thing for us to do, yes or no, I think it is something that we need to really evaluate. Now, and again, the pardon vis-a-vis amnesty thing that the president is doing, he must also study it and see whether it really works so very well. Because from 2005, these issues of pardon and amnesty has been going unabated. And it has never bear fruits. So why do we have to expect it will bear fruits if you don't address the fundamental root causes of this problem, the things that has brought these issues into place? These are the gist of the matter. And that is why when we are talking about the fundamental root causes of the problem and rallying the people, and mark my word, we are rallying the people of South Sudan to understand that there are certain issues in this country that are root causes of this problem. Unless you solve it, it won't go well with us. And whether this is the issues of land, this is whether this is the issues of economies of this country, whether these issues of political hegemony, domination, military hegemony. If we don't solve these things, you don't expect that the situation in this country will just solve itself. And so the issue of you giving amnesty to people, it's not going to help. So we need to, as a people, reevaluate this and say, does it really warrant? عشان كده جبال احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه Salva Kiir is also a traitor. Salva Kiir has himself to be blamed because he's one of the people who have betrayed the people of South Sudan. And so he's liable to be also to be punished. He needs to be punished, and he needs also to be brought to books. But for the people, you don't expect. عشان كده we in the National Salvation Front and the other political forces in the Soma, we are talking about the addressment of the fundamental root causes of the problem of this country. We are talking about system of governance. We are talking about, for example, the issues of our constitution, because up to date, we don't have a constitution that we'll call our constitution, a constitution that is actually being proclamated by the people through even a referendum, because there are certain issues that is particular to a particular community, that need to be harbored into this constitution. And if you don't bring it into this process, we will miss the bigger picture, and therefore you will not solve the problems. So solving the problems of this country partially and expecting that you will have a holistic result is not a one-size-fits-all thing, mantra, no. So we need to take problems and solve it as they stand. So every community, every people, every region has its own problem that is so very particular to their own situation. And you cannot do not say that these problems are not very important, because then you'll be stepping on the political rights of each and every person. And once you do that, this is already a potential avenue of a conflict. So this is one very few thing that I wanted to
put into this conversation. And yeah, thank you so very much. But again, I'm sorry that you people have lost this recording. But like you have said, this is not the first time. Sometimes things happen in life, and we also learn from this mistake. That is also one thing. We also have to learn from these mistakes, and then make it. If 10 minutes, 20 minutes down the line, you just shut it off, and we will understand.
You're right.
Thank you so very much, Ethica. And apparently, I have to really. I'm having an exams today, so I wanted to go and trash it, and so Ashan Zol can suck it, but then you don't have to blame anybody but yourself. And I was talking here, forgetting that I have an examination.
It was بشيل زيرو تاك في بيت كده ورجعني تحت.
Now bros take it. I'm going to sabab. Who told you to come out?
أبو برجع بيجي جلا دي تاجك.
Who told you to come with this topic? Ethica, you have to blame this lady. So,
Asma, the funny thing about it, let's go zero for Equatorial. Wow, good. No, يلا موفقا إن شاء الله. But I appreciate your answer. Anyway, we had the recording in Facebook, but again, it's really hard because I was looking forward to this one, but no problem. Anyway, I appreciate your time also. يعني حتى انت ذاته هسه اديتنا time بتاعك وانت كامتحان. That by itself it shows really your great love for the land and the people, and I really appreciate. ربنا يكون معاك وينجحكم ان شاء الله. ولكن انا بدي فرصه لانه خلاص انا lost this, so انا جاي go to Simon كان لي سؤال لك طبعا. I don't know, انا قبلك سالتك يا سامي طبعا انت member, so سؤالي لك هنا. so good انت came back. الموضوع كان قبلك كان انت عندك ناس كتار هناك في هنا, so بس انا finalize with some points. Wow, I'll be honest, I'm devastated with the losing that. I'm a zik the حاجة كده. I want to lose the recording, because you are focusing on this recording more than the Facebook. Because أنا خلاص تعودنا على Clubhouse أكتر من Facebook. So sometimes when you talk on the Clubhouse and you want to record this because you can able to save it and you can edit it, but in Facebook it's very hard, and that's why it kind of like hit me so hard. But anyway, let me get back to my thoughts. So oppositions, Mr. Simon, in your thoughts هسه الأوضاع اللي هسه حاصلة طبعا سلفا كير قال لها
before you give Simon, can I say something straight?
جنوبين لازم يقولوا حاجات ولا شنو يا جماعة؟ Go ahead.
No, okay. I just want to put across the board that we are from subgroups in South. Oh, somebody microphone mic is on. I don't know somewhere. I wanted to put about this. Equatorians for over 70 years plus, we have the system that would have been for the country, federal system of governance. Look at what I said before. You look at what the Nuer interest, that is Mundeng, and their own way of living. And then look at what the Dinka object all of this. They just want to live without the rule of law. That's why when they take over the country, there's a chaos because they don't have any plan in their own mind. They just want to live like cattle keepers, moving from place to place, and that's what the interest that we all have. And I want everybody to understand that we Equatorial have plan. This plan has been there. Our generation want to fix the country in the right way, and other groups, they have their own interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Fortunato. What I'm going to ask here, Mr. Simon. Well, this is my question to you, brother. In the current situation, as we notice ourselves as, the country going to a... Let me read this thing. Hold on a second. as the country is going into an utter despair, because that's what it is. Do you think, in your opinion, based as you believe in your political party, do you think political parties will bring any solution to this country from your perspective? And compared it with when you were in SPLM, because you were not Anya, SPLM, when you were part of the SPLM, and the way how SPLM stood, did you understood their political stand, or you did not at the beginning, but you did understand it later when you began to get more clear understanding of what SPLM is all about? And how did you, in your perspective, saw uh, the fight for revolution, or what does revolution mean to you in that standard? And right now, when you see those people are going to negotiation, do you believe that what they're doing actually making sense as a revolutionary brother? Thank you. That's my question to you. Are you there, Mr. Simon?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Sorry, I've been so busy. That's why.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I hope you understood my question. You're good, my brother. I appreciate for you coming back again. Thank you.
Yeah, I just don't want to go without coming and say goodbye to you guys. That would not be nice. I'm sorry for.
It's okay.
That's it
things
happened
happen.
to me also like 3 days ago. I lost it like that. Just I was telling people it's almost time, and then
Junubin.
it's gone. Like man, it's gone.
Junubin darin kalam kadir aktar. Asma kan shakla kullu kalam kan hello. I know.
Yeah, thank you for the question. SPLM. Some of us in the beginning, I have to be very clear. When I went to the bush, I did not even know about istimar al bikulu jalaba amule nazde. Anazat mabar istimar desunu. But what makes some of us to go to the bush is the istimar al zatu binofs al espele kan gamule nas. Because when I was anakan fi belet yani teregali Jamadegi Jaminina Kubamulu Lenas, it was really something that was terrible. Yani Bitugu, Bamsukunas, Bitum Barfa, Afasat Tanas, Zekirat, and all that. And then Fi Banatanin al Bamsukumi area Tanin Bija. That's why Banatana Ketir end up Le Safata Barakazalde. De Kulu Ajade, Banadel, Silumon Bigua. Yani umon bijaita bas ma binumpi ma bini adil biguazere bini agarikore o mafi terega. So those kind of things actually it triggers some of us to decide to go to the bush. And at that time I was very young. My father don't even want me to go to the bush. But I told him there's two things. One, if I stay, taban biga fi plan almon kander bigam sukunas bigua. And I say if I stay, Ujamade Pada am Sukunas Bikasa, I'm not gonna go. My elder brother will be taken. So if my elder brother is taken, Manar Fai Damafi, Anabamulu Sunana Wele Suker, Anama beg the Ramsuk Musulia Tabet. It is better for me to go now and so that they cannot take my elder brother. I negotiated with my father for 5 days. At the end, he gave me a green light to go. And I left. When I was leaving, a lot of people in the area, they was like, what's wrong? What's wrong with these people? Are you guys have enough children? That's why you want those one to go and die just in the bush like that? And we say, it's okay. If we die, it's okay. So we went to the bush, And when we get to the bush, there was a different story. Oh, Fijalaba Gadamul Istimar, Unalazim Pishakel, or Shunukide. So the narrative was changed a little bit, and the things was different. Fizaman na Figaba, yani even though Kalamata Gebilia Defi, it is not like what it is today. Yani at least can Fiswia itabain was Ulfia Jat Magrasa, lakin level al-gamul openly za lasade kan mafi. Taban Gereng zol mutalim, and he was doing it, but he was not doing it openly. Itabainu Gereng binosoma, he's not getting involved for Taninde, but Nas Taninze, Nas Kolmanyang and all that, they're the one. You know, they're the one in front line. Gadamul Ajar Kitir, and those of Gereng was just behind. Luit Lasalo, Gulu Telemat Jamin Folk. Telemat Jamin Folk. Gereng binoso Lasalo, Gulu Telemat Jamin Folk. Folk de Munutani enough. You are the last person there. You know? So Hajar Dekan yani was not really Biterega Ali Ikanna therein. But Bira until Zaman Yauja was Sulfi Zamanta CPA was signed or Kalas Ajadeja Tala. We hope that Nakan Fikri Bikun Fe Ajad Bija Gero. But unfortunately when Gereng died, I myself I said it's very clear. I say I lose hope. Mafa Jatani, I'll beg the Rasil. Because Salawato Amulini, I was the one who preached during the funeral to John Gereng. And I said this in a prayer. And a goal for me, I have lost the hope. You know, Sudan ma beg the Kunkwestan. And it's true. When Salva took over, he was not doing the thing that Gereng was saying. Ajar completely changed until it plugged us into the war. Uzaman Tashakla, that was the time I declare myself an Agulu. I will not be part of SPLM anymore, and I will not join Riek Machar. Because Riek Machar, I know him very well, Oma leader, I'll beg the lead Nas, Biterega Ali Nas there. Because he was all there, Soltabes. So because of that, I was not able to support him, and I cannot support Salva. I stay neutral until Yaob Zaman Mushakil Del Rola, the Zaman General Thomas to go. I did not enjoy him immediately. I was still there, I know, Bidab Sunu, Alu Der Jibu. And then I read Ajat Al Kulu, Alo Ketiba, and all that. Even though I know him in the beginning, who was all Yani Wogifle, Ugukta Junubin, he suffered and all that, I was still trying to make sure he's still the same Thomas Alcanto that. And that's why I decided to join him. Now, coming to the question of negotiations and all that. You know, Lana, I said this very clear in Nigeria a long time ago. Esenna Bisil Salfakir Bara. Yani, negotiation there is not going to bring anything. That's why they deceive many people, and then at the end, you find people going to Juba, and at the end, they don't have tools. Bisilu just kuluminakum, or kalas at the end, kalas itum bitala bigger useless. The tactical kirgamul. It took just bita ajere, Tariak Machar, who now started to bag just Tanin Alcan, Tariak Machar Zato against Riak Machar, and then slowly by slowly, defection mini bagi Tariak Albara, nas be defect bija le SPLM. Be defect bija le SPLM, be defect bija ladi, asa biga Riak Zato binoso, mind Gua. Who now Makid Guangza to Asade, he also was set to Jama de Bardo. Asa Gesimu, Garwich Majere, they were together.
I have money. Just take me to my address right 2 blocks down.
No, I'm going home. I'm going home. So, sorry guys. Last day, taxi for Bilal Sedan is at the Numan Taban Kalas. So, Yani, ita aino nasi Garawuchi Dual Maajere, Ma Johnson Olin, they were united together, Ogua Tomon can go. And look what he did. Yan Fertekunazde, Esenkelimon Mada Salam Barabara, Agwele, signed different peace, and then John's Ajere, the rest of the Ayo signed a different peace. Oh, Hagiga Zatu Jamade, they were Salam Demon Mamada Gulu, they really want to sign that peace. But they signed that peace out of fear. Because Zaman Almun Fikartum, Jamade kan fi hulul Qatar. Lokanumon ma sign Salam de, these guys could have been arrested and end over to Kiir. Kan Seremon fi Juba, fi Sijin. Badumon ay no Kalam de, go Qatar accent Kilimon Mada, in order for them to be back their Sibumon free, and then they can go and get majes bitomon. Odaja molmata na ligomen jamata ayozad. You know, this is the reality. These people did not sign the peace with the good faith that there is something good coming out of it. So, yani now, lo jamade ma in quest, lo kabasu mon daka alfijuba, they are done. So the only option as the fadulu is NAS. The rest of Jamadelu Munmag worry about them. They don't worry about all the rest of the opposition, but only NAS. Because NAS in the Jesh. O Kalamde, General Yen Kelim Kalamde Umdak. Yen Kelim Gulu. The reason why Kirder Amul Salama Bag Jamadel Kulu, so that Umon Begdero Yani Biga Geligu Shakla Dewen fi Equatoria. All the war will be turned over in Equatorial land. So what we have to do, for me, Ana Kelim Kalam de Bedir. Dictator ma Begdero Ajere Mada Salam. Dictator Bisilu be Ajere Bisila, Bigua. So Ajal Best Naskano for Bamulu, people just have to look and feel opposition Taninde, Adil Gulumondere Ajere Jibo, Ajere Umonende Jesh. All those forces supposed to be united under one command, and then let the Kelimon Shakla Okuma. It doesn't matter who's commanding it. As long we take out that government, and then they can be able to arrange who can be the president, whatever they be Kunwara. Lakin, our big enemy is Salva Kiir. Lakin, you find out fit an insert opposition tanin gija jua just to spy on the rest of the people. They are not even part of opposition, but they are just there to spy, and then at the end, they will go back and then gain enough. So we have long way to go. Lana, Jamades and Bisilu ile shakla. We cannot ajere negotiation dema begdero. Asa umonarfu bigas and dugumon sedit. They have to call for people to go to Rome. Lord Jamadero amul mistake. Amul any sign ai salam fi Rome. Then kalas. Just bitanas. If it's gone in, then kalas mafaja. We are done. The Aja Tayana became clear in it. If Nas Mada Salam been doing proper security alina be arafu fidamana ujes pitana lo gulukalas gelidakalu esenamulu tenzim, and then we are done. That's the only hope asade fieta Nas, because they are the one fighting the government, and the forces, and they are really a threat to the government. But nobody else. Molungde, that's all bitomon. You know, they are the fifth column. That's what Molungi is. Molungi is the fifth column. Molung maga de shakel ajerede. Maga de shakel okuma. Mino otala bara. Wo shakel to Medina. Oma shakel aizol. He's just there. Who SNKF Kele Arfu Gulu who opposition. But the reality is not an opposition. Desol Tokuma or best Ruaina. That's why even last time they are kissing each other. Malung Bikelim Gulu, Sunday de John, Yao Gadamu Lajere Mokuma. Oh, Sunday de John Bikelim Gulu Malung is communicating Majere with the Kiir, and then at the end, Jali go Agiga, Wogiwon Sumakir, he said by himself, Gulu Kir them at the comrade Bitokan more Figaba. If there's no problem, I say no better communicate more. Now, if you say this is your enemy, how can you communicate with your enemy? That means it's not your enemy. That's just yani. You are there pretending like you're fighting against the government, but you're part of it. So this is what I can contribute here. Jamaa, shukran alaikum.
My phone. Oh. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Simon, shukran. And I was expecting him to pick up. So yeah, I'm just in the middle of doing something. Yeah, Anna, you read law this time really like and Equatorians and the lazim, with the situation that happened like that. And the lazim, like we have to learn something out of this. It's really a good lesson, This time about Lokana and Manas going, like this thing would have really destroyed us completely. But the resilience within in the Equatorian there, yeah, sometimes even it almost like hope is lost. It almost like Kano, especially given the conditions and the situation that is happening, some of our people have been reduced even to to get in between مشاكل اللي قاعد يحصل هسه. So yeah, and then some people have been bought with money and stuff like that. This is just to destroy us. لكن حاجة اللي أنا بكلم شنو, like what Dominica said here, lessons must be learned out of it. So my last question that I will throw is really, are we really learning? Like, are we learning? And if we are not learning, we need to learn faster. We need to pick up the game. Because look like احنا بس مشكلتنا Equatorians, we're straightforward, yes. We're people who sympathize with people. I feel like and this is where we have been, the nationalists, we've been knocking heads with you guys for sometimes, because I feel like we Equatorians, we're sympathizers most of the time. We sympathize with people, even though to the extent that somebody will destroy us, destroy part of us, like what I was explaining earlier, that somebody will envy something so much that you have, but then they will fight you and they will resist you, and then they will almost turn around and gaslight you and act like as if your reaction to what is happening, you're the villain here. It's not them, because but some people are good at doing that. They're good at playing that. One person is Kawaja. Kawaja will like say stuff to you, and then it will react so loudly to Kawaja. Always be killing meta biraha, and then act like you're the trouble, and then you look like you're the one that the troublemaker. So why Lobukun innocent? So this is the story of Equatoria right now that is happening. We got us Equatorians. There's one side of us sympathizing with the situation that the whole country is going through, and then there is us too who are saying that enough. I cannot continue to watch my family, my closest people, just losing them, burying them, and stuff like that. So this is just where we are here, and then some people are taking advantage of us in this time again, even though we have, you guys are sympathizers. You guys are sympathizing with these people, not because you guys are stupid, no, not because you guys cannot even walk this side and just say that, you know what, let's go to separation. You guys have your own bigger picture that you're looking into, and we say that no, these people have taken advantage of us way enough. Like Dominic has put it, that somebody should not be blamed for another person's stupidity. You just continue to want to be stupid, play stupid game, at the level of a gaming or bowling game that is a professional place. You're supposed to learn, and if you're not learned person, maybe you should not put yourself in that place. Maybe go and find yourself mahal al suit you, mahal al there, can play your own cards in it. Yeah. So this is the picture that is happening in that country, which is called South Sudan. It's really sad, that Equatorians has to really lose so much in a battle that is not our battle. Even some people are saying clearly that Equatorians are really the only victim in this situation that is happening. So this is where we ask that, why should I have my people living in the camp? Why should I lose people? We clearly know where this war is coming from, this fight is coming from. We have seen all the reports is clearly saying what is happening, why this country is going wrong. And clearly there is no hope. As long as we're having this regime, this tribal regime, there's never going to be hope. But then there are some people who are comfortable with the situation which is going on. They're not, which is, the Jeng Council and the supporters of the Jeng and the supporters of Kiir. They're not worried. And they're not about to worry at any time soon, because they enjoy this. Killing is a norm. Dying is a norm. Living in chaos is a norm for them. We have watched them done it with the Upper Nile, with the Bahr el Ghazal, and they have tried this project in the 50s and in the 70s with Equatoria. And then they went back and they're still resilient, and they continue to draw their plan. One thing you have to know with these people, they will recreate themselves again and again and again, even though in the future, if people have come up with a solution or Equatoria has become a state, this is one thing that people have to put in their mind, that these people will never evolve to a stage whereby, they will think that, putting their children first, putting their country first, or putting other people first than them, just like what Equatoria is doing now. Equatoria have put the entire country first. Equatoria have carried the burden of this country, the burden of people that should not be our people. We have buried people because of this country, because of the people that are not part of us, people that we do not know, and people that we should not even know, and we should not even be part of. And people that I don't have to care. I don't need to. I really don't need to care. I just have to look that side and just care about my people, just like what happened, during the decentralization. That's why we never got to know anybody. We are happy to live within our four corners and just go around and mix ourselves, and we're okay. We're good. We're good to go. But just what really bothers me that Alela, everybody felt entitled that they can force themselves into Equatoria, and the other part is now that I'm more really really focused on nowadays is like the fact that I felt like everybody is taking advantage of Equatoria right now. It's not only Dinka. This just has become clear to me that something that was blurry to my mind has opened my mind. Just it's almost like a shell being taken off. Everybody right now is very fast taking advantage of Equatoria in this critical time, in this time that Equatoria has been restrained, disarmed, weak, displaced, and some people are occupying Equatoria. They are living over there. They're acquiring lands. Then when our people had to come back, where are they coming? And then in this situation that is happening, why are you deliberately making use of Equatoria? If you say you're a friend of Equatoria, if you say you want to be one with Equatoria, if you say you want to be, you want people to live together in peace, why are you taking advantage of Equatoria? Why are you having a land in Equatoria? Why? Why don't you invest in your place? Why don't you keep your money and fight when your place become well, and then you go and have a land in your place and you buy a land in your place? Why would you have entire Bahar al-Ghazal having Autan fi Equatoria? Why you have entire Upper Nile want to have lands in Equatoria? Where will the people of Equatoria go? The other question is, why would you want to uproot Equatorians from their place to go to Upper Nile and Bahar al-Ghazal? You're telling me your mind. You're telling me how you want to live the way you're living. You're nomad. You're okay to be a nomad because you're not a responsible person, actually. You're telling me to be like you, to be reckless and nomad like you. Uproot myself, go live in your place. Imagine your place that you have never in the history of your parents or the history of your grandfather, you have never even thought to fight for. You've never even thought to even to lay a foundation of development over there. But your heart is in Equatoria. But that's why I'm saying earlier that there's someone that will fight you. There are this kind of people will fight you for your husband, will fight you for your wife, for your partner, and you wonder why they're fighting you for. But the objection is they want what you want, whether you like it or not. This is happening in this real world. And this is what Equatoria is experiencing. Equatoria has been really battled so hard for their land. Whether they like it or not, I will live here. Whether you like it or not, I will be part of you if you like it or not. And really sad, it's really, this is what I'm afraid I see Equatorians are having now, even this kind of mindset. And this is what triggered us. And we thought that some people are saying that we're building our case on 2013 incidents and stuff like that. No, we're afraid because of a lot of reasons. Equatoria has been brainwashed into starting to act like, this kind of mentality that are coming from the other regions. And this is what is making us afraid. And you think like, I think it's time to, to back off and get your people out of this. Because if you let your children to play too much with the neighbor's child, and the neighbor's child is undisciplined themselves, and they don't discipline their children, your children will most likely turn up like the neighbor's kids. And this is what we're doing. It's like the way that we have seen recklessly these problems. Upper Nile could not fix it. And now they're shoving it under our throat and saying that we are all part of it when this issue should have been solved in Upper Nile. I've seen my thing that hurts me the most. I come to ask a question out of nowhere that, where are the leaders in Upper Nile all these decades, in the 50s, in the 60s? Where are they? Of course, they've taken refuge in Khartoum comfortably, very comfortably. But yes, they have a bigger picture. And I've seen even their sons are still having the same, talking the same. But this bigger pictures were all to take place in Equatoria. This is just what hurts me the most. And
Can I
that's what
just
I
say
always
one
just say it
point,
out.
Mr. Didi, before I go to sleep?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the point I want to add here is this. The big problem is not, when I look at it, the big issue with us as Equatorian is not those who are calling for the unity, but the big issue is with those whom the government are using. Because what is happening is the government is really using a lot of our people today that are just to be against their own Equatorian. And that's the worst part. There are some politicians that are under Kiir today. The government is really using them. And there's a lot of people that they are inside national security that the government is using them by giving them money and all that to go and kill their own brothers and sisters. And that's really what we need to worry about it. And that's what we need to open our eyes to watch out for those people. Otherwise, those are the really dangerous enemies to us right now. If you guys remember when Abraham Wana was killed in Uganda, it was not the Dinka. It was they used our own brothers, Equatorians brothers and sisters, and then some few Nuer, that they used them to go and kill him. And if you also remember, there were some of them, they were in Uganda. They were trying to hunt down some of our Equatorians. And when we knew about them, immediately they were, that's when Thomas demoted them and removed them from the movement, and immediately they ran and they joined the government. So those are the ones really they are dangerous because they were sent like they were part of us, but they were just coming to spy on us and to get the information to give to the government. So those people are the really dangerous one because they are really damaging our people. They send them to refugee camps. They send them to different places to kill our own brothers. Even our brother Palaku, who left NAS last time and he was killed in Congo. It was not killed by anybody. It was the government that used people, pay people to go and kill them. So those are really what we really need to pay close attention to. Those Equatorians who are working under the regime, most of them, they are very dangerous. They are using them just to go after their own brothers and sisters. See, so this is what I can say. But for some of us, we are watching them very closely. And before they, this is my take on this. Before they can even kill us, we need to start killing them. If we know any of them, Lonarf I Maras Ali Gira Soles and their Catholic Equatorian, especially from Malazan as Uganda and Sunusunude, Mafidea. In Taumino Munakas and Kilimonarfo, because later Tala Maras did Okubita, Mafidea and Kilisibu. So those are the people for me we really need to watch close on them. They are Kirkalam Tana Bikelim or bigger layers and almost Satala Ajeres Sahar Baza to Sabah. I need to go and take rest a little bit and Abugulekum Shukran Kalis. Thank you.
Shukran, Simon. I agree with you. That's what I was saying about the neighbor's child and stuff like that. And this kind of people, you see, they move. It's very hard. You say that yes, correct. It's people find them, but this Nazi they move with Manasseh Sawa. When they launch operations today, obviously they are heavy guarded by these people, and they're moving hard up and down Manasseh, which makes it hard, for them to be a target over there. But of course, I see where you're coming from. Really, it's like exactly why you say that. And this is why I was, coming from the example of like, having undisciplined child with a disciplined child together. It's not really working. There's no such thing as gali. This is just a child, mono, because gender that you're not bringing gender, into a unrealistic world. You're supposed to teach gender to a realistic world that the gender is meant to live. Because gender, you did not brought gender to teach gender as if ogri jawara le jua batna. There's no way a child could be going backwards into the stomach. A child is going forth to live a life in this world. Thank you, Simon, so much. And I agree with the point of what you're saying here. Tomorrow, Vigali Nas and
thank you,
Equatoria
Shukran.
are one. They're trying to kill people. So yeah, people could not really identify us up to today. Make the differentiation between us and Equatorian nationalists. And that's why I was making the point of saying, girl, there is you who sympathizing with people and people take advantage of you, and there is us who wants separation. But then they still lump us in one group. Thank you very much for your time. So I think, I don't know, Odysseus, if you're around. Yes. Yeah, I think
I think you can end the
you
room.
wanted to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yep, I thought he might wanted to say something before I end his room. So I just wanted to thank you guys all, and Odysseus, you can, interrupt me at any time. I've got nothing further to say. Happy to end up with the question, and the questions are really very important. That I'm happy that our brothers all here have answered them, and we have dived in deeper. And one thing that I like that that I spoke earlier about the resilience here. However, people think that they will take advantage of us or they will separate us. No, that won't work. Equatorians, wherever they are, at the end of the day, we have one mind. We are Equatorians. We will never fight each other. We will never. We will only to bring. One thing that I love about Equatorians, we have only each other. We will say, we will exactly speak what we explain what we like. But what we do is pick up arms against each other. But what we have seen right in this time, that people are trying to use us, people are trying to confuse us. We've seen it time and time again. We have seen Thomas is there having that people don't. Some people just as we go. All the time. And just share Equatorians, And everybody will come. Anything that belongs to Equatoria, yes, because now we are one people. Then why have it against me? Why you want to be? Why don't you do something about Malakal? Something about the capital city star. Let me just any Ural or Bor, or let me also come in. Let me also come to you, because I'm sick and tired of you coming to me and claiming with you when we're clearly not. Really. Because this happening is favoring us right now. It's favoring almost all South Sudanese, but not Equatorians. Like I said, we make an advantage of way too much. I mean to live with it, I could not even begin to be silent. We've been taken advantage of. You see somebody's, but what he's going to is Equatoria. But then they're going under the name of Juba is the capital city. Juba stretch beyond. The owners of the land doesn't even have any say. They've been pushed back to the limit that They don't even have nowhere to stay. They even been exiled out. So I really hate this fact that everybody is taking advantage of Equatoria. And this is one thing that I say that I will be speaking on this from time to time. And I will be speaking on it with no remorse and with no regret. Because it's really shameful for us to say that, to pretend like, oh, we're all suffering. But you're taking advantage of me. You're looting me. You're looting my land. You thought, oh, it's okay. These people are weak right now. Let me go get the land over there. Because we all one people. We are all South Sudanese. No. What happened if tomorrow the capital city is changed because the Juba is not actually officially capital city of South Sudan anymore? It's just because we have a regime and we have bunch of you over there strengthening the regime, bunch of you over there confusing things, pretending you're running around from whatever is chasing you, but you don't want to withstand what is chasing you over there. But then you're coming into Equatoria, you create a situation over here. And you wanted to create a language too to me to silence me. Everywhere I go, you want to silence me. You're using my name, but you're silencing me not to say anything. You wanted to dominate me. You wanted to come over here and speak your language, speak your mind over me just in the name of Juba has been borrowed. So this kind of mindset, why do you think I will accept you? I haven't even opened my door to you yet, but I am forced against my will. Like it's been written that if you enter if you want to get into a strong man's house, you will have to bind him first. It allows him to go in. عشان انت بتدخل في بيت تزول the strong man. And this is what happened to Equatoria. Equatoria has been bind. So we don't have actually any say in anything that is Equatoria. We just have to be there. I've seen our men being humiliated way enough. And they should not be they should not say anything. Our brothers has been humiliated. Our fathers has been humiliated in their own land. When it's been said that a man in his house is a king in his castle. And I will not stop to talk about this. Our men are our leaders. They are our lords. They are our leaders. Even if I had to be married outside Equatoria, I will still praise them. I will still respect them, which I am not. Because they are our lords. They are our strength and they are our everything. And we produce life together, be Equatorians. So I hate it when it hurts me to the core. If they've been taken advantage of by liars like their fathers. If you could not even make a stronghold in your place, don't be telling me we are one.
Didi,
Don't tell me that.
Didi, I just want to say thank you. I'm going to walk straight inside. Thank you for today, and we shall meet again another topic next time. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Fortunato. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your contribution, and I really appreciate the fact that the fact that you mentioned about the survey that has been done and people being questioned and people say, who will live with these people, So I really wanted to thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. So even we kind of run into the end of the segment, and I know that some people will feel offended with what I say. But what I say, it really comes from a very hurt person, from a broken heart that's seen, our kings, our brothers, our men being humiliated, our women being humiliated. Equatorians have been bound in the name of unity, in the name of one. Now this unity is in our neck. The unity is only in Equatoria. The whole entire country is in Equatoria. That will not hurt you. Try that in your place. Last time, I will just conclude it soon. Last time, I heard it in one of the rooms. This question of the capital city should be moved. People went berserk. People said, no, we don't want it here. We don't want it there. All the regions refused. They said, because if it's been moved to them, the land grabbing, the burden that Equatoria is carrying is going to be upon them. So, Yajama, Why do you want me to carry your burden? Why? I barely know you. I don't owe you anything. You don't owe me anything. Just I want to send you home to think about this. Just a friendly, like, you know, just so that you can come back with a better thought of how, you know, how you can help in these issues that are happening in South Sudan. I don't owe you anything as an Equatorian. Equatorian don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. Why do you think your ideas, you're embedding it on me? Why? Because why? I'll leave you with this thought, really. And I want to thank you guys. Sometimes some things need to be said. Sometimes we need to, you know, take on that hard, you know, something, you know, because it does help actually. You send you home to go sleep, and then you wake up with you know, with a clarity mind, rather than people are still in this la 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 la. We are one people. We are one people. In clearly people, different nations. So it's time. Wahidi yamo about sutra. Start level 1 sutra. Zoldana ma barfo kalis. Uma biar behavior. Stayna ma bar behavior sto. خليني أبيهيف في محل تاتو for the reason that جابني هنا وأنا خليني أفكر عن محلي عن بيتي خلاص ما to use excuse just because قال حاجة حصل هناك. You're in Equatoria, you want to live here, you want to make, you want to breathe over here, you want to have home here, you just want to be like a cockroach that will be in a place and then it started multiplying itself, running, taking محل تول ما بيجي خالص. I just want to leave it here. Odysseus, if you have something to say, if you're around, you're welcome. I'm done. Otherwise, I will just end it here.
Thank you. You hear me, guys? Anyway, I just want to say thank you. I don't want to have much. I'm just going to put the fun music. I want to say thank you, Brother James, Mr. CJ. Unfortunately, he's working, so I think something wrong with Mike. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm going to put the music. Let me just apologize. Let me do this quickly. All right. We play the music.
Geo, you records. Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anehna, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia samagesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanihna gulu wahi, Equatoria birapa, Yalbiwa pijama, Asan Bele na birapa. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no. Yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Bele Wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anehna, Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai, Aukukuye, Anina Equatorian. Kelenina Hibona Fusina, Kebilia Kedema Feriganina. Salam wa sahaba Behaja Berino Hassan Belet na biraba Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasa sawa anena Equatorian Beled Wahid anena Equatorian Anena Equatorian
Nina kulu sawa jama So my prayer fanangala I love my people and I'm the voice
Acholi ya bunga ya baka Equatorian balanda bare Kakuwa kiliko Lambo lugoya Asante tokosa mundo Nyangara morobe mare Mundare Nyambara Otumo pare makotudo Lubara bunga ya lobe Lodo desinare
Mundo
Nare
Anakulu nasi sawa Mafi hata bigesi manena Siasa mabigesi manena Anena wahe
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the final thing. But if those who wanted to see the video, they can go back to Facebook, Equatorial Free Forum. They can check it out. Those in Clubhouse, they want to look at it. Yes, we made 6 hours and 55 minutes. Unfortunately, we lost the other audio in Clubhouse. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything on that. But even though it's disappointing, but regardless of that, we still have some recorded ones in Facebook. The one in Clubhouse we always record it and copy it. It's easy to copy it, and then you can share it around with everyone. Again, God bless you guys. Equatoria will be free. Long live Greater Equatoria. And those in Juba, back home, we think about you guys. Trust me. As I sit here, never seen it, but it's hard. I've even seen my ancestors' grave. You know, the only thing I want to do is like, I don't care about if I live there, but just to know that my ancestors' rest is there, I need to go there and give them homage, respect. Unfortunately, I will never see their place of rest because some unholy people took the grave of our ancestors, took it from the ground and threw it out, you know, making my ancestors look like dogs. And for this, we will not forgive them. Equatoria must be a nation. They want it or not, we will fight for our land. And those in the ground who are fighting, fight for Equatoria. Don't fight for this so-called South Sudan. And don't lie to yourself that you fight and you will gain to be promoted into a general or officers or soldiers. They will not even give you credit. Even myself, I was a soldier in the United States. What did I gain from it? Nothing. But I did gain skills. That's the only thing I could say. And I'm proud of it. But other than that, I was proud that I served some country. But I wish I could serve my homeland. But Equatoria will be our homeland because it's ours. So let's stand for it, my fellow great Equatorians. Let's not fight for SPLM, nor for South Sudan, nor for any political party, not even IO. Fight for Greater Equatoria. Because our people in the grave are rolling. They're weeping if they have seen us. How dare we leave this land like this? Even the people who left us, they were in grief. They're sad. They see their daughters, children being abused. Some they gave up, committing suicide. Some of them just prostituting around. Some didn't even have any hope. Equatorian, rise up. You heard the song, Ihne Equatorian. Let's make it that happen. Let's not look at ourselves as tribes. Let's look at ourselves as one people. Because we are better than anyone. Long live Greater Equatoria. Our Equatoria, our land, our people, our power. God bless until next time. Bye for now.
Exactly. I just wanted to agree. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good night, guys, and good morning to you, whoever you are. Bye. I'm trying to shut this. Okay, hold on. See, I have a problem with the computer. Like, hold on. Can you shut it down from your side? I'm trying. This is my problem here. Okay, I'm not able to shut it.
No,
Can
I'm
you
in a
shut it?
holiday.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out.
No, I will
No,
end it here. I'm